Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. This is Emery Songer along with Owen Sebring, live from the Harlan Rogers Sports Complex at specifically Farm Bureau Field, where we are going to be watching a quarterfinal of the new double elimination format of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Softball Tournament. Owen, before we get into the specifics here, great to have you and great to be sitting with you. We're going to see some history being made here this week.
Yeah, honestly, such an honor to be here this week as they start off this new format, double elimination. I was talking to the coaches before the game about how they feel about this new format, and frankly, every coach is probably going to be dictated by the result of their first game, how they feel about it. If they lose, then they love the double elimination format. If they win, get those guys out of here. So I'm just excited to see it all happen. We know that we're going to see the absolute best team in Iowa crowned at the end of the week.
Yeah, so for anybody who is trying to figure out specifically what the difference is going to be, it's going to be really between the ears of these teams on the field, because an upset loss for a high seed in the first round is no longer a death sentence to your state championship hopes. And for the fans, that's going to institute a little bit more energy and hope. The real action is going to begin tomorrow when we start knocking some teams out of this thing. That's
true, including the top seed is on the ropes now. We saw IGHSAU, Audubon. They're the one seed of this tournament. They lost in the first round to an outstanding Edgewood-Colesburg team, and so now they are on the ropes. And so in the old format, it's like, okay, you're the one seed, you just got lost, you're going home. But now, all right, they still have a chance to battle back, and can they mentally recover? Can they mentally prepare for this next game after – their hopes aren't dashed, but they just took a big gut punch after thinking they were just going to come in here and probably run the table.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You can still run the table,
sure,
but there's a chance you might see a team twice all of a sudden on your way to doing that as well. So it is going to be an awful lot of fun, and we'll have a lot of that for you throughout with all the different information. While we're doing the introductions on the field here, let's go ahead and give you the starting lineups for both of these teams. The two teams are going to be seen here. The number 7 seed North Butler Bearcats taking on the number 2 Clarksville Indians. We'll start with North Butler and who they will send to the starting lineup today. It'll start with Zoe Thompson, who will be at shortstop, a sophomore leading off, followed by the number 2 hitter, Charlotte Shook. Charlotte catching and is just a freshman. And the number 3 hole, it is Camry Grun, a junior. Harper Ingalls is going to be in the cleanup spot. She is at second base and is an 8th grader. And in the 5 spot, it's Mackenzie Schultz, a sophomore who plays center field. Kylie Grun is a freshman but playing at third base. Briley Hinsey is a junior in the designated player hitting for the senior left fielder Colby Wicks. Grace Pittenger is the junior in right field, batting 8th, and then the 9 hitter is Eden Wicks, a sophomore, playing first base. For North Butler, this is interesting. You got a young head coach, first trip for him as a head coach here to the state softball tournament, and a team that could really make some noise based on the way that they were able to perform and the amount of runs they were able to prevent in the regional tournament to get here.
Yeah, and this is, even though they're the 7th seed in the state tournament, this I really think could be a really close battle between them and Clarksville. Not only because of the talent they bring to the field, but because of the proximity and how well they know each other. These guys have played each other every single season since at least 2009, at least as far back as the go-bound stats go. So this is an annual rivalry. They're supposed to play each other every year, but this season, the one game they had scheduled against each other actually got rained out, and so they didn't get a chance to reschedule, I guess, until today. It was fated to be that North Butler and Clarksville would play once again. This time North Butler really trying to buck history because Clarksville has won 13 straight games against North Butler. They're the defending state champions. Now that IGHSAU and Audubon lost, is Clarksville possibly the favorite to run the table and go all the way for a second straight championship? North Butler trying to stand in the way and hand them an early blow.
Yeah, so you alluded to it. You got your defending state champions in Clarksville who are coming in as the number 2 seed in this bracket here at Farm Bureau Field as well. And as this entire situation goes on throughout this tournament, they're going to have the biggest target, even though they've got a 2 next to their name. 24-7, they play a very difficult schedule, despite these two teams, by the way, being only about 14 miles apart with their high schools in northern Iowa. They did not see each other in the regular season. Clarksville, let's go through their lineup real quick. It'll be having a freshman catcher lead off. That's Kate Lodge. Reagan Wedeking is the 8th grader batting second, playing left field. Hannah Wagness is the senior at shortstop. Cara Bolin is the junior at first base, batting cleanup. The 5 spot, it's Sydney Loverine, is the senior in the circle for Clarksville. And the 6 hole, it's Brooke Bolin, a freshman in center field. Then Micah Hall, the 8th grader, playing in right field. That's in the 7 hole. The designated player is Gia Hudger. She is a freshman and hitting for the second baseman, a junior, Capri Clark. And then Eve Jordan is the third baseman, a sophomore, batting in the 9th spot. Katie Berman has a lot of experience with this team, and not just any kind of experience. 7 of the last 10 years here in Fort Dodge, including last year's triumphant state championship. We mentioned the target on their back,
yep.
But they really want to get off to a good start knowing that they have to go through these teams twice if they're going to be able to win this tournament.
Yep. I talked to Katie Berman before the game, and she just lives and dies with this Clarksville team. She's a graduate of the school. Her dad actually played fast pitch softball. That's kind of how she got into the sport. This is not me critiquing. She said it herself that she wasn't very good in high school. I didn't look at the stats, so I don't really know. But Katie Berman said that she just fell in love with the game. 12 seasons in now. Overall record of 273 wins and 76 losses during her time at Clarksville. She's won 2 state championships with the team, really starting to set the standard as one of the best small school programs across the state of Iowa. And Katie told me, I'll probably die here. That's me quoting her. She said that she just wants to stick with this Clarksville program as long as she can. And we got 2 really good young head coaches. I mean, I just turned 40, so maybe young is a relative term, but Katie Berman in her 12th year, she's pretty young. Austin Guerrero, he's just 28 years old. He had his first head coaching gig with his high school basketball team when he was 18 years old. He played high school ball. The next year, he was the head coach of the team over at Cal. So these are 2 young head coaches, both trying to kind of make a name for themselves. They know each other well with the amount of times they've seen each other the last handful of years, and now shaking hands down on the field as they get ready to one team tries to deal a blow to one state championship.
You want to know something? There is a bit of kind of like it's not David versus Goliath, but there is just kind of this sense of Clarksville just being okay. So let's just break it down from a fundamental standpoint. From when you're a state champ, no matter what, people are going to be you
got the target on your back, as they like to say.
People are going to come in and they're going to say that's the team that we have to beat if we're going to be a state champion, even if they're not technically the number 1 seed. But even though there has been some success historically for North Butler, this with a 4th-year head coach who is as young as Austin Guerrero is, and only 1 returning player from last year's team in total. This has been kind of a Cinderella run of sorts, and it all starts with the ability for them to prevent runs. But how do they score against a Clarksville team that knows how to win in these types of games with a pitcher in Sydney Loverine who absolutely knows how to get it done at this level?
Well, it's all going to start with Camry Groen. She's been everything for this North Butler offense. She leads the team in RBI, doubles, home runs. Get this. 64% of her hits this season have been extra base hits, so either doubles, triples, or home runs. So when she gets a hold of the ball, she can really rip it out of the park if she needs to. She's also going to be the starting pitcher for North Butler, 500 career strikeouts. She just surpassed this season, leads Class 1A in ERA, and is 2nd overall in wins. She is going to be the key to success if North Butler is going to win this game today.
Yeah, as we get going here, Zoe Thompson's going to lead off here for North Butler. The Bearcats 25-5, as we mentioned this season, finished in 3rd place at the top of Iowa East Conference. And as mentioned, just the 1 returning player as the first pitch is going to be outside to the lefty for ball 1. This format is brand new with the double elimination. That also means that it's brand new for this particular field, which we're calling Farm Bureau Field, to host games in the winners bracket. This is popped into center field right off the bat. It'll be Brooke Bolin underneath there to make the catch and retire Thompson for the first out of the inning. So you're going to talk about the pace of softball as well. I'll be honest with you, Owen, it's been a couple of years since I've done a softball game. These Iowa girls, man, they truck through these batting orders, and here so far just aggressive at the plate for North Butler.
Yeah, and we might be seeing the ball start to fly out of the park a little bit. That's at least what we saw in the game before this one. That matchup between West Monona and Southeast Warren, I think. What was the final of that game? 21-8, I think. They had to finish it early as Southeast Warren moved on.
21-8.
21-8.
In 4 innings.
Ball was absolutely flying out of the park, and that might be something that gives North Butler the advantage because Clarksville's not a team that hits a lot of home runs. I think they have something like 13 home runs this entire season. They really specialize in the small ball, and so who does that give advantage to today? If the ball's flying out, North Butler maybe gets another bit of a chance.
Yeah, Camry Groen for North Butler has 10 homers, and we'll see her bat here as she's in the on-deck circle. But at the plate right now with a 2-1 count is Charlotte Shook. Just a freshman. She is a catcher here, and Charlotte comes in batting .385, only 11 strikeouts so far this season. Great eye, 18 RBIs on the year as well. She hits this one on one hopper. It eats up the shortstop Wagness, and there's going to be what I would consider to be a hit. We'll see the official scoring on this, but good piece of hitting. A couple of balls in play off of the starting pitcher, Sydney Lovryan. Even putting the ball in play, Owen, is going to build some confidence for this North Butler offense.
Exactly. Once they start seeing those batters get on base, that starts to build a little bit of a momentum, a little bit of confidence that they kind of know as good as of a pitcher as Clarksville has in Sydney Lovryan. They're like, okay, maybe we can get to this girl. Maybe we can start moving people around the bases. And just something little like that out at shortstop, seeing something, maybe you and I are going to be scoring differently. I thought that looked like an error to me as the way it kind of got to her, but see how it goes in the book here. But something like that happens, and maybe that starts to rattle the nerves a little bit of a team like Clarksville as we continue on through this first inning here. North Butler wanting to set the tone early. Sometimes that happens in softball where you're able to find a run. Sometimes in that first inning, maybe get a run or two, and that starts to set the stage for something that could be big. That's exactly what we saw earlier in the game between Edgewood-Colesburg and IGHSAU Audubon, where Edco got a couple of early runs on the board, and that kind of set the stage for what ended up being one of the biggest upsets of the tournament so far. I think we've seen 2 1-seeds go down in Class 1A, and I believe the 4A 1-seed, I think, lost already. So we're already seeing some upsets, and this could be another one here.
Ball one here to Camry Grown. Corey Grown is the courtesy runner over there at first. So this ball off the hand, sinking, and it's going to drop down. Grown at second is going to hold there. It's a good job by Wedeking just to get there and knock that down. But that was a jam shot off the hands. But Camry Grown gets on base, and she's going to get a courtesy runner, I believe, here coming on as soon as the umpire gets that. Austin Guerrero managing his battery with Charlotte Shook, the catcher, and Camry Grown, the pitcher, both with a couple of courtesy runners. As mentioned, Corey Grown is at second base running for Shook.
Got 3 Grown sisters on this lineup with Camry, Kylie, and Corey. I think I heard that there might be another Grown that's an assistant coach on this team. 5 kids in all in that family. There's a brother involved as well. So they've got a family affair with 3 sisters who are trying to lead this team to an enormous upset. North Butler, overall, all-time, this is their 6th trip to the state tournament, just 1-5 all-time in the state quarterfinals. Only once they've been to the state semis, and so today trying to do that against a team that's only about 18 minutes away if you're driving between North Butler and Clarksville High School.
Depends on how fast you're driving.
That could depend as well.
First pitch.
If you're taking a school bus, I suppose that's
yeah, at least that long, right? Yep. By the way, Zoe Parno is the runner at first base, running for the pitcher, Camry Grown. So now running to third base. The throw is there, but the tag is not. Under the tag of Eve Jordan, that's going to be a stolen base. But that's interesting aggressive base running here early as Mackenzie Schultz with a 1-1 count.
And this is a team.
Harper Ingalls, the 8th grader, in the cleanup spot. And there's a bunt that's going to be fouled back.
This is a team in North Butler that can be aggressive on the base paths. They've got a couple gals with 10-plus stolen bases this year. Another one, Zoe Parno's got 9 so far. So they're a team that will try to utilize their speed against you. That's kind of the tactics that you see in softball where the coaches just like to sub people in and out and try to get the speed on the base paths.
1-2, call, third strike, and there is the second out of the frame. A little bit of trouble here for Lovryan as we get going here, and a real chance for North Butler. If she can navigate this, though, this is going to be a big confidence booster for Clarksville defensively because of some of the weirdness that has happened with the ball in play already. Yeah,
and Sydney Lovryan, she also passed 500 career strikeouts this year. All-tournament team last year when Clarksville won that state championship. There's so many connections between North Butler and Clarksville. One of those is with Sydney Lovryan. One of North Butler's assistants, Ainsley Lovryan, that's her older sister. So we've got family even across the enemy lines here.
Here's a little dribbler to third, picked up by Jordan. Long throw. What a stretch opportunity by Bolin, but she can't squeeze it. That'll allow 2 runs to score. Likely going to go in the books of E5. And what about this?
Wow.
The 7-seed North Butler pushing a couple across here. That a little dribbler, tough to handle. Jordan did a good job keeping her glove down. It was just a throw that was a little bit wide of Bolin at first base, and she just couldn't stretch and keep that ball in her glove, and that extends the inning here.
Terrific stretch there by Kara Bolin. I mean, she did everything she could to get her hands on that ball and nearly had a mid on it, but just dribbled out. And North Butler now takes the early advantage. Something interesting to see here, as we've already seen. As I mentioned, the number 1 seed go down in this 1A bracket. Now the number 7 seed trying to do the same thing. Upset number 2, the defending state champions from Clarksville.
1-1 here on the number 6 hitter, Kylie Grown, just a freshman. But we talked about the family. I don't think we need to keep hammering that home. But they say iron sharpens iron. And I think as this one off the end of the bat, floating out there to center, will hold that thought. Brooke Boland comes up with the catch. But 2 cross here in the first inning for the 7 seed North Butler. And it'll be Clarksville coming to the plate for their first check at the bat. We'll be back with more coming up next. You're watching the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
At Mid-American Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Yeah, it's a trip when you hit the road. And when you know when you've arrived. It's a trip when you get everything you want. The burger and the fries, the creek and the crick, the city and the countryside. It's a trip when you're where you're meant to be. In this moment, in this bathroom mirror, looking like $1 million. And yeah, it's a trip when it goes by fast. Des Moines. It's a trip. Make it yours.
We're back here live as the Class 1A state softball tournament underway, and what a start. First half inning, 2 runs crossed with 2 outs on an errant throw by Clarksville, and the number 2 seed and defending state champions will be down 2-0 before they get their first crack at the bat. But this is a great offense and a chance Owen Sebring to really show people what they can do, because this is a nice full lineup from top to bottom.
Yeah, exactly. And so many young players, too, on this Clarksville team. They've got, as young as they are, a lot of small ball players. No player on the team with more than 3 home runs. Only a couple of seniors who are regular starters on the team. 6 of their regular starters are either freshmen or 8th graders. So this is a Clarksville team that, as we mentioned, won a state championship last year, 2 seed this year, trying to win another state title, and they're built for the future, too. Katie Berman, again, in her 12th season as head coach at Clarksville, her alma mater, building something that really seems to be special over there in north central Iowa.
It is Camry Grown who is in the circle for the Bearcats here. Grown 150 and 2/3 innings. She pitched all but 22 1/3 innings throughout the season for this team, so definitely the workhorse here. 22-5 record, and has 224 strikeouts to just 45 walks. That seems impossible, but you know what? You're not going to see an offense this good in Clarksville all the time. We'll see if she can locate here on the big stages. The first pitch to the freshman catcher, Kate Lodge, misses 1-0.
Yeah, Cameron Groen is going to be the key to success for Clarksville, I think, both offensively and defensively. I mentioned that she's got 500 career strikeouts. She leads Class 1A in ERA, and she's second overall in wins. Of course, she is the workhorse, as you mentioned, in that lineup, pitching the majority of innings this season. And she's somebody that, again, coming in as a 7 seed. This is a tough 7 seed to see when you're Clarksville. Honestly, this is not a game that you want if you're Clarksville, facing a team that not only is playing with a lot of momentum, who's got some really talented players, but somebody who is a rival that plays just 20 minutes away from you that you see almost every single year, that's got so much crossover between girls that know each other. This is a team that is a tough rivalry when you get that in the state quarterfinals.
3-0, and this is going to be an outside strike, 3-1. Lodge, for the record here, is a freshman, 479 the average. Again, doesn't seem real. 15 walks. She has only struck out 4 times on the year.
Wow.
3-1, and she's going to hit this off the end of the bat over to short. Zoe Thompson up with it. Routine for the first out. And that's an important first out there for Groen, especially after issuing the first 3 pitches wide and settling in before, getting a base runner, which is going to be something I think is going to be key for North Butler, to keep those bases as empty as possible.
And things like that are where I think that the confidence of getting those 2 early runs really helps that, because that was just such a clean operation from the short to first throw, something we did not see out of Clarksville. They had that early fielding error, possibly, maybe a hit, however you want to score it, but that ate somebody up, and then they had the other throwing error, and that kind of starts to wear on your confidence a little bit, I think. But North Butler, now when they score a couple of runs early, that gives them a chance to set the tone, build a little bit of confidence, and now they're feeling a little better as they go out there and play defense.
Yeah, as that one's fouled off here by Reagan Wedeking, and just an 8th grader, one of 2 8th graders batting here for Clarksville in their batting order. It's always so impressive to me that 8th graders not just can play but can hang at this level with some of these great teams. You can just see some of the youth programs on display with these girls that play without even having stepped foot in the actual high school building for a class to this point. Is this one off the hands, out of play for Wedeking, 1-2. This is not a team that hits a lot of long balls like you mentioned, but they can string together singles and doubles, especially 11 of those for Wedeking so far this year. And, extra base hits, you don't have to hit home runs a bunch, but when you can pile up, double, single here, a couple of doubles, you can find yourself with a big crooked number a lot of the time. As the 1-2 on the way, that's high and away, 2-2 the count.
Yeah, Reagan Wedeking, also head coach Katie Berman, that is her first cousin. Another family relation within that Clarksville unit, as we see with a lot of small schools in Iowa. But, yeah, the 8th grader thing, that is going to be more of a conversation going forward, not just with softball, but with every sport, as Iowa recently passed the legislation that's going to allow 8th graders to come up and play high school ball in every single sport if they so choose. And I was asking the coaches, too, because I was unclear about, okay, does that mean now that 7th graders can come up and play baseball and softball? It sounds like that is not going to be the case for the time being, that it will remain just 8th grade. But there is going to be a rule now where if an 8th grader comes up and plays softball or baseball at the high school level, they cannot still play on the junior high team. Previously, that was the case where they could play both, or, at least as long as they kept the innings limit down. But overall, now they're only going to have to choose whether they want to play high school or junior high and just stick with that alone.
Yeah, there's no doubt as Hannah Wagnes is going to come up after Wedeking draws the full count walk. We don't see a ton of walks issued by Grown in the circle, and that shows you how important that was to get that first out, as the first pitch coming in here to Wagnes misses 1-0. The summer aspect of this makes it quite interesting, because as soon as this season ends, it's like 3 weeks, and then these girls are going to be going to high school in a lot of places. Depends on kind of the situations. That slips out of the hand by Grown, and it's 2-0. So it may not make a big difference, but I think that just the culture that is built up in a lot of these programs, there are a lot of 7th graders that see these 8th graders as a great example for what can happen before you even get a chance to play in or even go to high school, and you can play on this varsity team. It's quickly 3-0, and 3 batters in so far. Grown having a little trouble finding where the zone is.
Yeah, and that's such a big part about, especially when you look at the smaller communities. We're, of course, going to be covering the 1A tournament all week, and that's what we see at the 1A schools, where a little bit of success for these players that are 8th graders or freshmen, or might have had some relationships with the girls who are still in middle school, they start to see that happen, and that makes them more confident in themselves that they could do the same thing and just want to be out for sports. I mean, there's so many struggles with a lot of schools just getting girls to go out for sports, getting boys to go out for sports in some situations. We've seen some schools who have had to not field a girls basketball team for an entire season just because they can't get enough players out there. And so I think that the more success that you have, the more that's going to breed a culture of just people wanting to be involved. They see people winning, they see people having fun, and they want to be a part of that too. So best way to keep people involved is to keep winning and keep that culture trickling down to the middle school level.
Pop up here by Wagnes on a full count pitch. It's going to be caught by Harper Ingalls at second base. Let's set the defense quickly here for you for North Butler. It's Colby Wicks in left, Mackenzie Schultz in center, Grace Pittenger in right field, Kylie Grown at third, Zoe Thompson at short, Harper Ingalls at second, Eden Wicks at first with Charlotte Shook behind the plate. Camry Grown is the pitcher. And somehow, despite having some troubles finding the zone, finds herself just 1 out away from getting out of the jam, but has to face the dangerous Cara Bolin.
Well, that's what you got to do in high school softball, or any level of softball. It's sometimes not a matter of just coming out there and piling up every strikeout that you possibly can. We saw that out of Rachel Eggleseder out of Edgewood Colesburg. I think she had 16 strikeouts in that upset of IGHSAU EHK Audubon today. There are some teams like that just can rely on the pitcher to go out there and pile up Ks, but not always going to be the case.
Yeah, and there's a line drive single through the hole on the left side by Cara Bolin. And the first hit of the game for Clarksville puts 2 on with 2 outs. This is the exact situation that the North Butler team found themselves in the top half of this inning, and they were able to push a couple across. So Bolin finds herself at first base. You have Wedeking at second, and now Sydney Lovren, the senior pitcher. You mentioned it. She is going to be the leader defensively in the circle and offensively at the plate, and immediately an RBI chance for her here in the first as she takes ball one.
That's right. Only 2 home runs for her this season, so not the biggest power hitter for this Clarksville team, but as we mentioned, the ball has been flying out of this field today. Saw several home runs in the game right before this one, so anything is possible right now, and starting to build a little confidence on the Clarksville side.
Here's the pitch. This one's going to be a little chopper, and in between, oh, what a play made by Zoe Thompson, ranging way to her right, our left, and able to make the play. A little shovel to first with Grown covering, and that will end the inning. One inning in the books. 2-0. The upset-minded North Butler Bearcats will coming back right here on the Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau and the Girls Union Network powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
Hey, Frank. Oh, it looks like you spilled some grease.
Grills are multiplying and you need flavor that's bold.
There's nothing left for you to do
But to go to Fairway, your dream for Midwest meat. It's the one you need. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, you better stake up. Fairway and meat go hand in hand.
This dream is meant for you and me.
Poultry, pork, and beef, your home for Midwest meat. It's the one you need. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed.
Fairway, it's the one you need.
All right, back here live. It is, we have timeout being called. And, okay, so that was interesting. Sorry, we come back and have that surprise for you, but the first base umpire wanted the first baseman to, Kara Bolin, to tie the
shoe.
shoe, and then,
As we say here in
Sydney
Iowa,
in the circle
shoe.
just could not hear that time had been called. So now we're getting started, in the first pitch into the 7-hitter Briley Hinsey misses inside and low, 1-0. First inning, 2-0 is the score, and North Butler has the lead, and an important 0, I think, in the bottom of that first inning for Camry Groen, as this one is going to be popped foul by Hinsey, and it's 1-1 here to Hinsey.
And Sydney Lovren, it's time for her to start settling in, too. She's going to have to build a little bit of confidence here if she wants to settle into this game. Most teams are going to have one pitcher who carries a bulk of the pitching duties, and, of course, that is no different on this Clarksville unit. Sydney Lovren, she's pitched in 26 games this year, 131 innings. 134 strikeouts to her name, 19 wins overall. One of these great Clarksville players that everybody just has been watching since they've been in 8th grade and has grown up with this program, and last year helped lead them to a state title.
That one just popped foul, out of play, unreachable for the defender, Eve Jordan, on that third base side. Hinsey on the year, 276 the average, does have 3 doubles and a homer to her name. Right-handed batter here is a 1-2 count. Lovren toes the rubber back to the circle, and this one going to hit her. Control issues, it could be humidity, but you can't really blame that. These girls have been playing with it last several weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But the hit by pitch puts Hinsey at first base, and that puts Grace Pittenger, the junior right fielder, at the plate here with 1 on and nobody out.
One of the few upperclassmen in this North Butler roster. Both of these teams really relying on a lot of youngsters, sophomores or younger, who are carrying this team into the state tournament today. Grace Pittenger, one of the few upperclassmen with North Butler fields.
Right side, Capri Clark on the first pitch. And, again, a big out just to kind of settle things. The last thing you need is first 2 aboard while you're also down 2-0 here early. With every subsequent inning, the underdog is going to feel confident in this situation. And now Eden Wicks is going to come up the 9-hitter with 1 out and runner on. First pitch, showing bunt. This is going to be foul.
And the biggest surprise about that with North Butler getting the early confidence is that North Butler hasn't been here since 2021. There's not a player on this roster who would have been playing the last time that they played at the state tournament. Clarksville, they've got so many players back. You would have thought that they might have come in with all the confidence in the world to come in here and play so well against a team they've beaten 13 times in a row, but North Butler with the early edge.
There's another bunt attempt, but dribbles foul again, so 0-2. Do you think we're going to see another bunt attempt here at the 9 slot here for Austin Guerrero?
Can't imagine so. That's usually not the move when you got 2 strikes against you. You don't want to lay it down. Softball, sometimes a coach might just feel a little bit confident in his bunting abilities, but.
And instead, it's going to be off the hands. A great play by the shortstop, Wangsness, who was able to field it on a spinning hop. That is such a tough play, moving away from second base, and then was able to flip it to second. Capri Clark was covering. It definitely helped that that ball was spinning, and it was far enough away from Hinsey at first base. She really didn't get a great read on whether or not that ball was going to be caught, so that's why she is taken out at second base for the second out on the fielder's choice, 6-4.
Yeah, great play there by Hannah Wangsness, who's maybe the best player on this Clarksville lineup. She's going to be playing at the senior softball all-star game, and I think that's just next week here after we finish up the state tournament, but just such a talented player for Clarksville that she can be relied on in making a play like that after making an error in the first inning.
Oh, just behind on the throw by Kate Lodge. You got a young catcher here. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they can get irrationally confident as well with their arm. But a great read on a big secondary lead by Wicks over there at first base. Nearly had her picked off. Zoe Thompson, 0 for 1, flew out to center to start the game in the first inning. Fouls this back and is now 1-2.
Kate Lodge, a really outstanding catcher as well. She has 0 fielding errors this season. Leads the team in stolen bases, too. Just a smart player that they have behind the plate. That's exactly what you want, especially when it's a youngster like that. She's just a freshman there backing things up.
Yeah, and let her throw around the base paths. Is this one going to be popped up? And this will hit the back netting. And we will do the 1-2 again. Thompson didn't get to her numbers when she came up the first time. 470 the average, a good base runner as well with 11 steals on the season. Does have a homer to her name, 7 doubles and 4 triples. So definitely can get that extra base hit going. She bats here with 2 outs and a runner on first base here in the second inning. And the delivery from Lover, and this one's going to be a grounder, a couple of hops over to Clark. Easy throw over to first base, and that will retire the side. The leadoff hit by pitch does nothing, and we're through an inning and a half. It is North Butler 2, Clarksville nothing. You are here watching the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau.
At MidAmerican Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Whether you volunteer or hang with friends, play pickleball, read or follow trends. No matter what your retirement style, you deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. Some Medicare plans don't cover vision or dental. With Delta Dental, you can save on what's essential. Get coverage and take care of your health. It's peace of mind, so treat yourself. It's more affordable than you might think. Give us a call or visit this link.
Bottom of the second inning, and number 2 seed Clarksville going to come to the bat here with their number 6, 7, and 8 hitters. Brooke Bolin will lead things off. Emery Songer here with Owen Sebring. Owen, so far, this is the underdogs, mentality here from North Butler, but a very good squad. Mm-hmm. Having to try to find a way to put some pressure on the defending state champions, and through an inning and a half, I think job well done so far.
Yeah, and we could see this be the inning where Clarksville, they started to build some confidence, really made some nice defensive plays in the last inning, and that might be the moment where they start to settle in, figure things out, and start swinging the bats and moving people around the bases.
First pitch up high to Bolin. Bolin, just a freshman. You alluded to how young both of these teams are.
Mm-hmm.
I always marvel at how young some of these rosters are, and just kind of some of the optimism that's going to be coming for the sustained success you would think some of these teams are going to be able to have, although softball is a fairly unpredictable sport. That's the foul ball there by Bolin, 1-1. Bolin on the season so far coming into the state tournament, this freshman batting .355 with 8 doubles and 3 homers. That 3 stands pretty tall. She is the team leader with 3 homers on the season for a team that does not generally hit the home run ball, but they do find gaps and they do run the bases aggressively.
And she is a really smart batter. She's only struck out 3 times this year in 96 at-bats. She knows what she's doing there at the plate.
2-1 count on the way, and this is up around the shoulders. She's able to get a bat on it and foul it straight back, making it 2-2. Camry Grown trying as much as she can with this Clarksville lineup. That first inning was a little bit dicey, and about half of her pitches were out of the strike zone, but was able to navigate it without allowing a run to score. As that catches Black on the inside corner, and there is the first strikeout recorded by Camry Grown.
Well, I don't know if that was an announcer jinx doing its work, but as I mentioned, Brooke Bolin had only struck out 3 times coming into the state tournament. 96 at-bats, smart at the plate, but boy, just got caught there by Camry Grown, and that's an impressive strikeout for her to start this inning off.
You know, it never fails. She was all over the place in that first inning, and then boom, a picture-perfect pitch on the inside corner for the first out. As the 8th grade right fielder Micah Hall steps in, 0-1 quickly the count to her. Hall will get to her numbers here after this delivery as this is fouled off of the screen, make it quickly an 0-2. Hall comes in at 217 is the average with 1 double on the season, but another young player that you can kind of plug and play in a lot of different places.
Yep. Yeah, this is a lineup up and down. Again, as we mentioned, you can get danger from anywhere in the lineup, and that's what you need in softball too, just anywhere they can kind of start things off. Somebody to get on base and start getting people around. Again, with softball, there's so many substitutions you see out there. Just getting somebody on base you can sub somebody in to get a little speed on the base pass, maybe steal second. So just getting one person on there just takes a little bit to tip the momentum in a team's favor.
As an emergency swing that time by Hall, just trying to stay alive, and she does so. It is 1-2 to her here. I'm not trying to, overstate this, I don't think, but I remember when I was an athlete in high school, I remembered every single sport who won that state championship in my class. And if it would have been a school right down the road from me, like in this situation, man, I would be really jealous also.
Oh, yeah.
So these North Butler girls, this is a dream come true, I think, for them to get a chance to see Clarksville early in the tournament. And they've been probably thinking about this all week, waiting for this to happen. Is this a little blooper just about 1.5 feet to the wrong side of the foul line for Clarksville. But Hall staying alive up there. You can see some of the bat skills for this left-hander. Sometimes you see lefties and it's really slap or nothing. But you can see just some of the bat work that she's able to have as an 8th grader. Emergency swings, being able to reach out there and just try to poke the ball here. 2-2, and that's high, and it's 3-2.
And you make a good point about the local success starting to rub off on another school, because North Butler has seen the model that Clarksville has employed, and they've been able to maybe do that themselves. Austin Guerrero, in his 4th year as a head coach at North Butler, I'm sure he looks up to somebody like Katie Berman, who's had so much success at Clarksville and is able to maybe employ some of the tactics that she uses.
This is going to be fouled back. How about this at bat for an 8th grader? The 9th pitch will be upcoming, and it was quickly 0-2, mind you. And she's been able to fight back here. And, yes, the bases are empty, but this is the exact kind of at-bat that's giving more information to not just Micah Hall, but to every other player in that Clarksville dugout. Here's Groan's delivery of the payoff. This one's going to be off the hands. Nice shoestring catch by Thompson at shortstop for the second out of the inning.
And another great play there by the shortstop out of North
Butler. I throw my back out. Yeah. On the run.
Just a great reach. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. She's made a couple nice plays there at short. North Butler, a team that also had to go through some tough teams there in regional play. They avenged 2 of their regular season losses by beating number 5 Newman Catholic in the regional finals, the same team that they beat in the 2021 regional finals. So just getting here alone took beating the 5th best team in the state, and now they have a chance to do same thing again, possibly beating 2 top 5 teams in back-to-back games if they want to reach the state semifinals.
Freshman Gia Hoodger is at the plate, 333 average, 3 doubles on the season for her. She bats in the 8 hole, another lefty, as this changeup comes just inside, and it's 1-1 to her. Hoodger is the designated player. She is batting for the second baseman, Capri Clark. The 1-1 on the way here from Groan. That one's going to late swing, fouled off the screen. 1 and 2. Interesting thing about the field that we're playing on here that is unique to all of the fields that are around. There are 5 fields, every field kind of housing a class for this new double elimination format. It's a brand new deal that they have here at Harlan Rogers Park. As we'll get to this 1-2 here, and fouled back here by Hoodger. But this one is one of what they would call the mini majors. And this is the Little Fenway, basically, mini Fenway Field. And the reason I mention that is because left field, there is a little bit of a green monster, essentially, and we're calling it Farm Bureau Field. You see the big sign out there. So this is the only field where that is going to be in play. Now, it's in play for every 1A team, as this one, another foul ball here by Hoodger. Clarksville growing pretty well.
Yeah, it's
I'm not saying it's going to be a major factor, but it does add a little bit of a quirk to this particular field that the 1A teams are going to be playing.
Yeah, for any of the right-handed batters who are hitting the ball out there, that just makes life a little bit more difficult for the left fielder because that's a little bit less space that you have to work with. We see another strike there. But, yeah, in that left field spot, as we see, I'm a Red Sox fan, so I've watched a lot of games be played there at Fenway, and that's something that they have to deal with is the fact that there are a lot of balls kind of coming off there. You have to play the angles, kind of figure out how it's going to hit off the wall if you're going to keep it in play. So that is just one other extra wrinkle to the game.
Yeah, and just, it'd be interesting. As there's another changeup, and she gets the call. That is a tough one on the inside corner. Hoodger goes down after another long at-bat. Second strikeout of the inning there for Grown, and they're through 2. North Butler leading number 2 Clarksville here in the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau, and you're watching it on the Girls Union Network powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
Freedom Tire is proud to support the Iowa Girl through their sponsorship of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping you on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Give us a try at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of the IGHSAU.
We head to the 3rd inning. Emery Songer, Owen Sebring with you as number 2 seed Clarksville taking on North Butler, the 7 seed. 2 schools separated by just about 15 miles, and they are taking each other on here in the 3rd with North Butler looking to pull the upset. And it is the number 2 hitter, Charlotte Shook, the freshman catcher, who takes ball 1 to start this inning. Owen, this is another thing. It's hot out there. Really hot out there. It's been hot for the last few weeks, so it's not new for these players. There's a rocket ship, but Eve Jordan up to the task over there at third base. They call it the hot corner for a reason, and she's able to glove it for the first out.
Beautiful catch there at third base. My goodness. But one thing that stuck out to me about the last inning, we saw 2 strikeouts by Clarksville from the pitcher here for North Butler, Camry Grown, who's stepping to the plate right now. Clarksville is 3rd in Class 1A in the amount of times they've been struck out. That's a team that does not strike out a lot. Seeing 2 in 1 inning, 2 in the first 2 innings alone, that's an impressive look there by Camry Grown, who I mentioned even coming into the game that she's one of the best pitchers in the state of Iowa in Class 1A, and she's really given it to Clarksville so far.
Yeah, and that was coming after I mentioned the first inning. She was kind of trying to figure out where that zone was. So that's kind of an interesting thing is that just misses here. 2 Grown from Cindy Lovren, the right-hander for Clarksville, 2-0. I was mentioning the heat. Part of the reason that's not maybe as big a factor as it may usually be is because it's been really, really hot for these girls the last 3 or 4 weeks. But they are taking some hydration breaks throughout the games here, and that's one thing that you're going to notice is there's going to be some extended breaks as we get into the later innings, as it's 3-0 now. 1-for-1, by the way, and a 4-pitch walk by Grown, so she's already making an impact at the plate. That is the first walk issued by Lovren. Yeah, it looks as though – sorry, Owen. They're going to get another courtesy runner here. And, nope, it looks like Grown will run for herself here. to start this third inning.
You know, just one thing that stands out to me about Groen is, again, her impressive percentages at the plate. 82 at-bats this year, so 35% of her hits have been home runs, all right? So she's had 28 hits this year. 10 of those have been home runs. So that's a reason maybe why you're going to see Clarksville pitch around her a little bit, is because they know that she can really get a hold of the ball when she finds good wood.
1-1 here to Harper Ingalls, the cleanup hitter, 8th grader, struck out looking in the first inning. Here's the 1-1 showing bunt, pulls back, and now the runner taking off, and what a throw, a peg by Kate Lodge. We talked about it last inning. She knows how to throw it. They let her throw it, and she is a very rare left-handed catcher, so it maybe takes players off by surprise, but Groen was trying to steal second base and just absolutely cut down. Great job by Wagsness also coming across and being able to make the tag after she came from way in the hole on the left side. But what a throw there by Lodge.
Surprising decision there by Coach Austin Guerrero to have Cameron Groen try to steal. She only has one stolen base this entire season. They didn't put a courtesy runner in there for her this time. Usually that's the scenario where you're going to see somebody try to make a steal. So they left her in, tried the steal, and that did not pay off as the catcher there, Kate Lodge, who, again, has no errors this entire season. Boy,
we saw her try to pick off behind a runner in the first inning.
Right.
So, I mean, clearly they like her. There's a change. And what a pitch there by Loverin, and there we go. And she faces the minimum around the one-out walk, and then, of course, the caught stealing. So how about this? We'll go ahead and steamroll into the bottom of the third. Clarksville will bat, trailing North Butler 2-0 here on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
At Mid-American Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Back here live at Farm Bureau Field at Harlan Rogers Sports Complex. Emery Sunger and Owen Sebring here with you. Class 1A quarterfinals in a double elimination format. And so far an exciting one. We've seen some great defense, some good pitching. We've seen some aggressive base running. And the one thing that we do have is the underdog still leading 2-0.
That's right. And I still don't know how I feel about this. I think that teams are going to start to feel out a little bit how they approach the double elimination format. I just wonder coming in, does that affect the mentality at all of some of these teams? Just because you're coming in knowing that it's not exactly do or die. Even if you lose, you have one more chance. You got one more loss that you can play with. Again, obviously every team's going to come out there trying to play, but I just don't know if that affects mentality. Maybe it makes you play more loose, maybe more tight. I really don't know, but it seems like that's going to play itself out as we try to figure out this new format.
Eve Jordan's first pitch fouled straight back, and I think what we're going to notice is when we go back at the end of this thing and see how the top seeds and the lower seeds did, you can probably maybe try to discern a pattern there. As Jordan comes in, she really is the definition of a second leadoff hitter, coming in with a .397 average. Really just knows how to get on base. The right-handed batter takes the ball upstairs, 1-1. Jordan also, along her stat line, 3 doubles, a triple, and a home run, and has walked 12 times to just 5 strikeouts out of this 9-hole.
Man, yeah, just everybody in this Clarksville lineup. I know you've heard me mention a few times just smart players at the plate, but that is just this entire Clarksville team. Everybody just so smart, and that's what you get when you have such an experienced coach like Katie Berman, is that she just knows how to instill that kind of confidence and intelligence with everybody at the plate. Again, as we mentioned, not a lot of big home run hitters. Nobody with more than 3 home runs on the entire Clarksville team.
Hard to believe, by the way.
But just a team full of people who know how to get on base, know how to avoid strikeouts, know how to draw a walk, know how to steal a base when they need to. Everybody just knows how to play their role exactly like it needs to be.
All right, so 1 and 2 now here to Jordan before we roll back to the top of the Clarksville order, and she's going to take on a check swing up high, 2 and 2. Kate Lodge and Reagan Wedeking is going to be the next two hitters scheduled up here for Clarksville in this bottom of the third inning. But just one hit through two, a couple of strikeouts, and as you alluded to last inning, Owen, this is not a team that strikes out much. There's another off speed that just misses, and it's 3 and 2.
Yeah, again, as I mentioned, they're third in Class 1A, and the amount of times they've been struck out this year, that goes back into that intelligence that people have at the plate. And last inning, 2 strikeouts. I bet there haven't been many times this entire season where they've had 2 strikeouts in a single inning for Clarksville.
Payoff, swing, and a miss. How about 3 of the last 4 batters for Clarksville?
And we do see that at the bottom of the lineup. Those 3 strikeouts have come against players 6 through 9 in the lineup, so that is maybe a factor into the bottom of the order. But, again, North Butler just keeps grinding away. Camry growing a lot of confidence in the circle right now. The more players that she sits down on strikeouts, the more confidence that is going to build in her as she goes forward.
First pitch, this is going to be flying into the gap in left center, and it's down for Lodge on the first pitch. She'll head to second and have a stand-up double. How about that first extra base hit of the ball game? And extra base hits in today's game brought to you by Channel Seeds, the enhanced Channel Seed brand here to help farmers like you raise your game and rise to the challenge. Learn more at channel.com/rise.
Here's something to watch for as we have Caitlin Lodge now on second base. She leads the team in stolen bases. She's 8 of 9 on stolen bases this year. I know that Coach Katie Berman is going to want to be aggressive right now, I think, where she's going to want to start to put the pressure on North Butler a little bit, try to get that runner around. I would not be surprised if we see Kate Lodge maybe get a leadoff, maybe try to get over to third on a steal.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, second time through, third time through, we're going to notice maybe who's done a little bit better job of picking up with the pitchers that are being thrown out there. But we just mentioned 3 of the previous 4 batters have been struck out by Camry Grown, and the very first pitch, liked it, put a good swing on it, and put it into the left center gap by Kate Lodge for that double. And for Lodge this season, that is her 10th double. She is the 3rd Clarksville Indian in double figures and doubles this season. Good productive out here by Wedeking on the first pitch. Grounds it on a few hops over to second. That is the second out, but Lodge does move to third. And now you've got to be alert if you are Charlotte Shook behind the plate now for any wild pitches or pitches in the dirt, because Lodge and her aggressiveness, she's going to try to score on anything that gets away.
That's right, and this is exactly who you want at the plate if you're Clarksville. Hannah Wangsness. She broke the school career record in RBI, 171, possibly, and counting if she can drive in Caitlin Lodge here.
Yeah, she 0 for 1, by the way, popped up on the right side to second baseman Harper Ingalls in the first inning.
Another smart player, as I mentioned, after we see this pitch. She's only struck out twice this entire season, 92 at-bats. Hannah Wangsness only has 2 strikeouts. She, too, just knows what she's doing at the plate. She's going to play in the Senior All-Star game, as I mentioned. Like I said, in a game where you're trying to get back into this thing, this is who you want up there.
This one going to stick in the hand just a little bit too long there for Grown as she tries to get that changeup over. It's 2-1. Wangsness, as you mentioned, on the season, the RBI number will stick out with 37, but 15 doubles to go along with the triple and 2 homers this season. So definitely can get some extra bases as well as this one up around the eyes. 3-1. And this is the thing. She's got protection behind him. Mm-hmm. Kara Bolin right behind her in the order. Walking her isn't going to all of a sudden magically make the lineup easier to deal with.
Yeah,
so
the good news if you're North Butler is you have those 2 outs already to play with. So they're probably not going to get too aggressive with Wangsness, giving her anything to hit.
The 3-1, this is inside, and it is ball 4. So I don't, it'll be interesting is that's the second walk issued by Grown in the circle. And Kara Boland's going to come up here with a chance at the RBI, but as you mentioned, with first base open there, you don't really need to serve up a meatball to one of the best RBI hitters in Class 1A.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she's somebody that is second in Class 1A in walks. Kara Boland broke the school record for walks, so she's somebody, too, who knows how to get on base as she avoids one there.
Oh, they are trying to pick her off, and can Wangsness keep it alive? She can. Runner scores, and she's safe at second. So it was not properly executed by North Butler, and that's exactly what Wangsness was trying to do. tried to set up the rundown, will get credit for a stolen base, and then the steal of home by Lodge. So you see this a lot in softball where usually most of the time that I've seen it, they don't just throw the ball back to the pitcher. They don't even try to get the runner out from first to second as there's a swing and a miss by Bolin.
Yeah, just let her take the steal at that point.
Right. But instead, they get her in a rundown and the heads-up running by Lodge, and then a great job by Wangsness. Not only did she avoid the tag and allowed the run to score, but then she was safe at second base. It is now 0-2, though, to Bolin. Bolin looks at a changeup a little bit over the letters. But, wow, I mean, we want to talk about put a star on that play right there if this game comes down to a run either way, because that was great base running there by Clarksville.
Just a matter of being able to outrun Eden Wicks, the first baseman for North Butler.
Bolin did get a base hit in the first inning. Liner out there into left field. First base again open, but I'm sure Groen is looking just to try to get out of this frame as quickly as possible. This one inside, maybe a little bit low, and it's now 3-2. She's really having to work out there. And I know for softball it doesn't put the strain on the arm nearly as much, but with the heat and the humidity, and as much as these pitchers have already worked this season, you have to keep an eye on fatigue, especially with the kind of quality at-bats that you're going to be seeing from teams like Clarksville.
Yeah, it's going to be another factor out there, as we say that.
3-2, fouled back.
We say that from an air-conditioned press box.
Thank
nice
God
to
for
be
this, by the way. I mean, they've really outdone themselves here to set this up for not just us, the fans as well. I know the fans are dealing with the heat, but an excellent job making this accessible so we can give proper broadcasts to all 5 fields throughout the entire week, because until this year, it was only 2 games at a time.
Yep. Where else would somebody want to be outside of Farm Bureau Field to the left of Emery Songer? This is a beautiful time to be in Iowa, I tell you what.
You look great, too.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, both
You're
of us.
the TV guy.
That's how they pay me to look.
3-2 on the way here. And it's going to be flared out of play right side, and we will do it again. A lot of at-bats here for Clarksville the last couple of innings that have gone 6 or more pitches, which honestly, if we're talking about just how not just fatigue, but just you're learning more with each pitch that you're seeing from a pitcher from the batter's box, you are learning. As another payoff pitch, this ball popped out into left center. They were playing her that direction, and it'll be the center fielder making the play, Mackenzie Schultz squeezing it. But a run does score with 2 outs on a steal, a double steal, quite an interesting deal. And we are going to have a hydration break after this inning. We will come back in just a moment, but it's 2-1. The 7-seed North Butler does still have the lead as we head to the 4th here on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
Yeah, it's a trip when you hit the road. And when you know when you've arrived. It's a trip when you get everything you want. The burger and the fries, the creek and the crick, the city and the countryside. It's a trip when you're where you're meant to be. In this moment, in this bathroom mirror, looking like $1 million. And yeah, it's a trip when it goes by fast. Des Moines. It's a trip. Make it yours.
Excelling in athletics takes teamwork, dedication, and a commitment to excellence. These are the same qualities that help our pig farmers and our communities thrive. The Iowa Pork Producers Association is proud to support statewide high school athletics and the student athletes who make us all proud. Visit iowapork.org/WeCare to meet the people behind the pork and hear about our winning approach to caring for our pigs, the environment, and our communities.
We're getting set to head to the 4th inning here. It's the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau. Emery Songer and Owen Sebring here at Farm Bureau Field. And we are in the midst of a hydration break, which I think is well warranted. I haven't checked the latest number on my phone here, but it is oppressive out there. It's showing me a 93 with a real feel closer to 98.
Wow.
So, and I mean, the sun has been out most of the day, which doesn't help either.
Yeah, World Cup, not the only ones that need a hydration break every now and then. And that is what can wear these teams down. As we mentioned, with pitchers in softball, of course, they can go out there and they can pitch every day, sometimes twice a day, and they're going to be all right. But when you get into this late July heat, that's something that can start to wear you down. You might look good early, but the heat, the amount of pitches you start to see might start to add up a little bit. We've seen Camry Groen have some long at-bats brought against her from the Clarksville batters, and so will that be a factor going forward? Are things going to start to slow down a little bit as we get to the back half of this game? But so far, but just been an even matchup. I mean, again, this does not look like a 2-7 game. Already saw one upset in Class 1A with an 8-1. Again, Edgewood Colesburg beating IGHSAU Audubon earlier today, and now we have another one possibly brewing, but Clarksville are starting to find their rhythm at the plate.
Well, do we call the 5/4 also an upset?
I mean, we can call it that if we want to. In the books, it is.
Definitively,
sure.
It kind of is. But it was really the score in which that was achieved. It was a 4-inning game, and the 5-seed Southeast Warren defeated West Monona 21-8.
Yeah. I was kind of talking to the coaching staff of these teams, of these current teams, as that game was going on, and that's what Austin Guerrero said to me. We were talking, and I think in the 5 minutes we were chatting, we saw 2 home runs happen, and so he said that too. He's like, "Boy, this ball's really flying out of the park today," and it's not like it's windy or something out there. It's
not
just
really, no.
One of those days where sometimes the bats are feeling good, sometimes there's another factor out there. I don't know if it's the heat or something added in, but at least the previous 2 teams, they were really giving the ball a ride and saw a high-scoring one. Not what we've seen so far, of course, of the 2-1 battle so far, a game that specializes in the pitching but also in just the defensive fielding. You know, we haven't seen a whole lot of strikeouts through a few innings. Clarksville struck out 3 times. North Butler, they've been struck out twice, so not a huge pitcher's duel exactly. It's more of a defensive duel where they've had to rely on the defenses to do things. Early on, Clarksville's 2 runs really were scored because they relied on a defensive error from Clarksville. So the defense has kind of been what's dictated the pace of this game so far. Really, all 3 runs you could say are defensive issues because it was the stolen base situation where Clarksville was able to push their run across too.
Yeah, that's aggressive offense, but again, it's interesting, and I would wonder if we go back and we're not going to get an answer until we go and talk well after the game with the coaching staff and maybe even the players as to whether or not Charlotte Shook was trying just to throw that ball back to the pitcher, or was she trying to throw the runner out at second base, and then from there it just kind of was the infielders that didn't really have the awareness of when the runner was trying to come home and score. But it just felt a little bit maybe it wasn't executed on the defensive side of things as you usually see something like that executed. And all due respect to the base running also, but excellent job in the circle by Groen to get out of that with any further damage, because not only did Wagsness avoid getting tagged out before the run scored, but then she was safe at second base, so there was still a runner in scoring position with a very dangerous hitter at the plate.
It really could be one of those muscle memory situations too. When you're a catcher and you see somebody trying to steal second, it's easy to forget sometimes that somebody's on third base and that you maybe don't have an out to play with. And so sometimes it's just muscle memory. It's just natural to want to throw a runner out as she goes for second base.
That's
sometimes too, in softball, I don't know if they were also trying to implement this where they'll see the runner maybe coming home, so the catcher will almost do like a fake throw a little bit high, and it'll get caught by the pitcher, and then they're going to throw it home to try to get the runner who's coming home out. So maybe that, again, just maybe a miscue on one of their parts where it just did not work as perfectly as they were planning to. That's why you got to have your head on straight here at state softball. Not to say that wasn't the case with the North Butler defense, but just everything has to be so picture perfect, so precise. If you want to move on, you have to have everything execute just perfectly.
Yeah, it's tough to be perfect out there, but that is one thing. Each and every play is blown up beyond normal proportion just because of what's on the line here. There's the first pitch of this 4th inning after the hydration break and the called strike from Sydney Lovren to Mackenzie Schultz. Schultz, the sophomore center fielder, was at the plate when she hit a weird kind of chopper over to third base, as this one going to be fouled straight down off of Schultz's leg. Looks like she's going to walk that one off. But Schultz dribbled one over to third base. Eve Jordan fielded it. It was a tough play. Then she came up and tried to throw her out. It was just a little wide on the throw. Couldn't be pulled in by Bolin at first. And in the interim, 2 runs scored, and those are the 2 runs that are on the scoreboard here for the North Butler Bearcats so far. Is this one well inside, and it's 1-2.
That's part of the beauty of softball. I really do love this game, and that's part of the reason why, is because just any ball in play, it doesn't have to be a well-hit ball even for you to score a couple runs, but the difference in a game can just be a simple situation like that where you just get a little dribbler, rely on a defensive error, and that'll do the job.
High pop-up out into center, and squeezing it is Brooke Bolin as Mackenzie Schultz flies out to her counterpart out there in center for the first out of the inning. Kylie Groen, the freshman, comes to the plate. She also flew to center first time up back in the first inning. Doing pitch count's not really that important in softball compared to baseball. The first pitch on the way here from Lovren is in there, a strike, 0-1.
Again, Kylie Groen, she's one of those 3 Groen sisters that they have on the lineup. Kylie, Camry, and Corey Groen, 3 sisters all playing on the same state tournament team.
That's a mouthful. This is going to be one hopper over to third. Jordan, a nice throw, easy play for the out, 5-3 in your books, and quickly 2 away. Hinsey comes up. Riley Hinsey was hit by a pitch in a 1-2 count back in the second. But I was doing some pitch count work here. 3 innings so far. By my count, 64 pitches thrown by Groen in this heat against this offense. That's a lot of information that they're picking up as well as they work their second time through, and we'll see them come to bat here again in the bottom of the fourth. Whereas only 43 pitches through 3 innings here for Lovren.
Okay, yeah, that can start to make a difference once those numbers start to add up. That's a reason why so many teams like to have a strikeout pitcher, because you can start to end pitches and end at-bats in 3, 4, 5 pitches. But when you're a team that relies on groundouts or relies on balls to get hit into the infield or even pop-ups to the outfield, those ABs can add up.
This is going to be a short pop into center, a basket catch made by Brooke Bolin, and a quick 1-2-3 inning once again. So Lovren really kind of hitting a stride here, settling into this one after that troublesome first inning. And we'll head to the bottom of this fourth inning, halfway home in this Class 1A quarterfinal. It is 2-1 North Butler right here on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
At Mid-American Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Looks like another perfect day to get out there and enjoy the summer.
Oh, before she gets in the car, it's easy to choose. B-E-R-F-E-C-T. B-E-R-F-E-C-T. Come on, baby, you look good on me. If you see what I can see, now H-E-O-O-D.
Iowa State Fair, August 13th through the 23rd.
Sydney Lovren, Brooke Bolin, and Micah Hall are going to be the scheduled hitters here in the bottom of the fourth inning for the number 2 seed Clarksville Indians as they play here in the first round of the Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau on Farm Bureau Field. Emery Songer, Owen Sebring here with you. 2 schools separated by less than 15 miles playing in this first round, and a good one brewing so far as Sydney Lovren takes on fellow pitcher Camry Groen. First pitch in there for a strike, 0-1 as Lovren 0-for-1 hit into a fielder's choice in the first inning.
One of the things I just learned when I was talking to the coaches downstairs, too, is that not only are these teams so close to each other, not only do they play each other every year, but as we see
this one just foul.
Pulled foul. But they actually share wrestling programs. And so the girls wrestling team from North Butler will go over and compete with the girls at Clarksville, and vice versa for the boys teams. They'll go over and compete at North Butler. So these are teams that not only do they know each other well, they're even teammates in some other sports. They're sharing so closely with each other.
That is quite fascinating. Is this one going to chop off of a hop, third base? A little bit of a low throw from Kylie Groen, but it reaches Eden Wicks no problem, and the first out is recorded. I think the defenses have also settled down just a little bit outside of the little base running snafu there for North Butler, because it just feels like everybody, things that aren't usually routine plays are starting to look very routine for these players out here.
Yeah, and that's something that can set teams apart as we see one fouled back behind the backstop. That's something that does set teams apart in a way that you can ensure your spot at the state tournament is by just being a good, solid defensive unit. That's something that not every team has. Working in television sports for a lot of years, I watched a lot of high school softball games, and that's where so many teams do fall apart, is that they're just not mentally sound in the defense. And so once you get a team that has that ability, as we're seeing a dribbler down to third base again, second straight throw out there from third base by Kylie Groen. for the second out. But as we see these teams out there that can lock down on defense, that's what's going to be that's what can be one of those big building blocks to help you ensure a spot at the state tournament, ensure that you're a team that's at least in the conversation every postseason.
Yeah, how about that play there by Kylie Grown to retire Brooke Bolin? That one was a little bit tougher, and as slow as that ball was rolling down there, and Bolin can run pretty well, was able to make a really nice play. His first pitch over to short. Zoe Thompson stabs at it, and right on cue, after saying that she worked really hard the first 3 innings, and she did, Camry Grown only throws 7 pitches in this inning and gets out of it no problem at all. So how about that? Second time, by the way, Micah Hall has lined out to short. We'll head to the 5th. North Butler still hanging out with a 2-1 lead as we have more Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament action on the way, presented by Iowa Farm Bureau on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
Excuse me, man. You dropped this.
Got another hydration break underway here as after the third inning, after each inning, they're giving these girls a 3-minute break to kind of get their bearings about them. It does kind of stunt things a little bit. It doesn't have we can't really speed run through later innings like you sometimes will see at the state tournament when pitchers and defenses really start to lock in. So if you are in one of these dugouts and you're getting kind of these breaks that you otherwise wouldn't have as we head into the later innings, how would that kind of affect your mentality? Do you think you appreciate the break mentally and physically, or is it something that, especially for pitchers, that it's a little bit of a a hurdle that they're going to have to get through?
I do think that both teams are really going to have to appreciate that break, but if it advantages one team, it might be Clarksville, because the longer the game goes on, the more North Butler has to think about this lead, think about the fact that they're the 7th seed, facing a team that's beat them 13 straight times now. You've got a lot to think about in that North Butler dugout, and so just being able to avoid that, the more that you're on the field, the less you're mentally thinking about things, thinking about the situation or the circumstances or the fact that you've only won one state quarterfinal game in your school's history. I think that could play in Clarksville's favor a little bit, the more that they maybe hope that they're getting into North Butler's head some here as we get to the later half of these innings, but both teams do, again, have to appreciate the fact that they just get a little bit of a break after each inning, because it's
you're wearing the weather
as you mentioned, it's like it's getting close to triple digits in the feels like temperature.
Did you know I bowled a perfect game once?
I don't know how I would have known that, so until this second, no, I did not. But do you want to take this opportunity to tell me all about it?
Yeah. So I was in a league, and one thing that you could do in league, I was in college at the time, is you could go and pre-bowl. So you could bowl because maybe one or two of our members of the team wouldn't be there. So get me back out there, man. Like I need to, don't give me this time to think about this.
Yeah, let's just keep rolling. We don't want to have to think about this anymore. Let's just get through this game. It's kind of the same mentality as Ryan Fox, who just won the Open Championship yesterday.
He is so fast. I thought the exact same thing.
Yeah. And that was kind of what he said afterwards, that's just the way he likes to play, because the more he lines things up, the more he's analyzing the shot, it's like the more he's maybe overthinking it, starting to think things too much. And so as you just kind of roll right through, keep the momentum going, that maybe is going to be what works in your favor if you're a guy like that who just likes to go up and just take – I mean, maybe you have to kind of figure out your style of play. If you're the type of person who's like your first instinct is usually the best one, then that's the way you got to do it. Or if you're a bowler, maybe your first instinct is going to be the best one.
Yeah, I'm just terrible under pressure, just to finish that story. So that's never going to happen for me again. Glad I got that one out of the way, and only like 4 people saw it in person. But there were witnesses, like a hole-in-one. First pitch to Grace Pittenger after the hydration break here to start the top of the 5th inning is a ball. Pittenger popped up to second on the first pitch in her first at-bat. And she will look at this one, which is in there for a strike. 1-1. Didn't get to talk about Grace before she had her first at-bat. 243 average. She does have 18 RBIs on the season, a couple of doubles, a couple of walks as well with 4 strikeouts on the season. The junior hits a liner over to third. Eve Jordan again showing off the defense, able to snag that one. Seen a lot of lineouts.
Yes, a lot of lineouts, a lot of flies out to center field, and I can't say enough about the Clarksville defense, especially on that left side of the field, just because there was some trouble there in the first inning, both at short and third base, and they've recovered so well. They still know it in the back of their minds that those first couple runs that North Butler scored were caused by some things that happened over on that left side of the infield, but they've played so well ever since then.
Yeah, I mean, it was a hard hit ball that ended up going in the book of the hit off of Wangsness's glove, as this one is lifted out into left center field deep. It is carrying. It is gone! A home run out of the 9-hole by Eden Wicks. Wicks just homer number 2 on the season, and a very important run goes across here. I did not have that one on the bingo card, Owen.
Eden Wicks, can you believe it? Out of the 9 spot. She's the one who ends up coming through. She's gotten on base twice, had the fielder's choice she was able to get on earlier in this game. Clutchest hit of her entire life, her young life. She's just a sophomore. Only 2 home runs this season. Half of her home runs now have come at Fort Dodge at the state tournament. Unbelievable moment for that
like
sophomore.
Lovren.
Wow. Against the defending state champions.
Yeah. Wow.
Gotta love that.
That's the game's first RBI, by the way, as that one goes away. And by the way, extra base hits, including those home runs, brought to you by Channel Seeds, the enhanced Channel Seed brand, here to help farmers like you rise up your game and rise to the challenge. Learn at channels.com/rise.
Man, one of those beautiful things that you see here at the state tournament and some of the stories that evolve is that it's that least likely player that you would think in the lineup. You know, it's not often expected that it's going to be the player out of the 9-hole that hits the home run that puts you 2 runs ahead. But, boy, that's a story that we kind of love to see here in Fort Dodge.
Well, and this is the thing for Lovren, you know, a dominant pitcher doesn't give up a lot of long balls. North Butler doesn't generally hit a lot of long balls. As there's a 4-pitch walk to Zoe Thompson. This is 3rd time through for the North Butler offense. That's the 2nd walk issued here by Thompson. Charlotte Shook will now bat with a runner on first and 1 out. North Butler, nobody hit more than 2 home runs except for Camry Groen. Is this one going to be lifted just in front of the wall by the freshman Shook?
Very busy day there in center field for Brooke Bullen there at Clarksville. I think that's her 3rd put out of the game. She's had a busy afternoon.
The home run was hit over her as she was trying to track it in left center field. But that's the 2nd time this inning that a ball was hit high and hard. And there's got to be some of that's from Lovren is kind of thinking, okay, so what do I need to do differently? Because some of these other bats, and especially as, you know, you have the hitter at the plate right now, the last thing you want is to have her get a hold of one like that.
Yeah, how much do you want to even pitch here to Cameron Groen? I wouldn't be surprised if Lovren pitches around her a little bit. Doesn't want her to take advantage any further. She's already got 1 hit today. She's reached base twice. This is maybe the most dangerous player in the entire North Butler lineup, and now we're going to see a little meeting at the mound.
I think this is a good idea if you're Clarksville.
Yep.
Just let's settle everything down. Let's make sure we have a good game plan here. The lead RBI batter in the Bearcat lineup is growing at the plate. 38 RBIs knocked in this season. Runner is at first base. As mentioned, she is the only player in this lineup with more than 2 home runs this season. And it's not the air out of the balloon. There's still 9 offensive outs to work with for Clarksville here, and it's a double elimination tournament, so there's not this, okay, if we don't figure this out, the anxiety of, like, our season is completely over. That doesn't exist anymore, but at the same time, you know this is like a pretty massive thing right here to keep this at 2, so you know your offense, which you would think is going to continue to gain knowledge and information and have a chance to try to get some base runners moving around. The thing that's working against Clarksville is they don't hit a lot of home runs either. They're not going to be able to get them all in one swing.
Yeah, they know that they need to manufacture things, and they did the same thing last year when they were here at the state tournament. Is that they know how to produce runs late in the game, too. They're a clutch team that hit a walk-off inside the park home run once last year, so this is a team that knows what they're doing when the pressure's on. But Sydney Loverin, the senior, we're going to see what she's made of now because she knows that she doesn't have a lot of room for any mistakes going forward. So can this senior be the one that at least locks it in and is able to try to finish things off here for Clarksville? North Butler trying to pad that lead. Clarksville needs to be perfect on defense and in the circle going forward.
3-0 pitch on the way from Loverin, way outside. They definitely were not wanting any part of Grown there.
Yeah, with 2 outs, you think that you've got a little insurance to work with there as Harper Ingalls now comes up.
Make somebody else beat you.
Yeah, and Harper Ingalls has struck out twice so far in this game, so Sydney Loverin maybe thinks that she's gotten something figured out against her, and this is somebody that you want to go after.
Well, Ingalls is, for whatever it's worth, the cleanup hitter, 388 average, did hit just the 1 homer this season, did have 18 knocked in. Ball 1 to her here. Ingalls, only an 8th grader. You don't see a lot of 8th graders hitting in a cleanup spot or an RBI spot, but as you mentioned, 2 strikeouts so far in this game as she foul tips that one to the net, 1-1.
Yeah, so something that we're going to look forward to in the years to come here, too, with North Butler and Clarksville, 2 such young teams. And, again, separated by not more than about 18 minutes between them.
This one off the fist. This is tough play in center. Nice running catch made by Brooke Boland, who has been very busy in center, and that is a very important catch. If that one gets down, at least one will score. But one does score on a solo home run by 9-hitter Eden Wicks for North Butler. They now lead it over number 2 Clarksville 3-1. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th as the Indians try to strike back right here on the Girls Union Network, powered by the Mid-American Energy Company.
Life's buzzing with energy, from the delightfully routine to the novel and exciting to the truly uncharted. With all that life brings, it's easy to lose track of what powers all those moments, our health. At Mercy One, our caring doctors focus on just that, powering health, from the everyday to the extraordinary. So you're ready for what life brings next. Find care at mercyone.org/healthpowerslife.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
All right, Emery Sunger, Owen Sebring here, live on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company. Bottom of the 5th inning, and it is going to be 8-9-1 for the Clarksville Indians offense, trailing their nearby rival, North Butler, 3-1. The big knock, Eden Wicks, out of the number 9 slot, hits a solo home run. The sophomore, just her 2nd of the season. And an important insurance run as we head into the latter innings here at Farm Bureau Field. First pitch missing, ball 1 to Gia Hudger. And Owen, I got to tell you here, the pressure does mount in a lot of ways, but you got to give credit to Camry Grown, who's settled in the last couple of innings. And the only run that scored against her was on a steal of home.
Yeah, yep. And the pressure does start to mount, especially for Clarksville, knowing that if you're going to push any runs across home plate, it might have to be in these next 2 innings because we're going to see the 8-9-1 hitter and then the 2-3-4 hitter, of course, will come next inning if things hold as they do.
Ooh. In the on-deck circle, Eve Jordan had to do a limbo to avoid getting struck by that little fister over there.
So the meat of your lineup is really going to be in these next 2 innings if this thing stays just a 7-inning situation here. And so you know that every single player that comes to the plate, every single at-bat, so important going forward.
This one going to ground ball. Another great stab there by Grown at third base. That is Kylie, and she makes the throw for the out. I got to tell you, the left side infield has gotten a lot of action for both teams. But if we're talking about just a player that has a feel for the position, a freshman, Kylie Grown, has been excellent at third base in the hot corner today.
Yeah, 3 of the last 4 outs have been assists from her to first base. She's done so well playing under pressure. The pressure mounts at every position, especially when you're the 7th seed here at the state tournament.
This is going to be a bunt foul from Eve Jordan in the 9 slot. She struck out on a full count pitch back in the 3rd inning. Well, in softball, I think third baseman, you have to be kind of insane to do it because and you see them all wearing masks, and it's kind of become a thing. And thankfully, with the entire infield in a lot of places are wearing masks. The shortstop, Zoe Thompson, the only infielder not wearing a mask here for North Butler. But look how close on your screen here is. There's a strike to Jordan. Look how close Kylie Groen has to play because of the threat of the bunt at third base. She's backed up a few steps now with 2 strikes, but that ball can get on you so fast. And not only are you trying to keep yourself safe, but you're also trying to make the play.
Yeah.
0-2. This one popped up right side. Who's it going to be? Second baseman Harper Ingalls. That was a tough call. She was obviously talking to Eden Wicks at first because Wicks kind of pulled up there. I thought maybe it was going to be her ball, but good communication on the right side of the infield this time.
Yeah, that's right. And here's where things get interesting for Clarksville. After having 2 outs already, you're getting back to the top of the order. So a lot of those meatier players, the ones who really can get a hold of the ball, those are the ones that are coming up now, and this might be their very last chance to get some ABs in this game. So if they want to avoid this first-round upset, these next 4 or 5 players for Clarksville are going to have to figure out something.
Kate Lodge, the leadoff batter, will hit with 2 outs, nobody on. She saw the first pitch in the 3rd inning, and she lifted it out there in the left center field for a double, and she would steal home as part of a double steal play and would score Clarksville's lone run as she's looked at the first 2 pitches that bounced about 35 feet from the rubber from Camry Groen.
And as I mentioned, she's dangerous if she gets on base, leads the team in stolen bases, 8 out of 9, only been caught stealing once this year. I suppose that's 9 out of 10 now that she had that double steal that got her home, so she's dangerous when she's on the base paths.
She swings at this one, another dribbler. This one just past the third baseman Groen. Long throw for the shortstop Thompson. Had no chance. You just mentioned how good of a runner she is. If that's not going to be made, the play not made by Groen at third, there's really no way in the hole that a shortstop's going to be able to make the play. So second hit for Lodge, just the 3rd hit of the game for Clarksville, and she is aboard. But as you mentioned, Owen, something to keep an eye on. How active is she going to be trying to wreak some havoc on the base paths here? And the 8th grader Wedeking going to try to get one down in the outfield somewhere that might be able to score. First pitch to Wedeking inside.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see Katie Berman get aggressive with Kate Lodge on the base paths, see her going over to second. I'll be surprised if we don't see her get a steal attempt at least once this year. But that's where North Butler, they've got to be smart too, and they probably know that situation is coming, so the second baseman got to look live.
The 1-0. This is going to be fouled back, 1-1. The one thing about that first pitch, I think North Butler also thought there might be a steal on, is both the shortstop and second baseman immediately ran to cover second after, as the pitch was crossing home plate, basically on that first pitch, thinking that there could be some wheels in motion for Clarksville from head coach Katie Berman, but not so far. This one low and inside to Wedeking, and it is 2-1.
North Butler, too, has a freshman behind the plate in Charlotte Shook, 3rd in Class 1A in putouts this season, so she's a smart player, doesn't let a lot of balls get past her, so she's going to be looking alive here as they've got a speedy runner on the base paths in Kate Lodge.
2-1. This one flipped out of play on the right side, and it is now 2-2. This is a thing from a pitcher like Groen. You get through this one, you know you're going to get the heart of the order next inning, but you would love to get Wangsness at the plate with nobody on base to lead off an inning. That is an ideal scenario. So this is a big at-bat. This one, a chopper to second, knocked down, ball is loose, and it's down for an it's going to be interesting to see how they score that one. That was a long run for Harper Ingalls. She got in front of it to field it, but it kind of hit the heel of her glove, scored it away from her, dropped in front of second base. They couldn't make the play before Lodge slid in safely to second, and now best case scenario for Clarksville is their RBI Marvel in the 3 spot will get a chance to bat with 2 on here in the 5th.
Yep, and that's a situation where maybe over there at second base with Harper Ingalls, I don't know if she maybe just started thinking as she's running up on this ball, okay, do I go to first, do I go to second? Looked like the play probably was going to go to second. She was going to flip it over there, I think, but just kind of ate her up before she could get to it. And here now we have a runner in scoring position for Clarksville with Hannah Wangsness, probably the best player on Clarksville's lineup coming into the plate. their senior star who broke the school record for RBI, a chance to add maybe one, maybe two, maybe three more here if she can get a hold of one.
Wangsness, 0 for 1, popped to second and walked so far. She takes a look at this one. Good pitch.
And
Grown.
North Butler having already recorded 2 outs, I think that maybe Grown is going to pitch around Wangsness a little bit. Maybe not mind if she gets on base and just let Kara Bolin come up to the plate too.
This one off the screen, and now it's 1-2 to Wangsness. This is a massive, massive play here after the error.
And this would be huge if North Butler can get out of this inning unscathed, because you've just now avoided then the top 3 players in the order without surrendering a run, and so
and potentially don't have to see them again.
Exactly. Yep. So this at bat right now honestly could be a tipping point in this game. What we see going forward.
1-2 the count. Wangsness swings, popped up right side of the infield. It is Wicks at first. She makes the catch, and there it is. Out number 3. So a tiny threat there from Clarksville, but they can't push anything across. We'll head to the 6th. North Butler still leading 3-1 over number 2 Clarksville. Going to the 6th here on the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau.
SWIC is a community. Southwestern Community College is a place in rural southwest Iowa where students from across the world come to be a part of a tight-knit family, Spartan Nation, where they study, train, grow, thrive, and are called by name, not by number. At SWIC, we are one.
We are nearing 6 p.m. in the evening here in Fort Dodge. Farm Bureau Field, to be exact. Another hydration break at the conclusion of the 5th inning. And what a game we've had here. 3-1. Number 7, North Butler, leading number 2, Clarksville. 2 schools, so we keep mentioning this. If you're just joining us, they are about as close as you'll see teams in the same class play each other, less than 15 miles apart. And 2 runs scored off of an error in the top of the 1st by North Butler. They added 1 on a solo shot by one of the more unlikely candidates for such a thing, the number 9 hitter Eden Wicks last inning. Clarksville's only run came on a double steal play that they were able to squeeze across their 1 run. But this is the exact opposite of what we saw in the previous quarterfinal on this field. We saw Southeast Warren win against West Monona 21-8. Looked like a football score out here. And now we're seeing pitching, we're seeing defense, we're seeing strategy, and 2 teams that know each other quite well. Owen Sebring, I wonder what is the mindset in that Clarksville dugout. They still have 6 offensive outs to work with, but as we talked about, your most dangerous RBI threat batted with 2 runners on and couldn't get 1 across in the last inning.
Well, if you're Coach Katie Berman, I think that you just want this team to focus on the amount of experience, the amount of times they've played here at the state tournament, the amount of times they've won games. They're 24-7 this year, 16-0 in conference games this year. I think she's just going to be leaning on this team and telling them, hey, you've been in these situations before. You've been down. You've come back. You've played here at state. You know what it takes to win a game here at the state tournament. And especially when you're down just 2 runs, it's like, just get 1 person on base, and then it's just a matter of 1 swing of the bat that could be all the difference in this game. So just kind of keeping her team calm. I think that she's got to instill in them, too, that North Butler knows that they've got a lot riding on their shoulders, because they're in a situation now where, again, all-time North Butler is just 1-5 in state quarterfinal games. So this is a program that hasn't played particularly well historically at the state tournament, and they've got a chance now to beat a team that has beat them 13 times in a row. I just can't get over that winning streak that Clarksville has against North Butler. 13 in a row they beat them. And North Butler knows that North Butler knows that number. Anybody that's in high school right now, they've never beat Clarksville. And so I think that head coach Katie Berman is instilling that in her team right now. Like, hey, all the pressure right now is on North Butler's shoulders. Let's just see if we can start stringing some things together.
Well, and Katie Berman, they've been in 10 straight regional finals. 7 of the last 10 years they've been here. They won the state title last year. They've won 2 of them while Katie Berman's been the coach. So all of that. But let's go ahead and talk about they've lost 7 games.
Yep.
Well, you might be saying, oh, come on, they can't be like a 7-loss team. They can't be this juggernaut you guys are talking about. Their losses, Charles City, Fort Dodge, Des Moines Roosevelt, Ames, Grundy Center, Waverly, Shell Rock, and Roland Story. Most of those schools 2, 3, 4 classes bigger than Clarksville. They didn't even play this year against North Butler in the regular season. They're looking for 3A and 4A teams to play in their non-conference because that's the kind of opposition that is going to make them better for this time. So they're not strangers to this moment, whereas this North Butler squad, they definitely are strangers.
Yes. Yeah.
The school last was here in 2021, but none of these players were a part of the team. They only have one returner from last year, and their head coach wasn't there. Austin Guerrero, this is his 4th season and the first time as a head coach here to state. So it really is a major contrast for two schools right next to each other on the map in northern Iowa. But what I will say as we head into this 6th inning is they have looked very composed out there. The moment has not been big for them. They did have the one fielding error last inning that extended the frame on a little dribbler up the middle. It was a pretty tough play for the second baseman there. But for the most part, as we look at this, Owen, if you didn't tell me which of these two teams was going to be the 2 seed, I would tell you North Butler has looked every bit what a 2 seed would look like playing out here today.
As I was even going through and making my notes last night, trying to study the stats and the figures for both teams, I was writing things down for North Butler, and I'm like, these guys are the 7th seed. It was so hard for me to believe. I mean, there is some deep talent in 1A, so there's a lot of good teams out there, but it was just so hard for me to believe that they were the second, quote-unquote, worst team in the bracket based on what Austin Guerrero has built there this year. They've just been so talented, such a young team that's building something for the future, and I don't know, I think this is a team that has something special brewing, especially when they've seen, as you mentioned earlier, Clarksville have so much success on the softball diamond. They're trying to replicate that just down the road and build an even bigger rivalry between the two.
Yeah, no doubt. As we start the top of the 6th inning here after the water break, North Butler with their number 5 hitter, Mackenzie Schultz, who is 0 for 2, reached on a fielding error in the first, then flew out to her counterpart, Brooke Bolin, in center field a couple of innings ago in the 4th, as it's 1-1 to her here. And this format, this double elimination, the way they've built the bracket, is the exact same format that you see in like the Women's College World Series and the College World Series, as this one going to be over to first base in time. But the concept of a double elimination tournament is really for a single team to win a game to start the tournament. That first, your odds of winning the championship go way up when you win the first game. So for a team like North Butler, you got to be feeling great when you know that the 1 and 2 seeds in this bracket would have lost if they can hold on to this lead.
And I still don't wonder how much they even gained a little bit more confidence today seeing IGHSAU Audubon be able to take down the number 1, I should say that it was Edgewood Colesburg who beat the 1 seed, IGHSAU Audubon. Seeing them pull off that upset, I think maybe put a little bit of energy into North Butler, knowing like, hey, yeah, we're the 7th seed, but that doesn't mean we can't win. I think that they're proving that anything can happen when you're at the state softball tournament, as we've seen today with 2 1 seeds already losing.
This one hit in the air, left center field. That's kind of in a tough spot, and it drops in between Wedeking and Bolin. You couldn't have walked out there and dropped it, as Kylie Groen, who's had a great game defensively, does get her first hit here on a little flare out there into left center field after the ground out by Mackenzie Schultz. So 1 on, 1 out. Grown over there at first base, and Briley Hinsey, the designated player, now will hit with a runner on. She is 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch in this game.
North Butler still being aggressive. They have that 3-1 lead, all the momentum going in their favor, and they're still pushing. They're not content. That's what I kind of wanted to see out of them after that first inning where they scored a couple runs off of the error. Now they're still pushing. You know, they hit a home run, and the offense is still driving. They weren't content with those 2 runs, and now still trying to pad that lead.
2-0 here to Hinsey. Talk about the format. So it's an 8-team format, or an 8-team bracket, and it's split into 2 4-team pods, basically. And so the winner of this game will take on the winner of the game that's coming up later in St. Edmund and Remsen St. Mary's, and then the loser of this game will play the loser of that game as well. So you are potentially only 1 game away from playing the same team a second time if, the cards fall the right way after tomorrow's game. So they may see each other again yet, as this one fouled off. It is 2-2 here to Hinsey with the runner on first and Groen.
And that format, as you mentioned, that they're kind of broken into 2 separate brackets almost. I think that's one thing that, I don't know, at least one of the coaches of this game mentioned that's maybe the one thing they might like to see tweaked a little bit is that I'm not sure if they like that aspect as we see another strikeout there for Sydney Lovren.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
the first strikeout, Owen, there since the third inning there for Lovren, and her third of the game. So, give credit to North Butler because they're putting the ball in play on her. That's an important second out, but, kind of back to that format you were speaking of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that I don't know if the IGHSAU is going to maybe want to retool it possibly or figure things out, see how much they like it this year. It's kind of where you start from a point like this. Okay, we're going to start the double elimination format and then just see what happens after this. How much do coaches like it? Do they want to see us tweak it a little bit? Because some, when we see it in college game for conference tournaments, sometimes they'll sometimes do it a little bit differently, just different formats that they do the double elimination situations.
Yeah,
so.
there's a few different ways that you can do it, right? But the idea, I guess, from my perspective, when you have a double elimination, as this has popped into center, we're going to have to hold that thought as Bolin, who's been very busy in center, is able to squeeze it, and that will retire the side. But it's still a 3-1 lead for the underdog North Butler as we head to the bottom of the sixth. We will have more right here after this. The Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau.
Ready? Let's go.
Mom, over here.
Yeah, this kind of thing can happen when you're hiking, but no worries, Mom. I can prescribe something to soothe the itch.
Unity Point Health looks at your family's health from your point of view, offering same-day appointments with expertise focused on what matters most to you. Unity Point Health, expert care focused on you.
We head to the bottom of the sixth inning. It is still 3-1 here with North Butler leading Clarksville in the Class 1A quarterfinals. Emery Songer alongside Owen Sebring. Farm Bureau Field, one of the 5 fields in action in the new double elimination format here for the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau. 6 offensive outs left to work with here for Clarksville. Owen, what does this offense need to do as they have their 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up here in the 6th inning?
Well, the first thing they want to do is just get people on base, because even if you get a couple runners on board and don't score this inning, the good news if you're Clarksville is that you can at least possibly get around to the top of your lineup again in the 7th inning. So the biggest thing they're going to want is just base runners. A for this inning, A, and then B for the possibility of something to happen in the 7th. So they just want to start getting people out there. I mean, they're going to want to settle in and just find some rhythm, find some sort of confidence. They've just had such a tough time today playing against Camry Groen, who's, just settled in and imposed her will against the Clarksville batters. Again, that only run coming off of a double steal situation. I just can't believe how well Camry Groen has controlled herself against a Clarksville lineup that usually is so composed, does so well out there, and knows how to produce runs.
Groen will be there facing Kara Bolin to start this inning. Bolin is 1 for 2, has one of the 3 hits for Clarksville, singled in the first, then flew out after a long at-bat in the third. First pitch to her comes in high, 1-0.
Something to consider this year, too, as I look through Clarksville's schedule. They lost to Ames 9-0. They lost to Fort Dodge 6-1. And those are the only other times this year where they've been held to 1 run or less. So North Butler doing things that no other 1A team has been able to do against them.
There's a strike, 1-1. Bolin will be followed by Sydney Lovren and then Brooke Bolin. Between the two of them, they are 0 for 4 so far against Groen, but third time through, sometimes you really see those adjustments being made with more experience in the box against a pitcher. As this one misses, it's 2-1.
Those Bolins have been busy in the field. Brooke Bolin, I think, out in center field, has 7 putouts today, I think, so far. A lot of balls hit out there to center.
Mackenzie Schultz in center right now, shaded well into the left center gap. That one fouled out of play, 2-2. You see a lot of defensive movement in baseball and softball, and you see, that was a very exaggerated shift. She's now kind of gone back into a more traditional center field here with the 2-strike count with Kara Bolin at the plate. This one inside, brings it to a full count. But it's quite interesting to see how much some of these coaches are kind of moving these players around defensively, because there have been a couple of misplays, but for the most part, the defense has been spotless here in this game.
A sport like softball, something I always say is that it really is a sport that can be dictated as
That's
we see the ball
ball
there.
4. So an important leadoff walk. That's exactly what Clarksville was looking for, and exactly what you said, Owen, is this is a team that they can hit doubles. They find gaps. They don't hit a lot of home runs. You really have to manufacture hit to hit to hit through the lineup. But a leadoff walk, this is the first time in this game that the leadoff batter has reached base for Clarksville in this game.
Yeah, and what I was just in the middle of saying is that coaching is such a big factor. Just having a smart coach out there who knows how to work the angles, knows when to have somebody like Sydney Lovern lay down a bunt, knows when to shift somebody over just 3 or 4 steps. I feel like there are a lot of teams out there that can get to the state tournament just on the talent and the intelligence of their coaching staff alone. As long as they're willing to instill that confidence in their players deeply, they've got a chance.
So there's a ball. Interesting to see Lovren showing bunt here in a game where they're down by 2 runs. It's not the tying run at first base, but just looking to try to get something in motion. It's a 1-1 count, and she is one of the few players on this roster with multiple home runs. She has 2 home runs this season. She's batting in the middle of the order, but we'll see if she tries to lay another one down. She does show, and she does lay it down. So it's a successful bunt. The throw to first base is in time. Wicks there to field it 1-3, so sack bunt. So they do ask Lovren to lay one down. She does. That does move a runner into scoring position at second with 1 out. But it is interesting to see a bunt by your number 5 hitter when you've struggled to come up with hits in this game. But we'll see if Brooke Bolin, the younger of the Bolins, has a chance to knock in the elder Bolin, Kara, who's at second. First pitch, dribbler to the third base dugout.
Yeah, if you're head coach Katie Berman again, just trying to work things around, get people on base, get people to advance, and I think that's a strategy here. Even though it is a 2-run game, once you start to see maybe 1 run come across, that starts to build a little bit of momentum. So whatever she can do to just get that 1 runner on base, I think she's willing to do it.
This one slips out of the hand and gets about 35 feet before it dribbles into the catcher, Shook. 1-1. Brooke Bolin 0 for 2, struck out looking in the second, and then grounded out to third in the fourth. Kylie Grown, much like the other Grown in the circle, Kylie's had an excellent game defensively, well with her glove and arm. As this one off the hands, flared, unplayable toward the first base side this time, and it's 1-2 here to Brooke Bolin.
Clarksville knowing now, too, that unless there's a double play scenario here in this at-bat, we are going to at least see the top of the order again for Clarksville in the 7th inning. So that's at least the good news for them, is that they just want to keep batters coming around so that they can try to get back to the meat of their order in the final inning.
1-2, the pitch. That's above the letters, and it'll even it out at 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner on second base here for Brooke Bolin. Camry Grown fires, swing and a miss over the top of it. Bottom drops out. And the second time that Brooke Bolin has gone down on a strikeout, and that is the first strikeout since the 3rd inning, recorded by Grown. It's been her defense that have done it. That is her 4th of the game, and now 2 outs from Micah Hall, the 8th grader.
Yeah, only 4 strikeouts today for Camry Grown, and showing that you don't have to be a major strikeout pitcher to produce at this level. As I've mentioned throughout the game, she leads Class 1A in ERA, 2nd overall in wins, but not really all that high up there in strikeouts. But as we've seen with this North Butler defense, she doesn't really need to get more than 4, 5, 6 strikeouts a game to be productive.
1-0-1. This is a ground ball through the hole. This is going to score 1, and the sacrifice bunt ends up being a great play put on by Katie Berman. It allows the RBI by Micah Hall, who lined out to short twice. This one, a liner just a little bit more up the middle than the first couple, which were right at Zoe Thompson at short the first 2 times up. But Hall gets the RBI, and all of a sudden it is a 1-run game here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Gia Hooger now seeing what she can do as she comes to the plate.
Hooger has not reached his frame attempt there by Shook behind the plate. Doesn't get the call. It is 1-0.
One thing I will say that I did like there is the center fielder for North Butler, Mackenzie Schultz, not trying to do too much. I think she kind of had an idea that Clarksville was probably going to score a run there. So she didn't try to throw home. She wasn't going to try to make the play at the plate.
That could have allowed the runner to get to second base.
Exactly, and that's what she wanted to do there. She just picked up that ball and threw it over to second base to make sure that the runner didn't advance into scoring a position. So that's just a perfect heads-up smart play by the center fielder, Mackenzie Schultz.
She is shading well to the opposite side here for Hoodger. This one outside. Hoodger 0 for 2 after a long at-bat. Struck out looking in the second and then grounded to third back in the fifth. See, it's a 2-1 count. Two are right here with a runner at first base and Micah Hall, the 8th grader, coming through with the RBI single here with 2 outs in the 6th.
Micah Hall almost felt like she was due. Her first 2 times up to the plate, she'd had 2 really sharp, hard lineouts to shortstop.
2 of the hardest hit balls we've seen.
So that was a time where it felt like it was just a matter of the same amount of speed and level on the ball, just finding the right spot to put it, and that was it.
Game can be cruel. You can hit the ball hard and being out, you can just hit it really soft and it lands right in the perfect spot. You never know. 3-1 on the way. This one off the end of the bat. This is going to be a flip over to second for the force, and that'll end the inning. One does cross here for Clarksville, and we will head to the 7th inning. North Butler still in front, though. The 7 seed looking for the upset. It is 3-2 in favor of North Butler here on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
At Mid-American Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Back here live on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company. Emery Songer and Owen Sebring with you as we watch some girls state softball presented by Iowa Farm Bureau. It is Farm Bureau Field, one of the 5 fields in play in this double elimination format. Excellent facilities that they have here with great upgrades and a big crowd out here at what they call the mini majors for this one. It's one of the little mini Fenway with the bigger fence in left field. We have another hydration break as we do hydration breaks every inning after the third, starting in the 3rd inning and after every inning subsequently from there. But 3-2, the 7 seed North Butler still has the lead over number 2 seed and defending state champion Clarksville. But a run, I think a very important run for Clarksville, does get pushed across on a very clutch 2-out RBI single by the 8th grader Micah Hall.
You know, as we head here to the 7th inning, I wanted to get a chance to talk about North Butler's head coach, Austin Guerrero, who in his 4th year is making his first trip to the state tournament. And this guy has, even though he's young, he's only 28 years old, he has made the most with a young coaching career. So he's a graduate of Cal High School. The year after he graduated high school, he was named the head coach of the boys basketball team at Cal, okay? So he was on the team 1 year, and the very next year, he was the head coach. Just imagine that, Willie, like coaching those guys who were just teammates with the year before. He said it was a situation where they kind of knew that they were about to combine with Hampton-Dumont, and so there were a lot of teachers and coaches who were moving on, finding other positions, so kind of just needed one guy to be around there for a single season. And so Austin Guerrero, as he's Dodge, but he was a part of the basketball team at Iowa Central. Meanwhile, he's coaching the high school that he just graduated from. And now 10 years later, he's not only the softball coach, he's also the boys basketball coach at North Butler, and he's the athletic director at North Butler. Austin Guerrero is a guy who's wearing a lot of hats and now leading his first team to the state tournament. I asked him how he was feeling ahead of the game. You know, are you nervous? Are there nerves there? And he's like, you know, as a coach, not really. The girls might be feeling him, but as a coach, I guess you don't have to be the one out there swinging the ball, swinging the bat, or throwing the ball from the circle. So I guess maybe it's a little bit easier for the coach.
Well, and it's something to be said for somebody that ambitious, right? You know, success does tend to follow people who want to make things happen for themselves, and that becomes contagious.
Yeah.
You know, like this is why a lot of people read self-help books and listen to self-help podcasts, right? Because it's just like when you surround yourself with that kind of energy, you kind of are what you surround yourself by, and when you're being coached by a guy like this, you can't help but try to achieve because you see what his attitude is toward achieving even for himself. So,
and as I mentioned earlier, with softball, it's a game where as long as you have the girls who are willing to put the work ethic in, a coach can do so much for the game because they have to be tacticians in softball a lot more than other sports where they are kind of playing the angles, figuring out who could be a good slap hitter, who's somebody who you can courtesy run for, when to steal, the right time to make a shift, right time to make a pitching change. Like softball is a game where the coach can really put the work in as long as they can find girls who are willing to put that work in as well and are willing to study your tactics. Then you can start building something, and that's exactly what he's doing. North Butler, not a traditional powerhouse in softball, just their 6th all-time state tournament trip, but he's starting to build something there.
They will have 9-1-2 due up here will the Bearcats to face Sydney Lovren. Eden Wicks, the sophomore, who hit a solo home run, which is the difference in the game right now, hit that back in the 5th inning. She will hit, followed by Zoe Thompson and Charlotte Shook. First pitch to Wicks is up and away, 1-0. Wicks 1 for 2, her first at-bat. She grounded into a fielder's choice up the middle. We mentioned the schedule for Clarksville and all the big schools that they play. North Butler finished 3rd in their conference. This is going to be a foul ball off the leg. A third base umpire immediately called it foul.
Yeah, that's something, as you mentioned, them finishing 3rd place. Not even just in their conference, just in their division of their conference. 8 teams there, they finished 3rd. That too speaks to a team that is playing softball well at the right time. They didn't throw in the towel. They knew they were going to see Newman Catholic possibly in the regional final, a team that they'd lost to twice in the regular season. They buckled down and beat them 2-0 in the regional tournament.
Yeah, 2 of their 5 losses to a team that they had to beat to get here. And sometimes that'll build some character, right?
That's
it's
true.
like, that was a team that took us out twice. If they win those 2 games, they know that they were as good.
Mm-hmm.
What were the possibilities of them, those 2 games deciding whether or not this particular school was going to be a 4 or a 5 seed, and instead they are a 7 seed on their way here.
And as we mentioned, Clarksville and North Butler have a deal where they play each other every year in softball. We've seen another pitch go upstairs for ball 4 as we're going to see a
5-pitch walk to Wicks here. How about this from your 9-hitter?
Oh, boy. Getting on base 3 times in one game. Man, great day for Eden Wicks.
4th walk issued by Lovren.
Yeah. And North Butler just finding that confidence. And they've had a great schedule, too, this year, honestly. They've only had 5 losses. We mentioned the 2 to Newman Catholic. They lost to Osage twice as well, and then they lost to Charles City. So they, too, are losing games to schools that are probably a little bit bigger than them as well. So it's one of those teams that maybe, as the rankings are coming out every week, the state tournament seeding is based on the rankings. So North Butler may not have had as much love or attention from some of the voters, maybe just based on their lack of a real dominant history, even though they were winning games and not losing to anybody in their class outside of Newman Catholic. It's like people might just not think, well, they're North Butler, so they're not a regular at the state tournament, so they might not have been getting as much love and attention from the voters for the polls. But here they are showing that they can be with 2 of the best. If they're able to pull off this upset today, they'll have 2 straight wins against top 5 teams in the state. Just unbelievable performance these last 2 games by North Butler.
So a little bit of an interesting lineup situation. They tried to get Zoe Parno onto the base paths to be a pinch runner for Eden Wicks, but she'd already been in as the courtesy runner for Camry Grown. That in and of itself, she can do that, and she can then pinch run for somebody if she wants to. But she just couldn't courtesy run in that spot in the order a second time if she's entered as a pinch runner. Mm-hmm. But instead, Austin Guerrero looked back in the dugout and called a different runner into the game, and it's 8th grader number 11, Presley Catcher, who instead was called into first base to run, so Parno could still be the courtesy runner for Camry Grown in the 3 spot in the order if that's the way that they wanted to do. So little pump fake on who was running at first base, but it is Presley Catcher over there at first in a 2-0 count now to the top of the order, and Zoe Thompson. This one, that is a strange play there over to shortstop Wangsness, and her visor comes off, and all of a sudden with nobody out, runners on first and second, that should have been an out over there at short.
Yeah, frankly, I'm surprised to see that again from her, who she bobbled one earlier in the game and ruled a hit the first time they kind of came to her and ate her up on the glove, and now we're getting an error this time around.
I don't think we're going to have to debate that one.
If you say so. I'm just.
There's a bunt attempt. She went around. Runner going to third. Here's the throw, and not in time. So it's going to be a steal. Aggressive running there by Presley Catcher. Just decided to steal. I don't know if that was the call on the bunt attempt, but the bunt was a strike as Shook went through the bunt, but it ended up being a steal for both catcher going from second to third and then Zoe Thompson going from first to second. Infield comes in. This is going to be a ground ball. It hits the bag, and then catcher is going to score after she runs in, and then they're going to keep the runner at third base. I think Guerrero was trying to send her, but a weird situation with Eve Jordan. She collided with catcher after she dove to try to make the play over there down the third base line. The ball hit the bag, so it was a fair ball. A run scores. There was a collision there, and now I think Guerrero going to get Shook a courtesy runner here. It was Corey Groen who ran for her the first time.
Thought we might see the umpire step in with something there because there was a little, again, unintentional interference that we were seeing,
right.
But the runner at third base.
It didn't affect her scoring, but I think there could have been a question as to whether or not her standing in the baseline
prevented the runner from
runner
second. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I thought, but Austin Guerrero doesn't look like he's, arguing the situation at all. So he's more than happy with a 4-2 lead at this point, padding the lead with still 0 outs here in the top of the seventh inning. Man, North Butler continuing to put their foot on the gas here late in the game. Not content with just a one-run lead going to the final half of the inning.
So there's the runner going to second base. That's Corey Groen. She's the courtesy runner for the catcher, Charlotte Shook. And so she takes second on the steal with no throw. Zoe Thompson, the runner at third. It is Camry Groen, the big hitter, at the plate here with a chance, maybe not a knockout blow, but certainly going to make North Butler feel good. If this one going to be foul and Bermuda Triangle in the foul ground, it'll drop. Groen is 1 for 1, singled, and her courtesy runner, Zoe Parno, scored back in the first, and then she's walked twice since. They've been very careful. First base is open for the record, but there is nobody out, which is a big problem here for the for Clarksville, as this is going to be fouled backwards here. It is 1-2.
There's been so much action the last 2 or 3 minutes. I haven't had a chance to give you credit for tracking everything with the courtesy runner, pinch runner situation we had at first base a few batters ago. Maybe that's the reason I need to keep talking as long as I can so you can kind of mentally figure these things out and walk our viewers through it, because I had no clue what was going on there with the courtesy runner situation at first base.
Okay, so, yeah, and to be completely honest, I haven't scored a game that I've actually been sitting and watching like this live for a few years, and that was a tough one. Is this a ground ball that hits the glove, and that is going to allow an infield hit. That's a tough one for Lovren, just outside of her. I think that's going to go down as a hit. I really don't think that you can give her an error there. But Groen's going to get credit for the infield single. It takes just enough of a touch that there was no chance to make a play anywhere for the shortstop, Wangsness. So the infield hit. So give an RBI to Groen there. Runner from third, Thompson, will score. Still no one out. And over to third is Corey Groen.
Camry Groen, we mentioned it before the game that she was going to be the difference maker today, and that's exactly what she's done, both in the circle and now at the plate. 2 for 2 overall at the plate. She's reached base all 4 times today. She walked twice, had a single in the first inning, and she had a single in this inning, has an RBI. She really is a straw that stirs the drink for this North Butler team.
So after the meeting here, and this is, I can't say it's unprecedented because we mentioned they've lost 7 games, Clarksville, but they haven't lost to teams in Class 1A. So, this is a massive development.
Yeah.
And it's a double elimination, right? So they would still be alive to win a state championship, but just what this does for North Butler confidence-wise, especially continuing to add on here in the later innings. Katie Berman just trying to settle her team down as there goes the runner from first. Parno is the courtesy runner there, and she will take second.
A lot of stolen base numbers piling up here today for North Butler. A lot on kind of defensive indifference, but nevertheless.
Yeah.
2 more in scoring position.
This is a bunt foul to the right side, 1-1. Harper Ingalls is the batter. The 8th grader is 0 for 3, a couple of strikeouts and a fly out to center so far. Lovren having to deal with this on the base paths, and we talked about the defenses have been really good in this game. A couple of defensive misplays in this inning, though, have made this inning with 2 runs across already and potentially more, and there's still nobody out as there's a strike. there to Ingles 1 and 2. But I mean, this you mentioned it earlier in the game, and defenses can be the difference when you get to this level. There's not really any team that you wouldn't say isn't a good team. Most of these teams can pitch and hit pretty well. It's the defense that separates the teams that are winning state championships versus teams that do not. And a couple of unfortunate plays in this game, or in this inning for Clarksville, have allowed this big inning to occur here for North Butler.
And I can't speak enough to the amount that I've been impressed, especially in this last inning, by North Butler, by keeping their foot on the gas as well, because there are a lot of teams that, again, especially if you're the lower seed, they could kind of have that lead going to the 7th and just kind of phone it in maybe a little bit, just saying like, okay, let's just get 3 more outs and not really be focusing on the offensive attack still. But, boy, that has not been the case. We're seeing their best offensive inning now so far in this 7th. So they were not content with just a 1-run lead to go into the bottom of the 7th.
This is up and away. This gets all the way to the backstop. Here it's going to be the flip, but it's not going to be in time. That's going to be a wild one from Lovren. It couldn't be reeled in by Kate Lodge. Corey Groan scores. Parno over to third. Wild pitch or pass ball, however you score, it doesn't matter. A base and a third run here in the 7th makes it 6-2 in favor of North Butler, with still a runner on third and still nobody out.
We talked about the 3 Groan sisters in this lineup, and all 3 contributing in a big way. Corey Groan there, scoring a run. Camry's done her thing. And then, of course, Kylie playing well defensively as well.
Ball 4 to Ingles. She works the walk. That is the 5th walk issued by Lovren.
You don't wonder if
it's 6-2, and I think you were about to ask the same question I'm thinking about is how long do you let this go in this situation?
Yeah.
As it looks like Parno.
I think we might need you to try to figure out this one. Now, too, I'm a little confused about what we just saw.
This is a pop-up and a catch.
So
yeah, I'm not sure what happened with Parno being called out. She ran back to the dugout.
I wonder if I could even holler at somebody to come over and explain what we just saw.
Yeah, I was a bit confused as to what's going on there, but either way, got a runner at second. There are 2 outs now after Schultz flies out. Kylie Groan, who is 1 for 3, has a single last time up last inning. Hits this one well out into left field, but it is going to be caught by Wedeking, and that will end the inning. So a little bit of a base running issue creates mercifully the end of the inning and helps out Clarksville. But 3 important runs come across for the underdog North Butler Bearcats, and they'll look to finish the job on number 2 Clarksville when we return live on the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Back here, bottom of the 7th inning, and 3 outs to work with for Clarksville offensively as we try to resolve what happened in the top half of that inning. 3 runs score for North Butler. They have a 6-2 lead. Emery Songer, Owen Sebring here. It's a double elimination tournament, so Clarksville, the defending champions, they wouldn't be done if with the loss here. But this is a very interesting development, and North Butler putting the rest of the 1A field on notice.
Well, let's maybe spend the next couple at bats trying to explain what happened in the last inning. So, as we were going there through the top of the 7th, Harper Ingalls walked, and she got over to second just by basically keeping going.
She just kept running.
Yeah, she just kept running. So I was confused at first how she ended up on second base, but she just kind of kept going, and the defense didn't do anything to stop her. So that's how Harper Ingalls got to second base. Now, at the same time, we had Camry Groan over on third base after the run had scored. We see
that was
pitch fell off.
Zoe Parno was the courtesy runner.
Excuse me, yes. So Zoe Parno. Yeah. So she was on third, and apparently there's something called the look back. Owen had kind of drifted off of third base, almost as if she was taking a lead. And obviously in softball, there's no leads. It's a single now here to start things off for Clarksville in the 7th inning.
Yeah, so Eve Jordan on the second pitch she sees here in the 7th, singles through the right side. That's everything that you need there from Clarkson is to get your number 9 hitter on. And then it's going to flip back to the top here at Kate Lodge, 4th time through as they face Camry Grown. And they need 4 to tie, rather. Mm-hmm. That top half of the 7th inning with 3 runs that score, and it could have been more without the little base running snafu there. Mm-hmm. And you almost wonder if there was a misunderstanding of the rule also by the runner there as well that created that. But it helps get Clarksville out of the inning, but they still gave up 3. They need 4 this inning to at least force some extras. And this is the exact spot in the order you want it to be. The top of the order with the runner on first and nobody out.
I got to credit some of the staff up here in the press box because somebody right away I heard yell, look back rule. And I was like, what is a look back?
Yeah, well,
never heard of such a
unfortunately
thing.
for us, while we're trying to pay attention to a bunch of other things, it becomes a bit difficult to try to learn a new rule on the fly. So we do appreciate the help that we have from the great team up here for the IGHSAU.
So long story short, the ball had gotten back to the circle, and then the runner had drifted off of third base. And as soon as she does that then she's
the ball's in the circle,
automatically
can't
called
do that,
out. Yep. And so I don't know how you score a look back.
I put look back.
Good enough for me.
Yeah, there we go.
But who knows? I mean, as much as they added 3 insurance runs in that inning, maybe that one more possible base runner could be important here as we see.
It could be a factor.
As we see Clarksville here get a leadoff runner, and now looking good in these first couple of
Yeah,
innings.
the wild pitch followed that as this one flared out of the play left side here by Lodge. It is 1-2. So Jordan advanced to second on a pitch that was about 10 feet over the head of Shook at the plate. She immediately said, my bad. It's a little sticky out there, right? It's the kind of sweat that you have that's sticky in this humidity and can make it life difficult for a pitcher, especially one that's been out there a long time. As this one hit out in the left, this is going to get down fair and squirt past Wicks in left field. Eve Jordan will score easily. Lodge will pull up with a stand-up double, second double of the game for Lodge, and all of a sudden, one across, one at second, nobody out for Clarksville.
Well, here I thought that Clarksville, boy, their day might have been done, and we were about to see a 7-2 upset, but there is still some life left in this team. And as I mentioned last inning, that was what was so important about North Butler adding some insurance runs when they needed them. And now Clarksville, boy, that might not have phased them, though. They're looking good here in these first few innings. And what did I say earlier, too, about just being able to be just confident as you get into the late innings, not throwing in the towel, not getting discouraged by getting down 4 runs to a rival that plays 20 minutes away from you, but they've come out here and looked confident. North Butler, maybe all the pressure started to get to them at this point in the game.
Hardest 3 outs, they say, are the last 3 to get, especially in a situation like this against a good team like Clarksville. So that double, all extra base hits in today's game brought to you by Channel Seeds. The enhanced Channel Seed brand is here to help farmers like you up your game and rise to the challenge. Learn more at channel.com/rise. We got the number 2 hitter, Wedeking, coming to the plate. She is 0 for 2, reached on a walk and an error in this game. She's got Lodge out there at second base, good base runner. Still nobody out. They need 3 more to force extras. First pitch inside, it's 1-0. So Grown, by my count, entered this inning with 110 pitches in 6 innings. So she has definitely had to work out there, but she has really settled in. She did have, there's another wild pitch, but at some point, and I mentioned this in the 3rd inning when she was on like 64 pitches in 3 innings, I mentioned that at some point the fatigue and these pitchers or these batters seeing as many pitches as they have from her, whether they're in the box or watching from the dugout, it could play a factor the more they see her. And she's thrown a couple of wild pitches here. Now a runner on third with Lodge. And there's still nobody out. And dangerous hitters are coming right behind here. Wedeking's dangerous as well as the pitch on the way. A grounder to third, knocked down. She looks her back to third base. Long throw in time, by a half a step. Good play by Kylie Grown again down there at third base. Even just a little peek to make sure that Lodge was still on the third base bag.
Yeah. Yeah, as we talk about Kate Lodge, who's over there on third base now, I was reminded of a game from last year where Kate Lodge, late in the game, in the 8th inning, she singled up the middle, ball went through the legs of the center fielder, the right fielder fell down, Lodge came all the way around to walk off for a win here at the state tournament, which led to them eventually winning state. So this is a team that knows how to play well when they are down late in the game here in Fort Dodge.
So that was popped foul here by Hannah Wangsness, who the senior is 0 for 2 with a walk, 2 pop outs to the right side. But the RBI hitter in this order, if there is one, this team is a good offensive team, but this is your premier RBI batter, as she will take a breaker that stays up high, 1-1.
And you wonder, too, now how much North Butler pitcher Camry Grown is going to even really pitch to her, give her anything to hit. It's a 1-1 count right now, but you don't want to.
You could kind of dance around her.
Yeah,
the thing would be I wouldn't want to
to.
put the tying run on at the plate if I could get around from doing
that's true.
that. The pitch on the way. This one is popped again, but this is going to drop in front of the right fielder, Pittenger. She's going to knock it down. You got an RBI hitter, sometimes they'll find a way. This one, a little pop-up off of the hands, and it just drops in over the second baseman Ingles and in front of Pittenger. Give her an RBI, doesn't matter how hard, you hit one. And now the tying run does come to the plate, 6-4, and still just the one out, and it's Kara Bolin, who is 1 for 2 in the game with a walk and a run.
One of the few upperclassmen that they have on the roster. Kara Bolin is a junior. She's played here in Fort Dodge before. Cleanup hitter. This is who you want at the plate if you're Clarksville.
0-1 to her here as Grown in the circle, now having to work around her fatigue and these bats of Clarksville. Second pitch is low and inside, knocked down nicely by Shook. Shook's had a lot to do back there this inning.
What are we going to see out of the mental toughness from Camry Grown right now, too? That's kind of the question mark as well, as we've seen now 2 runs come across for Clarksville. Can she settle in? All she has to do is find her way around 2 more outs, and they're going to win this game and pull off the upset against their rival. She just has to settle in and avoid any more disasters from herself, from those Clarksville bats.
1-2, now the count. See what she can do here. Bolin singled in the first, flew to center in the third, and walked and scored in the 6th. Runner at first, 1 out. The 1-2 on the way. Pop foul. It's kind of one of those pitches where she probably knew in her head is like, I don't think this is a strike, but I'm just going to swing and protect anyway. You don't want to go down looking in this situation here. Lovren is the on-deck hitter. Bolin represents the tying run at the plate. The 1-2 on the way. Popped up to short, backing up, reaching up and making the catch is Zoe Thompson. She's had plenty of line drives to deal with, but that was a pretty challenging little pop-up that looked like it might try to leak over her head, but she was in a good position. She is pretty tall out there and was able to reach up at the last minute and make a very important catch for the second out.
That was a very important out to get for North Butler. If that drops and you have 2 base runners on with only 1 out, that's a serious problem to work with Sydney Lovren coming to the plate.
Lovren 0 for 2 with the sacrifice bunt last time. She is the last hope right now for Clarksville, and she still is the tying run if she can get herself on base as she takes ball 1. Grounded into a fielder's choice in the first. In the 4th, hit to third on a ground ball, and then the successful sacrifice back to the pitcher in the 6th. The 1-0. This is a pop-up. That's in the right center. That's going to drop, and it's going to get past the right fielder, Pittenger. That'll score a run. Lovren's going to hold it at first, and she will watch the 5th run score. Important that she didn't get to second there, so she is still at first. Good base running by Wagsness, and she comes all the way from first to score. And now the tying run is on first base for the Indians. And certainly we're going to get a runner here for Lovren.
And now we're heading into the bottom of the order. It's a 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters who are coming up now for Clarksville. So North Butler at least has some confidence there, maybe with the lower hitters in the order coming up. Brooke Bolin, who's up next, she's 0 for 3 today, 2 strikeouts. He's been great in the field, but not at the plate. So what's North Butler going to do with this one? Now, you don't really have any more insurance to play with. You built that lead 6-2. Clarksville's clawed back to within 1 run. Really interesting development here in the final inning.
Emerson Miller, an 8th grader, is the courtesy runner at first base. Done a lot of running this year. Hasn't got an actual at-bat, but has scored 25 runs as a courtesy runner for Clarksville this season. So she is at first, running for Lovren as the potential tying run. 6-5. North Butler trying to get across the finish line here. First pitch to Bolin is fouled back. Brooke Bolin, the freshman, is 0 for 3. She has struck out 2 times. Not a strikeout batter usually, just a few times all season she has struck out, but she struck out twice against this pitcher, Camry Grown, in this game so far. Grown just looking for one more out to get the Bearcats out of here. 0-1 the count. Here's the pitch. This is lined out in the left, and it's going to drop in fair territory. Well played by Colby Wicks. We mentioned Wicks let that one, a tough spinning little flare earlier this inning that got past her and turned into a double. This one will be just a single and puts the tying run now at second base and the potential winning run at first.
And we're still thinking about that walk-off hit that Clarksville had in last year's state quarterfinals. They were in almost this exact same scenario. They were able to send it to extras last year. Can they do the same now?
8th grader Micah Hall is the batter. She swings, ground ball under the glove of Thompson. The throw's going to come in, and it won't make it all the way to the plate. Oh, my. Micah Hall puts the ball in play. Just stayed down under the glove of Thompson, allowing Emerson Miller to score the tying run. And now the winning run is at second base. We are tied at 6.
Tough one there for the shortstop for North Butler. It's Zoe Thompson, who leads his team in hits, runs, triples, batting average, stolen bases. She's a great basketball player, too. Boy, that's a tough one to know that you've got the final out potentially in your glove and let it go right under it.
First pitch, swing and miss for Gia Hudger. She is the 9th batter of the inning here for Clarksville. They have tied it with 4 in the 7th, answering the 3 in the top of the 7th from North Butler. 0-1 to Hudger. She fouls it straight back. It's 0-2. And how, if you're North Butler, how do you kind of, if you can get this out, first of all, just trying to put the pieces back together here. But the first thing you got to do is find a way to get this out if you're Camry Grown in this in this defense. But she's off to a good start here against the freshman Hudger with a 0-2 count. That's called strike 3. Ooh, a little. Anyway.
Your thoughts?
Yeah. Let's go to the 8th inning. That's my thoughts. 4 in the bottom of the 7th. North Butler will have to come back in the top of the inning. Wow. We got a good one brewing here in Class 1A. We'll be back with the 8th inning right after this on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
At Mid-American Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Yeah, it's a trip when you hit the road. And when you know when you've arrived. It's a trip when you get everything you want. The burger and the fries, the creek and the crick, the city and the countryside. It's a trip when you're where you're meant to be. In this moment, in this bathroom mirror, looking like $1 million. And yeah, it's a trip when it goes by fast. Des Moines. It's a trip. Make it yours.
All right, we're back here. It's the 8th inning, getting set after another hydration break. North Butler scores 3 in the top of the 7th, makes it a 6-2 game. Things look peachy for them. Weird base running snafu helps Clarksville kind of get out of the inning. And then Clarksville's offense comes to life. 9 bat in the frame in the 7th. They score 4, tie the game, and we're headed to an 8th inning. And on top of that, as we get ready to start this 8th inning, it looks like we have a new home plate umpire. And we have as many details as you probably do at home, as we're trying to get as much information as we can. We do know we're going to play an 8th inning. Owen, Sebring, I'm Emery Stonger. Owen, I got to ask, how does North Butler put the pieces back together going into this 8th inning, especially in the way that inning ended for them?
I had mentioned in the top of the 7th how impressed I was with North Butler not being content with a 3-1 lead, keeping their foot on the gas and scoring 3 more runs to add some insurance. So now we're going to see the real mental toughness of one of these teams, and who is it going to be that ends up coming through with the most mentally tough clutch plays down the stretch? Because North Butler, they just got dealt a serious blow. They were the 7-2 upset, possibly brewing, possibly going to beat Clarksville, breaking a 13-game losing streak to their rivals, and they just give up 4 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. And so that's a lot to come back from, frankly. So what does Austin Guerrero have cooking in him, possibly?
Well, and this, for a young coach, what a challenge, right? To just, hey,
keep
guys,
your girls settled.
We're starting over. It's 0-0. We haven't lost anything yet. This is the interesting thing about, state softball is you're going to be dealt. We've seen weird things happen up here.
Mm-hmm.
You see weird things, and all these players are human. The coaches are human. Umpires are human. Everybody is doing the best that they can. Obviously, Thompson's going to be replaying that ground ball 100 times, which could have got them out of this game potentially. It wasn't going to be a gimme by any means. It was a slow roller. She had to field it. Not sure if she was going to have enough time to make the play to second. It's going to be a tough play at first base, but still, it gets through her, allows the run from second to come around and score. And now we head to the 8th inning here, and 4 hits for Clarksville the entire game before the 7th inning. They get 5 in the 7th to push across 4 runs. Is that the floodgates opening, or can North Butler kind of put the pressure back on by getting 1 or 2 here in the top of this 8th inning? That's going to be the question.
5 runs combined between these two teams over the first 6 innings, and then we see a combined 7 runs in the 7th inning alone between these two. The bats come to life. You wonder how much of that is due to the heat. Again, as we've talked about this entire game, even though they're taking the hydration breaks, these teams do get a little bit worn down as they go on, particularly the pitchers for each team. I think that's what led to such a high-scoring output in that 7th inning, is that maybe the pitchers are starting to wear down a little bit, and the batters can take advantage of it. And, man, again, tough play over there at shortstop for North Butler from Zoe Thompson. One thing that I think we've seen a couple times come up today is that, again, as you're in that situation, you're maybe thinking, what do I do? Okay, if I get this ball, do I throw to first? Do I tag the runner out that's going to third? Do I throw to second? What do I do? And I think that you start to overthink it and forget about the task at hand, which is just to get the ball in your glove, and then you come up short. And that's a tough play for her, but the good news for North Butler is that the game is still alive, and you have an 8th inning to play with.
And give a ton of credit to Camry Grown for being able to just put it back together and get that last out to allow this to continue. I know she's thinking I could have done a few different things in that last inning and try to get out of it, but this is what we're at. It's 2-0. This is a pop-up toward the third base line. Hey, what a great job running toward the dugout by Eve Jordan, making the play. We've seen some great third base play by both Eve Jordan and her counterpart Kylie Grown in this game. So a big first out as Hinsey on a 2-0 count pops out in foul ground.
Yeah, good way to start the inning. Great backhanded catch there running. I think she ran even into her own dugout.
Right through the door.
to finish that play off. Great way to start the inning if you're Clarksville.
Grace Pittenger, the right fielder, swings and misses at that one. Pittenger, 0 for 3. Popped out to second in the 2nd, lined out to third in the 5th, and flew out to center in the 6th. Sydney Lovren has to feel like she's got some extra life as she cuts down Pittenger here with that one that hits her in the calf. Pittenger reaches on the hit by pitch. That's the 2nd hit batter that Lovren has issued in this game.
As we go through this first year having a double elimination format, I think that there's a major difference in how each of these teams could respond if they get knocked into that elimination bracket. Because if you're Clarksville, you're like, all right, we're still the defending champs. We know we're good. We know that we're good enough to get back into this thing. If you're North Butler and you just potentially squandered a 6-2 lead in the final inning of the game, going into the elimination bracket, that's a tough place to be in. That's a tough place to come back from, to fight your way back into this tournament as the 7th seed after you've just squandered a big lead in the final inning of your first-round game.
Going to get a pinch runner here, it looks like, for Pittenger. And it try to see who it is. She ran out of the dugout so fast to first base that we
I say 6.
looks like it is
Lindy Fleschner, I believe.
There we go. Lindy Fleschner, a freshman, and they're going to throw behind her. That was a lot closer than it should have been. But after ball one here to Eden Wicks. Wicks, by the way, has reached on all 3 attempts. A fielder's choice back in the 2nd, but a solo home run in the 5th, and then she walked to start things in the 7th inning. 1-0. This one going to be popped right side. Long run there by Kara Bolin. Shouldn't quite get there. That would have been crazy to have 2 basically identical outs to start this 8th inning for Clarksville defensively, but Bolin just couldn't quite get there in time.
Yeah, every at-bat is important here going forward. In North Butler, you'd love to see another player get on base and they could get back to the top of their order again.
Here's another throw behind the runner at first base. Fleschner trying to get into the game, basically just got out there and they just started throwing down to first base. So hopefully she's awake. She is out at first base with a 1-2 count here, the 9-hitter Wicks. Here's the pitch. There's strike 3 inside corner. Second out. That is the 4th strikeout by Lovren. And now back to the top, and Zoe Thompson, the sophomore shortstop, is 0 for 3 on the night. It is fly out to center, a ground out to second, a walk, and a reach on an error. And now they're going to throw it to second as Fleschner kind of drifting far away from first.
Kate Lodge looking alive behind the plate for Clarksville. She's a talented, experienced catcher behind the plate, and gets a little tougher having a lefty batter there at the plate, trying to keep an eye on what's going on at first, with Zoe Thompson kind of standing in her way a little bit as she's trying to see what's happening over there at first.
Very interesting what Fleschner's doing over there. I mean, she's drawn a couple of throws already. It's tough to throw over with the lefty batter as Thompson pops this out into the air. Tough for play. It's going to drop in front of Hall in right. She'll throw it to third. And now running to second is Thompson. And now the go-ahead run sits at third base with a potential second run right behind her at second with ducks on the pond. And Thompson gets a little blue pit for her first hit of the game.
You love to see that comeback from Zoe Thompson, who just had that critical error in the bottom of the 7th inning, coming back, getting a single, getting a base hit to advance the run into third. Again, I talked about mental toughness coming into this 8th inning. That was a big mentally tough moment for Zoe Thompson.
So runners on second and third for Charlotte Shook. And Shook nearly gets hit. It gets back to the backstop, and Fleschner will score. Wild pitch. Wow, so Thompson to third. Fleschner scores.
Second time we've seen a run score on a wild pitch in the last 2 innings by Clarksville.
I mean, the pitch count is well over 100 now also for Clarksville's Sydney Lovren. And the pitch here, this is going to be a line drive up the middle. Shook comes through with an RBI, and Thompson scores.
What a game this has been. Punch for punch, blow for blow this last inning and a half. I am just marveling at both of these teams, back to back, going toe-to-toe.
Wow.
North Butler playing so tough after giving up a 4-run lead in the bottom of the 7th to come back and score 2 runs on 2 outs in the top of the 8th. Really impressive performance here by North Butler, the 7th seed.
Corey Grown, courtesy runs over there at first in favor of the catcher Shook after the RBI single. Is that one inside 1-0? And now what's it going to take from Lovren to try to work her way out of this inning just get that out? Because now you're into the big bats with Camry Grown at the plate, who has not been retired since all 4 times she has reached. And she rips this one just foul by maybe 6 inches down the third base line.
She's such an extra base specialist. I think I mentioned a couple times today where 64% of her hits this year have been extra base hits, and she's trying to get one more to throw on one more run on the board now.
This is wild stuff. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. This one up. Throw going to come behind the runner, but Grown is back. Grown at the plate. Corey Grown on first base. It's 2-1 to Camry Grown. And then Kylie Grown is 3 batters away. 2-1. Lovren delivers. This one fouled straight back, so she's got the timing figured out on that pitch, but just a little bit underneath it.
And the oldest grown sister watches from the dugout, one of the assistant coaches there for North Butler.
Yeah. All right. What does Lovren have? Does she have the out pitch she needs against the best hitter in this Bearcat order? This one hit in the air into center. Brooke Boland's got a beat on it. She makes the play. An important out there to retire the side. 2 score, though, for North Butler. They have retaken the lead 8-6. And we will see. Top of the order will still get a chance when we come back for Clarksville, right here on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
SWIC is a community. Southwestern Community College is a place in rural southwest Iowa where students from across the world come to be a part of a tight-knit family, Spartan Nation, where they study, train, grow, thrive, and are called by name, not by number. At SWIC, we are one.
All right, we are hanging out, getting set. It is 8-6, bottom of the 8th. North Butler, again, an opportunity and a chance to try to North Butler going to try to finish this thing out. Clarksville, needing 4 in the bottom of the 7th, was able to score 4. They have to answer the bell again, and it will be the same spot in the order who started last inning, 9-1-2, Eve Jordan, followed by Kate Lodge and Reagan Wedeking, to face Camry Grown, who's going to try to once again finish this one out.
Yeah, it is interesting. After seeing 9 batters come to the plate in the 7th inning, we're having the exact same scenario with Eve Jordan starting things off, and I'm really interested to see the on-deck batter right now is Kate Lodge, who had a walk-off hit in the 8th inning of last year's state quarterfinals. She couldn't have a walk-off in this scenario, but could tie it depending on what happens. But, man, it's been punch for punch, blow for blow this last inning and a half. Now we get to see what is the answer that Clarksville is going to bring.
Eve Jordan started it off with a single last inning, hits this on the ground over to short. Thompson fields it. Her throw in time. 1 pitch, 1 out, and I'm sure that ground ball felt very good for Zoe Thompson to be able to make that play.
After being the error that led to the tying run in the last inning, Zoe Thompson, you wanted to see her find a way to come back. She had a big hit in the top of the 8th inning and now coming up with a first out of the bottom of the 8th. That's exactly what you want out of a player that's just a sophomore and still comes up with big plays.
Back to the top of the order, it's Kate Lodge. And she'll swing at the first pitch, popped out in the center, and this will drop and go all the way to the wall because the center fielder Schultz had shaded so far to the left center field gap. She'd been playing over in that gap basically the entire game. So this was a line drive to center, but the way they were playing her, there was nobody there. And another double, third one of the game for Kate Lodge.
Wow.
And that is another extra base hit. Extra base hits brought to you by Channel Seeds. How about that? 3 doubles for your freshman catcher in the leadoff spot in the order. And now Reagan Wedeking, an 8th grader, will bat. She is looking for her first hit of the ball game. She represents the tying run. This one just high, 1-0. But back to Thompson just quickly.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about with Austin Guerrero and what he's instilling in these players. To be able to shake something like that off, come back, not only just, hey, I got to do something else. Gets a hit, scores a run in the top of the inning, and then makes a play to get an out in the bottom half of the inning. That shows you what some of these girls are really made of.
And sometimes it's important for them to get a play right away, for her to get, the first pitch of the inning that she got coming to her, for her to be able to get that out of the way right away, kind of get a clean slate right off the bat.
All right, up the middle, there's another single. This one got a bit of a graze of the glove by Grown, but she was never going to be able to make that play. It wasn't going to matter. RBI single by Wedeking, and the lead is cut in half. It is 8-7. Wedeking, the tying run now at first, and now your RBI leader, Hannah Wangsness, at the plate as the potential winning run.
Not just the RBI leader, the all-time school RBI record holder, 171 and counting. Can she get another one?
She hits this one on the ground. They're going to go to second for the first out. They're not going to have a chance to turn it. Good play there by Kylie Grown to get the lead runner and not allow the tying run to get into scoring position. She has been so good over there at third base.
Yeah, that was a big out again after you've got a runner on the tying run on first base. That was an important one to get that second out. And now if you're North Butler, you know you just need one more. One more. That's what they're all going to be saying to each other out on the field. Just one more. That's all that we need to get a chance to score this upset and secure our spot in the next round.
Kara Bolin at the plate, 2 outs. She lines this one down the left field line. Fair ball! Fair ball, and what a play by Colby Wicks in left to not let that get by her. If that gets by her, this game is tied again. That is a great play by Wicks out there in left field.
Yeah, we didn't even know until the very last second if that was even going to land in fair territory. It did. Wicks kept running right after it, backhanded it as it landed, and not even just prevented a run, prevented the runner from even getting to third base. That was a great play by her.
And good base running, because that could have been, for Wagsness, she absolutely could have just started to turn the Jets on. And you never know. If you make a big turn at second, you can get it thrown behind you in certain cases. So heads up by everybody. Meeting of the minds, the infield and battery meeting with head coach Austin Guerrero for North Butler. 8-7, but the tying run is at second. The go-ahead and winning run, the walk-off run, is at first base in Kara Bolin. Sydney Lovren, who has been battling in the circle for Clarksville throughout this game, now will bat with a chance to potentially win it with an extra base hit.
Yeah, and for Sydney Lovren, she's a senior on this team, and she knows that this could be her very last at-bat as a high school player. She's got a lot riding on her shoulders. And you got to think mentally, too. She's got to stay mentally tough. After giving up 5 runs in the last 2 innings, she's like, okay, those runs are on me to a certain degree, so I know I've got to step back into the batter's box here and see if I can deliver for my own team. Deliver maybe the game tying, maybe the game sealing win for Clarksville.
Lovren at the plate. Big moment here. First pitch. She swings. It's a ground ball. Thompson's got it. She's going to go the short way to third, and she throws it away. We're tied again. And now there's 2 runners at second. They're going to throw to first, tag out Lovren, and we're tied at 8, and we go to the 9th inning. My. Call your friends, call your sons, call your daughters, call your neighbors. We have no idea what's going on here at Farm Bureau Field in Fort Dodge. We'll go to the 9th, though. 8-8 is the score here on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
Hey, Frank. Oh, it looks like you spilled some grease.
Grills are multiplying and you need flavor that's bold.
There's nothing left for you to do
But to go to Fairway, your dream for Midwest meat. It's the one you need. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, you better stake up Fairway and meat go hand in hand.
This dream is meant for you and me.
Poultry, pork, and beef, your home for Midwest meat. It's the one you need. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed.
Fairway, it's the one you need.
We're in a hydration break at the end of the 8th inning. You don't usually see 8th innings in softball because we play 7 regulation innings, but this game has absolutely been one of the craziest I've seen here, and it really didn't start that way. I've watched a lot of state softball in my time. I've called a lot of these games up here. There's always a little bit of a weirdness in the air here, and I've been here till 1 in the morning for games. I've been here and watched no-hitters. I've watched walk-off state championship wins. I've seen so much. This game has a little bit more weirdness than I'm used to, Owen Sebring, and I don't even really know how to describe what we just saw at the end of this inning, except Zoe Thompson, another chance to potentially end the game at short, went to third, which was interesting. Could have gone to second, could have gone to first for a routine play. Instead goes to first. Bad throw, allows the tying run to score, but then a base running snafu. Saw 2 runners standing at second base for Clarksville. They eventually throw it across the diamond to first base. The official put out to Wicks, and that gets them out of the inning. And now we play another inning. We go to the 9th inning, and we had a home umpire change. We've seen 9 hitters hitting home runs. How do you describe this?
Well documented, my friend. One thing I've got to say, Kylie Grown, credit to her, the third baseman in there, rather than just collecting herself and just like throwing the ball back to the pitching circle. She recognized, she saw those 2 runners kind of converge at second base, so she fired back over to first so there wasn't even a chance for another batter to come to the plate for Clarksville, so that allowed this game to go now to the 9th inning. Kylie Grown, one of the 3 Grown sisters on this roster, she's been so good at third base, and that might be her biggest play of the game, just preventing preventing Clarksville from being able to bring another batter to the plate. So we've seen these teams go punch for punch these last 2 innings. 3 runs in the top of the 7th for North Butler, 4 then in the bottom of the 7th for Clarksville, then 2 in the top of the 8th for North Butler, 2 in the bottom of the 8th for Clarksville. Who strikes next? I've been saying the last few innings it's going to be whoever is mentally toughest is going to finish here, and both teams have brought it every single time. Nobody has thrown in the towel yet. Everybody is fighting for their absolute life at this point. Nobody treating it like it's a double elimination format, like they're just relying on another loss.
This feels like life and death,
both
teams.
My goodness.
And we've had misplays. We've had amazing defense, like you've alluded to. First pitch is popped high on the left side of the infield. Shortstop Hannah Wagsness under it makes the catch on the outfield grass, and Harper Ingalls goes down on the first pitch. 1 away.
I'm trying to figure out who even is in the driver's seat, who's in the catbird seat right now. I think maybe it's Clarksville. I got to give the edge to them just because they have played so well. They've had to come from behind the last 2 innings. Yeah.
Like come back from the dead 2 times.
Yep. And so if they're able to keep a scoreless sheet here for North Butler in the top of the 9th, they know, okay, just got to get a couple runners aboard now in the bottom of the 9th, and we can maybe have another walk-off in the state quarterfinals for a second straight year.
Mackenzie Schultz takes a strike. She is 0 for 4, reached on an error, and flew out to center twice and grounded back to the pitcher. 0-1 the count. This is going to be lifted into right and right at Micah Hall, who's there. 2 very quick outs here for Sydney Lovren, and you know she is very happy to see that. I think both of these pitchers just trying to get to the finish line here. Their defenses have helped, but in both cases, both sides, the defenses have not helped. Both defenses have had misplays that have cost them runs. So a chance potentially for a clean inning here for Clarksville. First pitch inside here to Kylie Grown. And you've talked about her defense has been fantastic. She also has a single. She's 1 for 4 at the plate, just a freshman.
Yeah, and there have been so many well-hit balls to the outfield for North Butler. I think I mentioned after the last inning, their center fielder, Brooke Bolin, I think she's got 9 putouts at this point. Man, how often do you see any outfielder in any game have 9 putouts in a single game? That is a rarity. So North Butler has gotten hold of the ball well. Man, Clarksville, every time the defense comes to play.
It's been a very crazy game here in this first round. Is this a swing and a miss by Grown? It is 1-2. Again, it is double elimination. For whoever loses this, it's going to hurt. It's going to sting. You've got to put yourself back together tomorrow. But both teams feel like they can win this now. This is a line drive through the whole left side. How about this freshman, Kylie Grown? Another hit. This single keeps this 9th inning alive.
And no matter what happens between these 2 teams today, we might see them play each other again in the next couple days with a double elimination format.
Yeah.
But, man, so many good matchups on the horizon for the next few years to come because, again, they have a deal where they try to play each other every single season, and we've got so many sophomores, freshmen, 8th graders on these starting lineups. They're going to see a lot of each other the next few years.
Throw behind the runner. Nice dig out there by Bolin on the short hop as Hinsey takes ball 1. Hinsey is 0 for 3, was hit by a pitch back in the second, was flown to center, struck out, and popped out in foul ground last inning. 1 ball, no strike, pitch is inside, 2-0.
I believe both runs in the last inning came with 2 outs already on the board for North Butler. They were able to score 2. Team 2 that continues to fight for their life every single at-bat.
This one is lifted into center, and how about that center field action? Brooke Bolin, another catch out there, and this one will retire the side. Nothing across the maybe Clarksville's thinking maybe we can win this thing, and we'll see if the North Butler defense can hold them off. We have an 8-8 ball game heading to the bottom of the 9th right here on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
At MidAmerican Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Whether you volunteer or hang with friends, play pickleball, read or follow trends. No matter what your retirement style, you deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. Some Medicare plans don't cover vision or dental. With Delta Dental, you can save on what's essential. Get coverage and take care of your health. It's peace of mind, so treat yourself. It's more affordable than you might think. Give us a call or visit this link.
Bottom of the ninth inning. It is Brooke Bolin to lead it off for Clarksville in an 8-8 ball game, with Clarksville a chance to walk it off this time around. Foul ball by Bolin. She is 1 for 3 with a single last time up back in that crazy 7th inning. And
Brooke Bolin, I'm counting her up now. Brooke Bolin is up to 10 putouts out in center field. Incredible numbers for her.
Now she hits, grounds it over to short, and it's a tough play for Thompson. That's going to be interesting how they rule that. Either way, she finds herself at first base. I'm not sure even if she fields it cleanly, a throw from that far across the diamond is going to get the speedy Bolin, who's covered probably 5K out in the outfield with her catches so far tonight. But leadoff runner is aboard here as the potential walk-off run for Clarksville, who has not led at all in this game today. Showing bunt, pulling back, taking a strike, late throw down to second base, and it's going to have a little bit of a squib out into right center field, but not far enough to allow the runner, Bolin, to try to do anything more than stay at second base. So a stolen base for Bolin.
And they did rule it a hit by Bolin there.
Okay.
I was just keeping track of the numbers.
I would agree with that ruling.
That seemed about right.
Bolin, by the way, stolen base number 5 on the season for her right there in a big place. And now missing the bunt and now trying to draw a throw. She gets back to second base. Man, they are aggressive with their leads on bunt attempts. And you can see Micah Hall trying to lay it down, but now it's 0-2. You would think the bunt is called off now by Katie Berman, and she's going to allow her 8th grader to try to swing the bat. She has reached the last 2 times a single, and she reached on that crazy error in the 7th. Here's the pitch. This is flared left side. We'll do it again.
Katie Berman, this is where her experience as a head coach starts coming through. 12 years on the job. She has seen it all at this point, so she knows how to play every single situation like this with a runner on second, 0 outs, in extra innings. You got to know that she's got everything planned out for whatever she sees ahead.
The 0-2, that's hit about same spot, left side, no play, still 0-2. Potential game-winning run in the form of Brooke Bolin at second base, nobody out. Camry Groen, who's pitched a really good game. I think both these pitchers have been really good in this game. It's been the defenses that have had a couple of hiccups with runners on that has allowed these big innings late to occur. The 0-2, this one lined right at Groen. The throw to second in time. Kylie Groen again at third base.
Whoa. How many times has Kylie Groen made a clutch play at the hot corner today? Goodness gracious. The last inning, she came up clutch, firing over to first base and hitting the runner. Here, doubles off the runner at second base. Boy, that is a talented young player. Boy, is she smart.
And that is the 3rd time that Micah Hall has hit it on the nose right at an infielder. Just a tough day.
Whoa.
As this is a backwards pitch. We have now seen a backwards pitch as it slips out of the hand of Camry Groen.
Another thing that, with all the softball I've seen in my life, I'm not sure if I've seen that happen.
A backward pitch.
Literally going straight back to second base.
1-1. I've seen a ball slide out of a hand and roll.
Uh-huh.
And we saw her throw one that was about 10 feet over a catcher's head.
Yeah.
I've not seen one that actually rolled backwards before. 1-1 here to Gia Hoodger now with 2 outs and nobody on. That's going to be curling out of play left side. And it's now 1-2. Hoodger is 0 for 4. A couple of strikeouts, a ground out, and she did reach on a fielder's choice that was eventually the end of the inning in the second on a grounder. Here is the 1-2. This one, left side, just out of the reach of a running Colby Wicks in foul ground on the left side. We will do the 1-2 again.
As we keep saying, this game has seen a little bit of everything. Will it see a walk-off hit as well? Gia Hudger trying to provide the heroics at this point, but if not, after 2 innings filled with nothing but runs, we could see a scoreless 9th inning.
Here's the 1-2 again from Grown. Well outside. Eve Jordan, the 9-hitter, is on deck. She has kick-started both innings that Clarksville came back in the 7th when they scored 4 and in the 8th when they scored 2 to keep this game alive. But can North Butler now keep this game alive? This one, a line drive, left field, and that's over the head of Wicks. Wicks will pick it up. She will look to get it back in the infield. She will, but it's going to be a double into left field by Hudger for her first hit of the game. And as always, extra base hits are brought to you by Channel Seeds. We'll get a runner, I think, for Hudger here. As head coach Katie Berman speaking to the new home plate umpire, who's now only been out there for a couple of innings. And we will get the runner. Bailey Jordan is going to be the runner. So Bailey Jordan running for Hudger now is the potential winning run. So you got another 8th grader on the base pass here. We'll see if that experience or lack of experience makes a difference, as Austin Guerrero is now going to go and chat with the infield and battery. And you just wonder how much, how much more you can talk to these ladies and, have them relaxing, understanding you're 1 out from getting out of this inning and forcing a 10th inning. Now, with that all being said, Eve Jordan, the 9-hitter, last couple of innings has been a part of the action, to say the least. Singled and would score the first of the 4 runs in the 7th, and then led off the 8th, but grounded on the first pitch to Zoe Thompson at shortstop and grounded out ahead of some of the action that would score a couple of runs in the 8th inning for this team in Clarksville. So Jordan now steps in, 1 for 4, and the potential walk-off run is at second base.
Yeah, and you got to think at this point, any base hit is ending this game.
Yeah, for sure.
If it gets to the outfield, it's over.
Eve Jordan swings at the first pitch, pops it foul, and lands on the screen above the crowd here behind home plate.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for your 9-hitter to be in. We've seen some heroics from the 9-hitter out of North Butler's lineup. Eden Wicks has scored 2 runs. She hit the home run earlier in the game. What's Clarksville's 9-hitter got in her?
0-1. This one, a liner, caught, shoestring by the second baseman, Harper Ingalls. What a job not letting that hit the ground. And instead, a line out to end the inning. 2 important line outs recorded by Kylie Grown, who doubled off a runner at second, and then Ingalls at second. We'll go to a 10th when we come back. Wow, you're watching more Iowa Girls State softball action presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau.
Freedom Tire is proud to support the Iowa Girl through their sponsorship of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping you on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Give us a try at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of the IGHSAU.
All right, we're back here live from Fort Dodge Farm Bureau Field, also known as one of the mini majors, Fenway Park, with the little high rise over there in the Green Monster in left field.
Which you
And
saw come into play in the last inning a little bit. Saw a double
Yeah.
out there, bounce off the wall. As I mentioned, there's certain things that you got to, as a left fielder, figure out how to play the angles out there in left field. A little bit different than the home fields these teams are playing on.
Yeah, and we're going to 10th inning if you're just joining us. Crazy game between North Butler and Clarksville, as you're not seeing the players on the field if you're just joining us also. From the third inning on, at the end of every inning, there's a hydration break because of the high temperatures, and it's for the players, it's for the umpires, just to make sure everybody is okay and we don't have any health-related heat issues here. What I will say is this game has had a bit of everything, but you have to give credit to both teams for – I mean, it could have been easy to fold the tent for both teams, especially late in this game. It was looking like we were on track for a pretty nondescript, low-scoring game between two teams that are really good with two good pitchers, good defensive plays, and it looked like we were on pace for probably a 3-1 or a 3-2 game with North Butler looking like they were going to pull off an upset. North Butler then puts up 3 in the top of the 7th. That is and then we – can't forget the little base running issue that potentially took them out of a bigger inning with what we have been told is called the look-back rule, because a runner with the ball in the circle straight away from the base before a pitch was thrown. So that helped Clarksville get out of that inning. And then Clarksville scores 4 in the bottom of the 7th to force extras. North Butler says, okay, hold on, we got it. 2 runs in the top of the 8th inning, and you think, okay, maybe they're in good shape. 2 outs. Tying run is at second base, and they find a way to get that run across. So we then are tied at 8. Give credit to North Butler for getting out of both of those innings at that point when it could have fallen apart there. And then a couple of scoreless frames in the 9th inning lead us to the 10th, where Owen Sebring, we find ourselves with North Butler going to be sending 8, 9, and 1 to the plate to try to get something on the board here and see if they can't put the pressure back in Clarksville's side of things.
You describe it well, and I think we're making up for a little bit of time that we lost from the game before this one, which finished early. That was
4 innings.
4 innings, 21-8 final. So they left 3 innings on the table, and these guys are making up for it. They stole those 3 innings back. Here we go to the 10th.
Well, that one, I mean, you're talking about a crazy game, 21-8. This one, a very different 8-8 game. First pitch, a strike here to the 8-hitter, Grace Pittenger, to lead things off here in the 10th.
And I think, we almost had this conversation a couple innings ago about how long Sydney Lovren will remain in the game after she gave up those 3 innings in the top.
Popped up here, and long run, basket catch. Hannah Wagsness makes a great play. The pitcher, Lovren, that would have been a really tough play for her to try to retreat after throwing the pitch. So for Wagsness to be able to make that play, really imperative to keep the leadoff batter off the base paths. So the pop-up is the first out, and that brings up Eden Wicks, the 9-hitter, who has had a great day at the plate. A walk, a fielder's choice. She did strike out, but the big knock for her was a solo homer, her 2nd of the year, and that came back in the 5th, which feels like another lifetime ago, the way that this game unfolded after that.
Yeah, and as I was saying, we talked a couple innings ago about if we might see a new pitcher. That hasn't come to pass, obviously, but the deeper we go in this game, the more the pitches pile up, the longer the game goes, the more the heat bears down on these people. Do we start to see somebody else? Neither team has had anybody else, really, who's been a significant part of their pitching staff all year.
They're going to live and die by these arms, it looks like.
Yeah,
because you would have thought that a move would have been made a while back if a move was to be made.
Yeah.
0-2 here to Eden Wicks. And this one inside nearly hits her. She might be thinking, it's like almost as that ball was barely to her, she almost kind of thought about hanging in there with an 0-2 count, but instead it's a ball. It's 1-2. The pitch from Lovren, this one inside as well, 2-2. And then just to, factor this part of it in, and I have pitch counts that are my count. I can't say they're official because there could be 1 or 2 that are off from mine versus the official counts. But it's a lot of pitches. There's a swing and a miss by Wicks, and that is the first strikeout recorded by Lovren since the 6th inning. That's just her 4th.
I believe she had one in the 8th. Eden Wicks actually struck out looking in the top of the 8th.
Oh, you're right. My K is backwards, which is why I didn't notice. Good call there, Owen. This is why 2 guys scoring is the way. As Zoe Thompson, the leadoff hitter, is up once again, 0-1. She got a single, scored a run in the 8th. She also scored a run in the 7th, part of both of those rallies for North Butler. And she's going to try to start a 2-out rally here as it's 1-1. And Lovren has just, by my count, gone over 140 pitches in this game. She throws this one low and away. And again, pitch count in baseball versus pitch count in softball, they're not the same thing, and I'm not pretending they are, but it still does wear you down.
Yeah.
The more you're throwing out there in this heat, the more that you've had to see these same batters, it can get fatiguing both mentally and physically as this one drops inside.
And that's such a chess match that coaches in baseball have to play when they get to the state tournament, because there are pitch count limits that players can have on a certain amount of days, so they really have to watch, okay, do we want to keep
3 balls. It's 3 balls, 1 strike. 3-1 on the way. This is a grounder, short. Lovren gloves it. Quick throw to first. How about a 1-2-3? It's been a while since we've seen one of those. And how about Lovren settling in extras now after a couple of innings where she gave up multiple runs. So a quick 10th inning for North Butler. Clarksville, again, will have a chance to wrap it up, and they will have the top of the order due up when we return. You're watching the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau.
At MidAmerican Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Plate appearances, and so pretty big deal here for Kate Lodge, the freshman, with her at the plate to start things off as she rips this one down the line, but well foul, 0-2. 3 doubles for her. I'm not sure we've had 3 or 4 extra base hits for both teams besides her throughout this game.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a lot of strange plays and extra bases taken on throws and steals and things of that nature, mistakes, errors, but she has 3 legitimate doubles. She takes this one a little up and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Folks like myself doing color commentary, we like to look for themes or anything that we might notice that can be called back. And I keep referencing Kate Lodge's walk-off hit in last year's quarterfinals that sent them to the semifinal round, and just keep thinking, I wonder if she's going to be the one to come up and play hero again for this Clarksville team, just needing somebody to break through here in the bottom of we're in the 10th now, right? 3rd extra inning that we've reached here? Yeah, we're in the 10th.
Yeah. Camry Groen, who continues to pitch here, gets a swing and a miss. Huge strikeout there. It had been a while for her since she had her last strikeout back in the 7th when she got Gia Hoodger down looking on a pitch that was quite outside. That's the first strikeout she's gotten with the new home plate umpire that entered the game in extra innings.
Good
so
point.
That's a big strikeout for her, and that is number 6 in the game for the first out.
Exactly what Groen needs there in the circle to see a strikeout, any sort of out go on the books, but a strikeout is a way to do it, especially when we're getting right at the top of the order. These are the toughest batters she's going to face here in the 10th inning.
Allowing them to put it in play can just be a dangerous proposition. With a walk-off. The next run ends the game. So 0-1 here to the 8th grader Reagan Wedeking. She fouls it back. It's 0-2. She singled in a run, a huge hit in the 8th inning to help get that rally going back in the 8th inning when Clarksville trailed by 2 and was trying to tie the game.
We've had a lot. Both of our scorebooks, I think, are looking pretty busy. But, yeah, Wedeking's been on base 3 times today on an error, a walk, and a single. Grounded out a couple times. The ABs are piling up for both teams.
This one's going to be into the gap in left center field, and it's going to get all the way to the wall. Wedeking goes around first. She is going to pull up for a stand-up double, and she represents the winning run. last time, I should remind you that there was a runner on second and less than 2 outs. There was a line drive hit right at third baseman Kylie Groen, and she immediately doubled up that runner at second base. Do they have some similar magic? Is now time called, and it looks like that may be it for Camry Groen. So Groen has officially given the ball up. We're going to get a brand new pitcher, and we will make that substitution and pitching change for you official when we come back. Right after this, you are watching 10th inning action, Class 1A, here at the Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau.
Yeah, it's a trip when you hit the road. And when you know when you've arrived. It's a trip when you get everything you want. The burger and the fries, the creek and the crick, the city and the countryside. It's a trip when you're where you're meant to be. In this moment, in this bathroom mirror, looking like $1 million. And yeah, it's a trip when it goes by fast. Des Moines. It's a trip. Make it yours.
Excelling in athletics takes teamwork, dedication, and a commitment to excellence. These are the same qualities that help our pig farmers and our communities thrive. The Iowa Pork Producers Association is proud to support statewide high school athletics and the student athletes who make us all proud. Visit iowapork.org/WeCare to meet the people behind the pork and hear about our winning approach to caring for our pigs, the environment, and our communities.
Welcome back. It is Emery, Songro, and Sebring with you live here on the Girls Network, presented by our friends at Mid-American Energy Company. And we have our first pitching change of the game. And I have unofficially a count of over 165 pitches
oh my goodness.
For Camry Groen in this game. She finally gets reliever in as she tried to finish this and had a chance multiple times. Emerson Miller is the relief pitcher, an 8th grader who appeared in 8 games so far this season. Just 22 and a third innings of work, a 1.88 ERA. She struck out 24, walked 10. But again, you're talking about a lot less action than the pitcher that had basically been carrying the load all season long for this team. And now you're asking her to try to get a couple of outs without allowing a runner to score from second base.
And Camry Groen remains in the game. She moves to left field. Colby Wicks, who had been playing left, she moves to right field, replacing Grace Pittenger. Groen, they need to stay in the game because she,
of her bat,
if
yes.
this goes to the 11th inning, she would be up again to bat. So they wanted to keep her in no matter what. But it's looking dire right now. North Butler now going with their substitute pitcher she's only appeared in 8 games this entire season. As Emery mentioned, 22 and a third innings pitched. Only 24 strikeouts all year. Boy, there's a lot riding on this 8th grader's performance here. And extra innings of a state tournament game. Such a big moment for her.
Yeah, so we'll try to do our best to give you an official final statistics, as Hannah Wangsness, who is the RBI leader for Clarksville, has a big RBI in front of her if she can get a hit at second base to potentially end this game, as the first pitch for Miller is a strike, 0-1. For Wangsness, she has 1 hit, a couple of runs, a walk, a couple of pop-outs in this game. Miller delivering. This is fouled back, 0-2 count for an 8th grader. You want to talk about coming in nerves of steel, throwing a couple of strikes here to a big-time hitter in this Clarksville order.
Not even an 8th grader who's been playing all that much. You know, she hasn't been in the lineup at all today. I mean, unless I missed her.
Pinch ran.
Yeah, outside of being a pinch runner. I mean, this is a big, big spot for her.
This is a ground ball right side. It's picked up by the first baseman. Long run, nicely played by Eden Wicks. It does move the runner to third. So you're right. Emerson Miller has not played. I had an incorrect name that I wrote down. So she has not played in this game.
Yeah. And,
but she comes in and gets an important out, 1 out away from getting out of it. But for Clarksville, the winning run is at third base, and this potentially, and you're going to see Austin Guerrero come out. I was wondering if he's going to come and just like go through where we're going to line up, make sure that we know where we're throwing the ball if we get a ground ball. And then also your catcher back there, Charlotte Shook, has to come up with every single ball that is in the dirt and not let anything past her, because you know Clarksville is going to try to score that winning run on a wild pitch or a pass ball if given the opportunity.
We've seen a couple of times today where North Butler could have ended this game if they could have just converted one little ground out, and they've let the nerves get to them, and they've committed a couple errors that have continued this game for Clarksville, kept the Indians alive. But now got Guerrero out there, I have to imagine, trying to just settle the nerves of everybody. As you say, just making sure everybody knows where the out's going to be. Pretty much no matter what, the out's going to be at first base, no matter where the ball goes to.
So in my roster here, there are 2 Emerson Millers. There's one playing for Clarksville who was a pinch runner earlier, and the Emerson Miller that's in the circle right now for North Butler, and they're spelled the exact same way with a Y. Whatever, man. I don't even know anymore.
Maybe that's the byproduct of living in the same county. Somebody heard somebody name a daughter, and Emerson Miller said, hey, I kind of like the sound of that.
I don't even know, man. Anyway, either way, we have an 0-1 count to Kara Bolin. She has the winning run at third base. This pitch just misses. It's 1-1. Bolin got a hit last time up in the left field. She is 2 for 4, does have a run scored as well. Wedeking is the potential walk-off run at third base, the 1-1. That one fouled off. It is 1-2. 2 outs in the inning. It is tied 8-8. We are in the the bottom of the 10th inning. These teams go blow for blow. The 1-2. And that's foul off the end of the bat. Just wide of first base. It is still 1-2. And then the anxiety is up now because nobody wants to make a mistake. And the crowd is doubled here because everybody, for the next game that's about to be played, all their crowd is already here ready for their teams to play after this game gets over. So there's a lot of anxiousness right now. 1-2, ground ball over to second. Fielded by Ingles. Her throw is high, but pulled down by Eden Wicks. Why not 11? Let's play an 11th inning, and we will play an 11th. When we come back, a lot of softball left. You just never know when this one may end, folks. This is the Girls Union Network, powered by the Mid-American Energy Company.
At MidAmerican Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Looks like another perfect day to get out there and enjoy the summer.
Forward before she gets in the car. It's easy to choose.
Iowa State Fair, August 13th through the 23rd.
Just a reminder, folks, as you're joining us back in Fort Dodge, had that pitching change last half inning. Pitching changes in today's game are brought to you by IMT Insurance. Learn how you can be worry-free with IMT at imtins.com. Emery Songer, Owen Sebring here up in the press box. Another hydration break because every inning after the third inning you get a hydration break. And we have had now 4 additional hydration breaks than were originally in the books for a schedule here.
They're well hydrated.
Yeah.
Got to give that to them.
And how about you bring in your 8th grader who has played and pitched in only 8 games this season, and she comes in with a runner in scoring position that could end this – it's not the season because it's double elimination, but end as far as the winner's bracket here this game against a number 2 team you've had on the ropes, and she comes in and gets those 2 outs, and that run does not score. I mean, that is unbelievable stuff.
Yep. I first want to talk about the challenge for both teams that they faced when it got to, I think it was after the 7th or 8th inning that we had the umpire change.
It was after the 7th.
That, too, is such a mentally tough challenge for both squads because they've gotten used to this umpire. The umpire who started the game and did the first 7 innings had a pretty liberal strike zone, frankly, and so they've maybe gotten used to that. The pitchers had adjusted to that, and now they have a new umpire step in behind the plate that they've kind of got to get used to his balls and strikes and where he's going to call things. That's tough for any pitcher, much less an 8th grader who's never played the state tournament before, who's only played in 8 games his entire season, coming in against the defending champs with a runner in scoring position, Emerson Miller, the North Butler, Emerson Miller.
Yep.
Turns out we've got to clarify because there's one on each.
Why not?
But as again, we keep saying, this game's got a little bit of everything. Identical names, identical grades on each roster. I suppose it is only fitting that we have the same thing there. But, yeah, an incredible performance there just to get the final couple outs of that inning and keep things alive for North Butler. Every time I keep thinking, okay, maybe this is it for North Butler. Maybe this is a time that the 7th seed throws it in and Clarksville comes out, the defending champs show their mettle. North Butler keeps coming back. I give a lot of credit to their lineup. Got to give a lot of credit to Austin Guerrero, again, for keeping their heads on right and just keeping this team in it every single game. Even in what is not an elimination game, keeping this team alive.
Well, I mean, but we've talked about it. The probability of you winning the state title when you win this first game, even in a double elimination format, is so much different than if you lose that first game in a double elimination format. As the first pitch is fouled out of play by Charlotte Shooks, the freshman catcher. It is Sydney Lovren, who is the pitcher still. That was her 144th pitch by my count. On the other side, Camry Groan, who was replaced, as we're looking for softballs here after that last one was fouled out of play. But my count, again, not necessarily official, because I could have missed one here or there in my counting and everything. I'm doing it as fast as I can in between innings.
I'm with you.
Camry Grown, by my count, 166 pitches, 111 for strikes, and 55 were balls.
Wow.
In 9 in a third innings. Yeah.
And now you wonder, okay, does Lovren stay in here for the remainder, however long it goes?
They've had some action down there in their bullpen.
Okay.
I don't know how serious they're thinking about, but I mean, it obviously depends on how the inning unfolds, you would think.
There's 2 other players on Clarksville's roster who have pitched this season, and they're both other players who we see elsewhere in the lineup. You've got Brooke Bolin, who's been playing center field today, and there's Reagan Wedeking. Those 2, respectively, have played in 7 games and 5 games. Bolin's a little bit more experienced. She's thrown 24 1/3 innings. As we see a strikeout there from Lovren, as she has not slowed a step as this game goes on into the 11th inning. It almost feels
like the last 3 extra innings, she has been about as good as she's been today.
Yep.
Usually, the more batters see you, the harder it is for you as a pitcher to find a way to navigate through a lineup. But since the 8th inning when North Butler pushed across a couple of runs in the 9th, 10th, and 11th so far, she has been dialed in. As this one is ripped foul down the third base line by Camry Groan. Groan did stay in the game in the outfield so she can bat, and she is the big bat in this order. I wonder what that's doing for her mentally, knowing that she just has to worry about playing in the outfield while she's at the plate here. She hammers this one, but well foul. But that is the hardest hit ball we have seen today.
Extra base specialist.
They say right size, wrong shape.
Cameron Groen, yeah, maybe that's the mental approach here. Is that now okay, I can't finish in the circle, maybe I'll finish it at the plate.
She's not getting cheated up there. That was another big hack. So she is seeing Lovren really, really well right now. But it is still an 0-2 count.
Yeah, this is the heart of the order for North Butler that we're seeing up in this inning. So if they're going to push any more runs across and try to end this one in this 11th inning, it's got to come right here.
Grown 2 hits in the game, and she hits this one on a rope, but right at Brooke Bolin, who has been busy out there. I think we have counted.
That's
12. 11. Is this 12? Was that the 12th one?
I thought that
11 or 12 times she has
here.
Had a put out there at center field. So she's covering a lot of ground, but they're also hitting it at her.
Yeah, 11 putouts she's had so far in this game.
My goodness. Couple of outs quickly here for Lovren, and now it's the cleanup hitter, Harper Ingalls. Fouls the first pitch off 0-1. Ingles looking for her first hit. She is 0 for 4, does have a walk. Did strike out a couple of times earlier in the game. Looking for a hit to extend the frame. It is 0-1. That one comes in high, 1-1.
These are games of momentum, and the momentum shifts here and there. Every little pitch, every little at-bat can shift the momentum, and so it seems like it's been sliding more Clarksville's way, but just one swing could change that for North Butler.
Well, with the pitch counts getting as high as they are, again, I'm somewhere over 150 pitches at this point in my book.
Mm-hmm.
You were wondering where that cap is. Like, how much longer can she go even if she keeps getting outs? Like, how much longer is she feeling good? As that catches the outside edge, it's 2-2 here to Ingles. Because we're talking 11, potentially 12. Who knows how long this game could go. And the other side has already made their call to the bullpen in North Butler. As this one fouled back by Ingles.
And no matter what, these players are going to be back on the field tomorrow win
yeah.
or lose. And so Lovren could be out here in another, 12, 14 hours, something like that, to do it all again.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, too, right? You'd think a lot of these players would, stick around and watch the next game. I don't know if they will at this point. That's inside 3-2. I personally do have extra inning experience here. I was on the call for Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont when they played Iowa City, Regina back in, I think it was 2017, and that game went 16 innings. Wow. For a state championship, which was one of the craziest games I can remember. Is that's a swing and a miss, strike 3. They'll throw down to first just for the, and just in case that one hit the dirt. A 1-2-3 inning again, 7 straight retired by Lovren in the circle. Clarksville will have another chance to try to finish it off when we return. More coming up. You stay right there. This is the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau.
Excuse me, man. You dropped this.
Sydney Lovren is going to start it off with Brooke Bolin and Micah Hall due up behind her for the Clarksville Indians, the number 2 seed. So that's 1-0. Emerson Miller, the pitcher for the North Butler Bearcats. This one a tough hop, somehow fielded cleanly, and on the other end a tough hop for Wicks, and she digs it out. Kylie Groen has been excellent at third base. That throw a little short. A lot of credit to Wicks for digging it out for the very important first out. And we will see Brooke Bolin, who has singled the last 2 times up, but was last time doubled off of second on another great play by Groen at third base.
We've talked about the inexperience of Emerson Miller, the 8th grader who's now coming on in relief. Inexperienced, yes, but she's done pretty decent in the times that she has been called on. 22 1/3 innings, 24 Ks, all right? So she's averaging over a strikeout per inning in her appearances, 1.88 ERA. She's done well with what she's been tasked with so far. She forces another line out here for out number 2. The defense for North Butler stepping up right now. They know they've got to play big because maybe Miller isn't going to force a lot of strikeouts against the Clarksville offense, but they know they've got to step it up on defense to keep this game alive.
So quickly 2 outs and just 4 pitches, and the 8th grader Micah Hall will come up to face Emerson Miller for the first time. Stares at a strike, 0-1. Yeah, the story of this game, you kind of have to tell it in multiple chapters, but again, Clarksville threatening the last couple of innings with a chance to end the game with a walk-off and just could not get the run in. Give credit to North Butler for being able to figure that out. 0-2 the count. The pitch. This one looped out in the center, running on and making an easy play is Mackenzie Schultz. 1-2-3 for Miller. She's come on and just retired the first 5 she's seen in relief and will go and play 12. Man, what a game we have here in the first round of Class 1A in Fort Dodge. We'll be back with more on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
Life's buzzing with energy. From the delightfully routine, to the novel and exciting, to the truly uncharted. With all that life brings, it's easy to lose track of what powers all those moments, our health. At Mercy One, our caring doctors focus on just that, powering health, from the everyday to the extraordinary. So you're ready for what life brings next. Find care at mercyone.org/healthpowerslife.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Heading into inning number 12 here in Fort Dodge at Iowa Farm Bureau Field. And what else could happen while the next set of fans have been piling in, and we have probably double the amount of people watching our game, which is now in a 12th inning between Clarksville, the 2 seed, and North Butler, the 7 seed. I don't know how to describe, like a pipe burst or something underneath us we're in the press box, something underneath us, what we believe to be the women's restroom, exploded and just drenched everyone within probably a 30-foot radius, and they just now got it shut off. I don't know what – I mean, I literally have never seen that before.
You don't know what the protocol is. It looks like they've been taking an extended hydration break, as we like to say here in the industry, giving new meaning to hydration break with the water pipe breaking coming out of the
probably felt
when
pretty good.
When there's a pipe breaks that involves a restroom, you hope it's one of the in pipes that's bringing in the clean water versus one of the out pipes that's going the other way, because the water burst, and just right here in front of the press box, there's still water soaking the windows in front of us. You just saw this spout of water shooting
like raining
upwards,
upside down.
And you saw the people in front of us that are sitting in their lawn chairs just start getting soaked. They're screaming. They're running in different directions. And you saw the field of play get stopped. I'm not sure if they took an extended water break just because of that and try to figure out the pipe situation.
I mean, it was a significant distraction at the very least. I don't know. Like, it felt a little bit longer, but what are you going to do? And where does that water go, right? That was the other thing. Is like, does it drain kind of down where all the electronics are for our media and radio friends that are sitting down on the along the fence there? I don't know, but either way, We're going to the 12th inning, and we're going to call it for you as North Butler again will try to score with Mackenzie Schultz, Kylie Groen, and Briley Hinsey, the 3 scheduled hitters, as this is clearly the most insane game so far. We had a 21-8 game on this field right before we started. So
Farm Bureau Field putting in a strong case for the diamond of the tournament so far.
Man, we're not even 3 full games in. Here's the first pitch, swing and a miss by Schultz as we are starting the 12th inning. Schultz is the 5 hitter in the order, and she is looking for her first hit. She's 0 for 5. Did reach on an error back in the first inning.
We've said it.
Lovren fires, and it's 0-2.
We've said it a number of times about how we've seen a little bit of everything in this game, and then just something new pops up that we have not seen before.
Happen, right? That one was new. That was not on the bingo card. And again, we had an umpire change at the end of the 7th inning going into the 8th. This is popped up. This will be playable. Who's it going to be? Lovren calling for it. She runs right into Eve Jordan, who was calling for it. And that's the out. So it's interesting because in any, in Major League Baseball or professional baseball, maybe even lower levels, the pitcher is not going to be if the third baseman can get there, they should be calling the pitcher off. But Lovren was like, I'm catching this.
Yeah.
So everybody's all right. First pitch, a strike to Kylie Groen, the freshman. She's had a great game, defensively especially. She also is 2 for 5 at the plate so far. The 0-1, swing and a miss. That one upstairs, got her chasing. I kind of suggested this when we were in the, I don't know if I'm if the batters are kind of mentally, it's tough to stick in a game like this, right? Because it just never ends. This is a little bouncer over to short, nice throw and stretch. Wagness over to Kara Bolin, and quickly 2 away.
Because as we say in baseball and softball, every at-bat is kind of a chess match. One player trying to figure out the other. And
you're thinking about the pitches, because they've seen Lovren. This is the 6th time.
Yeah, and we're getting close to the point where they're having twice as many at-bats as they are in a normal game. And that does start to wear you down eventually, and it's just okay, then you're just starting to grind it out. Okay, which one in a battle of wills – a rock meeting a hard place. What is the thing that's going to eventually – that the dam is going to burst? No pun intended with our recent water break here.
We've had
Maybe it's on the mind.
Plenty of pipes bursting already as it's 0-1 here to Hinsey. She lines this one. Caught! Nice job by Wangsness. And she pulls it down. Another quick inning. 10 in a row retired by Sydney Lovren. My goodness. And they'll try again. Clarksville will bat in the bottom of the 12th. 1 run will win it. We'll be back with it for you right after this on the Girls Union Network powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
At Mid-American Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Yeah, it's a trip when you hit the road. And when you know when you've arrived. It's a trip when you get everything you want. The burger and the fries, the creek and the crick, the city and the countryside. It's a trip when you're where you're meant to be. In this moment, in this bathroom mirror, looking like $1 million. And yeah, it's a trip when it goes by fast. Des Moines. It's a trip. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Farm Bureau Field in Fort Dodge. Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau. This game has been a wild one. It's the first pitch off the outside corner to Gia Hudger in the bottom of the 12th from Emerson Miller, who's been excellent getting all 5 of the batters she's faced out quickly in just 14 pitches. This one going to be a chopper. Tough play. What a play at short by Zoe Thompson. That is a very tough play on the short hop. Fielded it and in one motion throws to first for the out. What a play.
How good has she been since making some of those errors that allowed this game to get extended for Clarksville? She has kept her head on straight and has made some incredible plays at shortstop.
That put a star on that one. And the last thing North Butler would have wanted to see Clarksville put the leadoff batter on base. Instead, it's an out. Eve Jordan takes ball one, number 9 hitter. She is 1 for 5 at the plate, does have a run scored. That was all the way back in the 7th inning when the Indians clawed their way back to tie the game after being down by 4 runs. This is a kind of game that, like the sports writers, they get to, you could wax poetic for 3,000 words on this one. You really need all of that to tell the full story.
And the deadlines are coming in close for the
Yeah.
local TV crews who are covering this one and knowing, okay, do I have a 9 o'clock show, a 10 o'clock show to get this in for? Will I have a final? Maybe you thought that you were going to cover the rims in St. Mary's Fort Dodge St. Ed's game after this one. I don't think so.
That's
a game
tough
that
ask.
isn't going to maybe be starting until, well, who knows when. May not be 9 o'clock until 9 o'clock that game starts.
Quick 4-pitch walk issued to Eve Jordan. And before that, only 3 misses. Only 3 balls had been thrown by Emerson Miller since coming on in relief, but she lost the 9-hitter Jordan there, and now we get to the real dangerous part of this order for Clarksville with a runner on, and Jordan a good runner, and Kate Lodge, who is 4 for 6 with 3 doubles and 3 runs scored. She bats with the potential winning run at first. First pitch, she a little bit late on that one off the hands, 0-1.
What have I said every time she's come up to bat about the last 3 ABs? I think I've talked about her walk-off hit in last year's state quarterfinals. Could we see the same thing again from Kate Lodge this time around? Maybe the 12th inning is the one.
0-1. Miller fires. And almost the same exact thing, just kind of shooting it to the left side off the screen. 0-2 quickly to her here. And the sun right in the eyes. That's interesting. So Miller missed the ball as it was thrown back to her from Grown and on the third base side. And you wonder if that could play some games with the first baseman also on any ball that's kind of thrown from the left side of the infield. Something to keep an eye on is, again, Lodge swings and misses. So she had 3 doubles, 4 hits in a row, and then struck out the last 2 times. I mean, that's another example, and she's had to be in her and Charlotte Shook have been catching for 12 innings. You can't forget that, too, and how that can wear you down. As Wedeking, a little dribbler to third, tough play, growing her throw in time.
Great
she is
stretch.
so good at third base.
Eden Wicks stretching so well for that one over first base.
Wicks also on the first base end. So another quick inning. She pitches around the 4-pitch walk. We'll head to a 13th inning here on Farm Bureau Field. What else will we see? Will this game ever end? We don't know. You'll have to stick around to find out here on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
Hey, Frank. Oh, it looks like you spilled some grease.
Grills are multiplying and you need flavor that's bold.
There's nothing left for you to do
But to go to Fairway, your dream for Midwest meat. It's the one you need. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, you better stake up. Fairway and meat go hand in hand.
This dream is meant for you and me.
Poultry, pork, and beef, your home for Midwest meat. It's the one you need. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed.
Fairway, it's the one you need.
All right, so we are playing top of the 13th, and we did not get our hydration break, so I think,
I think it's cooled down maybe enough at this point that there's
I
temperatures
agree.
that factor in
Let's
there.
get this show on the road.
Yeah.
10 in a row retired by Sydney Lovren. She will see a new hitter, Willow Asher, who's batting for the first time. First pitch taken for a ball, 1-0.
I was challenging you in the break there to see if you could total up the pitches that Lovren has thrown so far tonight, because she's getting into some astronomical numbers, I got to think, by this point.
Yeah, and she is. she still, by my count, it's 2-0. She's still short of the number that Grown had thrown on the other end still. She's going to catch her this inning if she pitches the whole inning. There's a strike, 2-1. And this is an unofficial count, but that's 161 by my count.
Okay.
On the other side, Grown by my count, 166. Again, that's not official by any means. I do the best I can. I'm hearing 173 down the road, so I must have missed, a handful of pitches here or there.
You're doing your best. You're doing play-by-play and counting pitches, keeping book.
And I
have to
say,
scenario.
this was not a great game for me to get back into the swing of things. I'll tell you that. Popped up right side, foul ground. Easy play there made by Kara Bolin for the out to retire Asher. And Asher, by the way, didn't want to mention this. She's just an 8th grader. That was her 9th at-bat this season.
Wow.
Getting the call here in a big moment because, you know what? Why not? And that's in the spot that Grace Pittenger had been in before and was 0 for 4 with a hit and was hit by a pitch. First pitch, a swing, 0-1. Eden Wicks, the 9-hitter, did hit a home run back in the 5th inning. Feels like a lifetime ago. A solo shot. So that one fouled back, 0-2. I'm looking at Lovren. I think by my count in the last 3 innings has thrown less than 10 balls.
Wow.
I mean, North Butler has gotten very aggressive at the plate.
Yep. We'll start to see that. I mean, even on that last swing by Eden Wicks, looked like she reached for that one a little bit, so maybe everybody trying to play a hero at some point, wanting to get this game over with.
This one, swing and a miss, a little drop ball action there, and there's the 3rd straight time that Wicks has struck out, dating back to the 8th inning. That is number 8 in terms of Ks in the game for Lovren. 2 quick outs again. She has retired as the first pitch is inside 1-0. She is retired again. I've said this before, right? Like, she seems to be dialed in more than she was at any other point of this game, and even with that pitch count continuing to rise. It's the 1-0. This one hit into the air. Bolin turning her back, can't bring it in. It bounces off her glove. It was a tough play. It just kept carrying, and the ball comes in nearly. It didn't find the ball, did Thompson. So I think she was looking at her coach to see if she was supposed to go to 3. Ball came behind her to 2nd, and if it would have been fielded cleanly, there was a chance they could have slapped a tag on her. Either way, Thompson hits a double. Bolin nearly pulls the Willie Mays catch off down in center field. That's a tough play, but it just kept drifting further and further away from her. But a runner on second base, and I was just about to say this before that swing interrupted me, but she had, to that point, retired. And speaking of Sydney Lovren, she had retired 12 in a row.
Yeah, that's how you pitch in extra innings. That's,
I mean,
that's exactly what you want to see out of a pitcher.
Like, honestly, you're this deep into a game and you had been steamrolling their lineup to that point. Good swing by Thompson there, really making strong contact. And she finds herself standing at second base as the potential go-ahead run for Charlotte Shook.
And it was ruled a hit. Didn't know if since it hit the glove, there might be a conversation there. But it looks like that's the 10th hit of the game from North Butler. Both teams in double figures for hits. 25 combined between the two squads right now.
2 away, and good runner Thompson on second. Lovren first, and she pulls back, and now trying to get into a run down here. They just chase Thompson back. So as far as this goes, it's 0-1 here to Shook. It's interesting, right? Because we've seen both teams kind of use base runners in that way to kind of like draw throws and to try to get an advantage. We'll see if they do that again as Shook swings at the high one and 0-2 to count.
Well, she was laying down for a bunt, and I'm like, that is a strange scenario to drop a bunt down when you got 2 outs already in the inning. But
it was obviously just kind of trying to create it.
Draw the third baseman off to allow for the steal or something.
Popped up, foul ground. Jordan, plenty of space, squeezes it. So the double, it kind of breaks up a big run of consecutive outs put together by Lovren, but instead she's able to get the pop out and foul ground to end the inning. We will head to the bottom of this 13th inning and see if Clarksville once again can finish it off with a win. We'll find out next on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
At Mid-American Energy, we're one company serving 1.6 million people who all need energy that's available 24/7. That's why we work 24/7. That's why we make investments in our systems that make us more resilient to extreme weather. That's why we generate power from all available resources to cover the variables in supply and demand. And that's why when the power is knocked out, we work around the clock to restore power to you. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Whether you volunteer or hang with friends, play pickleball, read or follow trends. No matter what your retirement style, you deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. Some Medicare plans don't cover vision or dental. With Delta Dental, you can save on what's essential. Get coverage and take care of your health. It's peace of mind, so treat yourself. It's more affordable than you might think. Give us a call or visit this link.
Heading into the bottom of the 13th, it is the heart of the Clarksville order. Hannah Wagnes, Kara Bolin, Sydney Lovren due up to face Emerson Miller, an 8th grader who is trying to navigate again through this dangerous spot in the Clarksville order in a tie game, 8-8. Both teams scoring multiple runs in the 7th and the 8th innings. It's been quiet since. First pitch swung on and fouled back by Wagnes. And it is 0-1. This is the 13th inning.
7th at bat for these Clarksville players who are coming to the plate this inning.
But this is just the second time that they will have seen Emerson Miller,
That's right,
who came on a couple of innings ago. 0-1 the count. This one, a rope into left field, and that's going to short Hoff and get past Groan out there. That is Camry Groan, who came out to the outfield after she was in the circle. That's the first ball that's been hit to her since she went out to the outfield. So I think you got to give a double there. That was smoked.
Yeah.
She was not going to catch that ball, and it took a weird hop past her.
And that's what you want out of Hannah Wagnes. You've got a senior versus an 8th grader combination in the pitcher versus the batter there.
Yeah.
And Wagnes comes out on top.
Well, and then on top of that, right, you have the leadoff batter on second. This was, a thing that we haven't actually seen with a chance for them to win since the 9th inning, the leadoff batter getting on base for Clarksville. So with the big bats here with Bolin, Lovren, and then the other Bolin coming behind, with those 3 batters, can you manufacture a way to get this run across and to end this game? Again, double elimination. The loser of this game, their season is not over yet, but the odds of winning a state title in a double elimination format when you win the first game versus when you lose the first game, especially with as close as North Butler has been on multiple occasions in this game to potentially win. It really, there's going to be a lot of mental games that both of these coaches are going to have to play with their players before tomorrow's games, regardless of which side of the bracket they're on.
Yeah, if you're North Butler, who had the chance at an upset twice, we're so close to getting this game and reaching the second round. This would be a tough one to come back from if you're in the elimination bracket.
Little bunt for a hit attempt there by Kara Bolin. It rolls foul, 0-1. So it's going to be interesting to see. Austin Guerrero went out there and talked to his infield again, just making sure everybody knows where they're covering, which base we're going to, be ready for the bunt. You see Kylie Groan over there at third. Well in, and there's another bunt attempt, and it again goes foul. So that probably takes the bunt hit and the bunt sacrifice bunt off the table here. We'll see what Katie Berman, the head coach of the third base coaches box, does here with her cleanup batter. Just trying to get that runner to third with less than 2 outs. 0-2 the count. Takes it up and away.
She's got 2 hits today, so there's precedent to just go ahead and let her swing away here after you get the 2 strikes on her with those bunt attempps. Go ahead.
Emerson Miller, the 8th grader, has been very good in a tough spot since she's come on, needing to throw up zeros. This one well away, 2-2. Got to remember, she entered the game in the 10th inning with the potential winning run for Clarksville in scoring position, was able to work her way out of that jam, and has not allowed a hit in the 2 innings that she's pitched since. This popped up, tough play, right side, foul. That would have been the game if that probably is fair. They had to hold the runner at second. Wagnes couldn't stray too far away from second, but that's a long run for everybody to try to get to it and then throw home if that was a fair ball.
And is that even good news that somebody didn't catch that if you're North Butler? Because if you catch that, you probably do get the tag up and the runner goes over to third base.
Right. 2-2. Just misses. 3-2. We do have first base open. The only run in this inning that's going to matter is the one at second, but you do want to get the outs when you have the chance, especially in a 2-strike count. Here is the payoff. Fouled out of play, right side. We will do it again. Another good at-bat put together here. It's been an incredibly efficient 2 2/3 innings for Emerson Miller, just 24 pitches to record a total of 8 outs, which is really, really strong. It is 3-2 this time, though, and another foul ball.
And you know that you're going to be going out there again tomorrow no matter what. So for Camry Grown, at least getting, if nothing else, even if they lose today, they're falling into the double elimination bracket, and she still has, maybe some energy saved from this game, getting a chance to get spelled here.
I mean, you could imagine her still throwing. She'd be over 200 pitches at this point. There's strike 3, paints the outside corner. How about Emerson Miller? Her second strikeout since coming on. Wow. Did want to let you know the extra base hit, like that double from Wang's, brought to you by Channel Seeds, the enhanced Channel Seed brand, here to help farmers like you up your game and rise to the challenge. Learn more at channel.com/rise. Is that one off the end of the bat, foul right side by Lovren, 0-1. She is 1 for 5 in the game. 1 for 5. The hit was an RBI hit, and she would score back in the 7th. Her runner would score in the 7th. She swings and misses through that one, 0-2. Her runner, by the way, named Emerson Miller, the same name.
That was the Emerson Miller, the mystery Miller that we also see in the Clarksville lineup.
I don't even know what's going on anymore. It's fine. 0-2 now the count here to Lovren. Brooke Bolin on deck. Barring a double play, will get to bat. The pitch. That's on the outside corner. Dotted it, and that a 1-2-3 in terms of the pitches, getting her looking with the same pitch she got Bolin on. The 3-pitch strikeout puts 2 outs on the board, and Brooke Bolin, the freshman, comes up with a winning run still at second as the sun continues to set here in Fort Dodge. This is a bouncer right in front of the plate, picked up. Miller throws to first, not in time. Didn't really get a good handle on it. An insanely tough play for a pitcher sprinting in to try to field that, but she might have had a shot at her if she gets it clean. I think you got to put that as an infield hit.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It bounced in such a strange spot, just a little bit too far out of the reach of the catcher, just barely enough for the pitcher to get up there and field it. So now we reach a point where we have 2 outs, runners on the corners, and still Clarksville 1 base hit away from ending this thing and reaching the second round of the tournament.
Well, sorry to interrupt, Owen, but now you see the battery and the infield talking again about where they're going to go with a throw, because we've seen some interesting plays with runners on and a chance to get out of an inning. But also, if you're Charlotte Shook, you've already caught almost 13 full innings in this game. You can't let anything pass you now with the runner at third.
Yep, no room for error at this point. My only question was a logistical one about, do we call the next round the semifinals when it's a double elimination format? But maybe that's a question for once we finish this game.
one game at a time. All right, here it is with Micah Hall at the plate. First pitch to her. She swings. It's a ground ball to the shortstop. Thompson, her throw in time. Thompson does make the play. Get him out of it. How about we play to a 14th inning? Forget 1 regulation game. How about 2 regulation games in 1? We got more coming up. We'll see who blinks first. Will anyone blink? It is the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau.
Freedom Tire is proud to support the Iowa Girl through their sponsorship of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping you on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Give us a try at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of the IGHSAU.
Emery Songer, Owen Sebring with you as Farm Bureau Field sees 2 games played on it within 1. We still have another game on the schedule on this field today, but what a game it's been. Number 2, Clarksville. Number 7, North Butler. 2 teams separated by less than 15 miles, and it is still Sydney Lovren out there to start the 14th inning. Delivers a strike to Camry Grown, who is the star bat in this order. She was the other pitcher for most of this game, was replaced a few innings ago as she lifts this into center field. Long run for Bolin, won't get there. So Bolin didn't get a great read initially on it and tried to sprint in, couldn't get there. Lead-off single for Grown. So now the cleanup hitter, Harper Ingalls, the 8th grader, who's looking for her first hit. She is 0 for 5, does have a walk in the game.
Camry Grown, that's her 3rd hit of the game.
Showing bunt, foul.
Finds a way on offense.
It's also, you're asking these girls to bunt. We're seeing a lot of, situational play. We've only seen, despite all of the attempts, just one successful sacrifice bunt in this game.
That's true.
Situational stuff, we've seen a lot of good defense, but we've seen some situational stuff just not quite executed, as this is going to be bunted foul again. So they're going to have to call a bunt play off again.
I think that one successful bunt was laid down by the pitcher, too, right? Sydney Lovren, I think, was the one who...
Sydney Lovren on the other side. Indeed. This is also the second consecutive half inning where the cleanup hitter in either order has been asked to try to lay down a bunt.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see that every day either. 0-2. She tries to bunt a 3rd time. This one, it would have been a strikeout anyway, but she will catch it. Behind the plate will Kate Lodge, and technically a foul out to the catcher for the first out.
Now, that's not a play you see very often when the batter who's trying to bunt already has 2 strikes against them to still go ahead, because obviously if they miss it, that's going to be a strikeout no matter what. But sometimes when a coach just has supreme confidence in them in their bunting abilities, he may go ahead and do it because they're reaching desperation mode any way they can get somebody over to second base.
First pitch, a strike to the 5-hitter, Mackenzie Schultz. Schultz also yet to get a hit, 0 for 6. Did reach on an error back in the first. Was flown out 3 times. Popped out another, and then grounded to the pitcher the other time. She grounds it to the left side. This is past the shortstop, Wangsness. Wangsness just couldn't get that fielded with her backhand. But again, even if she catches that clean, it would have taken a cannon for her in the hole to be able to throw out the runner at first. We'll see.
Yeah. What do you think? Does that look errorish, or did that look more like a hit?
It's a hit for me,
yeah.
but it's fine by.
I'd probably say that was a backhand scenario too.
There's a bunt, and a good one by Grown. Throw to first just in time. She almost laid out Kylie Grown again, showing that she knows how to play this game about as well as anyone. 5-3 on the put out there. Second out. It does move the runners to second and third, and now we'll get a meeting of the minds here for Clarksville. But she is showing every single time that she's been asked to do something, she has executed Kylie Grown. And by the way, officially a hit for Schultz.
Indeed, yep. So 2 hits so far in the inning for North Butler. Kylie Grown, I don't know. No matter who wins this game, it's like it would be hard to pick a player of the game. At this point, if North Butler wins, player of the game's got to be a tie between Camry and Kylie Grown, because Camry did so well as a pitcher. She's got a few hits today. Kylie's been so clutch on defense, even if the bat hasn't always been there today. Boy, she's been so good and kept them in this game on defense alone.
Yeah, a couple of hits. She does have the sacrifice bunt. Briley Hinsey is the batter, the designated player. She's also looking for her first hit in this game. 2 outs, 2 runners in scoring position for North Butler. She takes a strike, 0-1. Hinsey hit by a pitch back in the second, flew to center, then struck out swinging in the 6th, popped out in foul ground in the 8th, flew to center in the 9th, and then lined out to short in the 12th. She lines this to center. That's down. A run will score. They'll hold the second runner, throw behind her, but it's not in time. She is safe. Big-time hit by the 7-hitter, Briley Hinsey. Her first hit of the game gives North Butler a lead here in the 14th.
These players at the bottom of the order that we didn't think that we might see them come up clutch. Eden Wicks, the 9-hitter, with a home run early in the game, and now it's Briley Hinsey out of the 7 spot, coming through with a go-ahead RBI single.
Wow. Crazy stuff here. First pitch, this one is up. Ball 1. Emerson Miller hitting for herself here. This was her spot in the order when she entered the game. If you remember, this was the right fielder's position, which was originally Grace Pittenger. Willow Asher pinch hit last inning, but now if you can't pinch hit again for this pitcher and have her re-enter, so she has to hit for herself. She swings and misses. It's 2-1. If you're wondering, Emerson Miller is 0 for 1
on the season. Holy smokes!
2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2. So she has one at bat this season, and it makes sense. She is an 8th grader and has only appeared in 8 games. So as a pitcher specifically, swing and a miss. They got to throw it down to first base. They will to complete the out as they'll drop third strike. And there you go. Finally, a run is scored after a few quiet innings. North Butler leads it 9-8. Clarksville needs 1 to extend, 2 to potentially win. We will have more when we return on the Girls Union Network powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
Excuse me, man. You dropped this.
Will this finally be it for North Butler? They lead it 9-8. Their third chance defensively to try to win the game. Gia Hoodger swings and misses at the first pitch, 0-1, facing Emerson Miller, the 8th grader, who has thrown up 0 after 0 since coming on in relief in the 10th. 9-8 is the score. North Butler, the 7 seed, with the lead over their nearby rivals in Clarksville. These two teams separated by less than 15 miles. Hoodger will be followed by the 9-hitter Eve Jordan, and then back to the top in Kate Lodge. 1-1. And that's inside. 2-1.
We're getting to the point where we could at least discuss, if Clarksville were to tie it up, we could discuss some of the longest games in state tournament history. The longest all time is 16 innings.
Here's this pitch, bounces in, it's 3-1.
In the 4-class format, there was a 13-inning game, so this has already surpassed that. But there's a 16 and a 15 game ahead of this. Edgewood Colesburg versus my alma mater, BCLEW in 2001, 15 innings.
That misses outside, so ball 4, leadoff walk issued to Hoodger. So that is the second walk since coming on in relief by Miller. But now this opens up every possible play, as it looks like Hoodger's going to get another runner here. Bailey Jordan ran for her the first time. So the designated player, Hoodger, will be lifted for a second time, which means she cannot play. She cannot re-enter as a batter again later. But you got to make this move. Bailey Jordan now, the 8th grader, will run with Eve Jordan, the 9th hitter in the order, up to the bat. 1 for 5 in the game with a walk and a run scored. She punts. This one is fair. Picked up. Throws it. They're going to go to second, not in time. That's a tough play for the runner at first base. Good job by Jordan to read it, because she had to wait to see if that was going to be caught. Didn't get a good look at it at first base, so she froze. Then she was able to hustle down to second base. But a sacrifice bunt by Jordan puts the potential tying run now at second base for the top of the order in Kate Lodge. Lodge swings at the first pitch, fouls it off the third base side dugout facing, nearly hits Reagan Wedeking in the on-deck circle. It is 0-1. Lodge had 4 hits in a row and 4 straight at-bats, including 3 doubles, but has struck out swinging each of the last 2 times. 0-1 the count to her. This is a dribbler. It's fair. It's picked up by the catcher, And in time, bang, bang play. I think Lodge thought she was safe. What a play by Charlotte Shook behind the dish. Able to come up with the throw in time by the eyelash for the second out. Over to third is Jordan. A little swinging bunt there, but a good play by Shook behind the plate. And now Wedeking, the number 2 hitter, the 8th grader, has 2 hits, a single and a double, an RBI, and she has a chance potentially to drive in the tying run, which is 60 feet away. For North Butler, a chance to win the game. First pitch, low, 1-0.
We have seen some really heads-up defensive plays all game long, but especially there by North Butler, a couple in a row. Charlotte Shook with a great pickup and throw down to first. Kylie Groen with another big play.
1-0. This is low as well. 2-0. And you don't want to mess around here with Wedeking because Hannah Wangsness is in the on-deck circle, the leading RBI hitter in this order. 2-0. Emerson Miller fires. There's a strike on the outer half. What a game we have here, folks. 14th inning. 9-8, North Butler with the lead, 1 out away. They've been 1 out away twice and couldn't finish the job. Can they now? This one, a liner down the right side, just foul by a foot. That was a foot away from going down that line, scoring the tying run, and maybe being a triple.
That would have been a lot of extra bases, maybe 2, maybe 3 if it bounced around a lot and she had the speed for it. Could have been an inside the Parker.
Yeah, you never know.
Reagan Wedeking can run.
Yeah, and with you never know down the corner, you need 2 good throws to stop her, whether that's at third base or maybe she comes home. Who knows? But quick meeting between Shook and her pitcher, Emerson Miller. A couple of youngins here for North Butler trying to finish it off. Little word there from Coach Katie Berman to her hitter, Reagan Wedeking. It is 2-2. North Butler's a strike away from finishing it. The pitch on the way. Grounder to the right side. What a play at second base, and she throws it away. Ingalls made the play and missed the throw to tie the game. The first half was an all-star play by the 8th grader Harper Ingalls. What a dig at second. And then she short-armed the throw, hurrying to get the speedy Wedeking, who, again, if that's a slower runner, she's got time to, gather it. If she doesn't get rid of it quickly, she was going to be safe.
Yep.
Now, that's an E4 for sure, but the speed of Wedeking definitely made her feel like she had to get rid of that as fast as she could, and we are tied again at 9.
The only question I had there about the error, is it for sure an error at second base? I didn't know if it was a catchable ball by first base, but they ruled it E4.
It's going down E4 in the book, but yeah, it's hard for us to tell. Is this one off the fist, floating foul?
So that's 3 times by my count in this game.
They were down to their last out 3 times and have tied the game each time.
And had a grounder as an opportunity.
And
for the last
all
out.
3 were errors in the scorebook.
Oy, that's a tough one for North Butler fans.
1-1, check swing. They don't check, and it's a ball. They now check, and she did go. Wow, very late.
That's why
now,
you check.
I thought it could have, if they ask immediately, I don't think there's going to be a ton of people saying, what was that about? Is this a ground ball? Ingalls will have another shot. She's going to just flip it to second. And we play on. 15th inning going to come, and Clarksville again gets a tying run across. We will play to the 15th. And, start getting those record books out. We will start looking at that too. But Clarksville finds a way again to extend the game, and we'll have the 15th next on the Girls Union Network, powered by Mid-American Energy Company.
Life's buzzing with energy. From the delightfully routine, to the novel and exciting, to the truly uncharted. With all that life brings, it's easy to lose track of what powers all those moments, our health. At Mercy One, our caring doctors focus on just that, powering health, from the everyday to the extraordinary. So you're ready for what life brings next. Find care at mercyone.org/healthpowerslife.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
An all-timer that has developed into one of the craziest and most notable games in the history of the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament, presented by Iowa Farm Bureau. Emery Songerl and Sebring still hanging out with you. This game started around 4:30, just a little bit after. It is well past 8:40. I forgot how to tell time now. I've been staring at softball for so long. And another game is supposed to take place here on this field that will take place at some point.
What time was that game supposed to start? Was it
6-something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a quick 2-ball count here as the 9-hitter, Eden Wicks, leads off for North Butler, who have had their hearts ripped out 3 times. As she swings through that one, Wicks has struck out 3 times in a row, but did hit a solo home run way back in the 5th inning. Yeah, so all 3 times that Clarksville was down to their last out, they hit a ground ball, and all 3 times it goes in the book as an error has kept the game alive on a run. And you got to give them credit for having runners in the position to score, but North Butler have had 3 ground balls with a chance to end this game and have not been able to get that final out secured.
Just devastating every single time for North Butler, and you wonder if that, too, I've said it before that would wear on their nerves and might result in what could be their final inning the next time around, but they've rallied. They've come back every single time.
They've
found a way to take a lead again. Can they do it a 4th time now?
It's 3-2, over 200 pitches now in the book for Sydney Lovren. But again, we have to go back and just marvel at her ability to keep with it. 9 runs have scored on her. They've had 13 hits on her. But this is their arm. As she misses that inside. Ball 4 on the payoff pitch. That is the first walk she has issued since the 7th inning. But that is the 5th one of the game. But you just wonder how much longer she can go. I mean, this is crazy. This one up high.
She's a senior, and I don't imagine that any time in her life she's ever pitched a game where she's gone over 200 pitches.
Well, and even if she has, right, none of that mattered this much, for sure.
Yeah.
The 1-0, that's high. They're going to throw it behind the runner, but she is in there. Got to be careful as a base runner with Kate Lodge behind the plate. She will throw it any base at any time. You really respect that out of a young catcher. 2-0, the pitch. That one in there at the knees, 2-1. Zoe Thompson is about a leadoff hitter. She doubled into deep center last time up in the 13th inning. It's 2 for 5, I believe, in my book. This one poked out into right center field. That's going to get down, and that's going to dribble all the way to the wall. They're going to wave. Austin Guerrero waving the runner. Wicks is on her way home. She will score an RBI double for Zoe Thompson, her 2nd double in as many at-bats, and North Butler comes right back and retakes the lead. She just kind of reached out, got the end of the bat on that perfect spot. It rolled all the way to the wall, and good base running by Wicks. And Austin Guerrero got in her line of sight. As soon as she touched second, he was waving her home at that point.
Not even the speediest player, I don't think Eden Wicks is. But, boy, Coach Guerrero knew right from the start he was waving her in because that ball found exactly the right part of the field to score her.
Showing bunt, laying it down. It's a good one by Shook. The throw to first is in time. They're going to send the runner. The high throw, she's safe! Austin Guerrero! Have your moment, Coach. That was a design play on the bunt, major league style, if you remember, right? Wave him around all the way from second, and Zoe Thompson able to slide in as the throw coming from first was high. Lodge couldn't get the tag down. A 2nd run scores as Thompson scores it.
And everything there worked in North Butler's favor because the ball itself, that sacrifice bunt it was a slow dribbler. It took a while for the pitcher to get there to pick it up, and Zoe Thompson had enough speed where I wasn't watching. Did she even hold up at third base?
No,
it's like the coach
no,
was
he was sending her on the contact.
That takes guts as a coach just to not even hesitate, but to go ahead and throw for it.
1-0 here for Camry Grown, the batter. This is now the bases are empty now, but you have still the big bats in the middle of this order about to hit, and a super fatigued pitcher. You have to we're talking 200 plus pitches for this girl over the course of now 15 innings. Mm-hmm. At some point, you have to start wondering if fatigue is playing a factor to the point where you might need to go to a second arm at some point.
If it goes another inning, I would really.
She's got to play tomorrow, man. You got to remember, there's a game tomorrow, one way or another.
If it goes another inning, I honestly would be a little surprised to see Lovren go back out there because they know that they do have to save her for tomorrow, no matter what. So she's reaching the point where you can't throw her forever.
Oh, that's it. In the air, deep center. Boland's got a beat on it now that the skies are dark, and you got to battle the lights now. But Boland's been very busy in center and is able to pull that one in for the second out.
And that's put out number 12 for Boland out in center field.
She's been busy, and a lot of important balls on the ground, and the ones that have ended up dropping next to her, the double by Thompson, all of that occurred here to center field as this one up and away to Harper Ingalls with the bases empty, 1-0. Ingalls looking for her first hit. She's 0 for 6 with a walk. How about Austin Guerrero, though? Those two really aggressive sends, and both of them work out here in this inning.
His debut performance here at the state tournament. Never coached a game here before. That's a gutsy move from a coach who was unafraid to take some chances in the first time here coaching in Fort Dodge.
And his players, he got in front of Wicks so fast, she did not even have a chance to gear down as there's a swing reaching. Did not pick that one up out of the hand. Did Ingalls 1 and 2. Yeah, Wicks says she was rounding second. She had her eyes on him, and he was already waving her home. So she knew that she had to just book it all the way there and was able to score without a throw. 1 and 2 the count. 2 and 2 now. And then the Zoe Thompson, I'm sure that's a practice play, and it's all about getting the bunt down and give it up to Charlotte Shook for laying that down. The freshman, a perfect bunt, is able to get that second run in. And this pop-up will be caught by Eve Jordan at third base. Retiring Ingalls. 2-run score, however, for North Butler. They will have yet another chance to try to put Clarksville away. 11-9, heading to the bottom of the 15th inning. Live here, it is the Iowa Girls State Softball Tournament presented by Iowa Farm Bureau.
Hey, Frank. Oh, it looks like you spilled some grease.
Grills are multiplying and you need flavor that's bold.
There's nothing left for you to do
But to go to Fairway, your dream for Midwest meat. It's the one you need. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, you better stake up. Fairway and meat go hand in hand.
This dream is meant for you and me.
Poultry, pork, and beef, your home for Midwest meat. It's the one you need. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed.
Fairway, it's the one you need.
Here we are, the bottom of the 15th. Clarksville needing 2 to keep this game alive against Emerson Miller, the 8th grader from North Butler. Kara Boland, 4-5-6 due up here for the Indians. It is 1-0. Miller fires. It's a 2-hopper, picked up on the short hop. Long throw, nice dig by Eden Wicks. Kylie Grown has been short on the last couple of throws across the diamond, and Wicks has bailed her out both times.
Yeah, another clutch move for her, and I'm just trying to go through my scorebook, figure out where I missed a batter, but indeed, we are hitting the fifth batter.
I think this game would get a lot of guys, I'm telling you. It's one out here for Sydney Lovren. Lovren looks at a ball 1-0. Lovren has pitched the entirety of this game for Clarksville, all 15 innings, well over 200 pitches, and now is at the plate trying to get on base to get the tying run to the plate. Down by 2, Clarksville has come from behind multiple times as she takes a strike here. They were to their final out in the 7th, and were able to get the game-tying run across. Down to their final out in the 8th, got the game-tying run across, down to their final out in the 14th. As Lovren pops this deep into left, backing up. God, Lovren hits a solo bomb over the monster at Farm Bureau Field. Sydney Lovren, homer number 3 on the season for her. And now, all of a sudden, the tying run is back to the plate with less than 2 outs.
Lovren, boy, we didn't know if we'd see a home run here. We kind of thought, all right, the last game that they played here between West Monona and Southeast Warren, the ball was really flying out in that game. And these are 2 small ball teams, so we didn't know how many balls we'd see fly out of the park here, but got a couple of them now.
Yeah, the 9-hitter on one side, at least she has multiple home runs this season, 2. Now she has 3 in Lovren. But now it's 11-10. The pressure amps up. 1-0, the count to freshman center fielder Brooke Boland has been very busy defensively. She does have a couple of 3 hits, actually, in the game as she hits this foul out of play. It's 1-1. 2 of her hits are infield singles. She has struck out a couple of times as well. But now she's trying to get on base and be potentially the speedy tying run for Clarksville if they can continue the rally. The 1-1. This is bouncing in.
And we're going to be approaching some records here before too long. No matter what, 15 innings is one of the longest, maybe the second or third longest in state tournament history. The longest game by time for an extra inning game in tournament history is 4 hours, 28 minutes. We're certainly over 4 hours, maybe 4 hours and 10 or 15 minutes we might be at by now.
Yeah. And again, we have to put a little asterisk on that because we've probably gotten a half hour or so of hydration breaks that have been kind of
I've added to that tally, certainly.
You know, 3+ minutes or so every inning for about 10 of these innings. As there's a strike, 3-2 now the count to Boland. Micah Hall on deck. Here's the pitch for Miller, and it bounces in, loses it. So now the tying run is on base. That is the 3rd walk issued by Miller since she came in. And more havoc potentially on the base paths. And we'll see now the ball's in the court of Katie Berman. Does she have any base running plays that she wants to put on here and force the Bearcats to have to make a play?
Got to think we're going to see them try to lay a button down here.
She does not.
Or not.
She takes a ball up. Well, I was kind of thinking the same thing. You know, they've done that over and over again. They do have the third baseman pulled way in, Kylie Groen, but I'm not sure what they might have up their sleeve here. She will swing away. 1-1.
Yeah, maybe for a player, she's got 2 hits, 3 hits tonight by my count. Brooke Boland does, and so
well, she's hit a bunch of line drives. I have her down for 1 hit and an error.
Excuse me, we're talking about Micah Hall, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yes, 1 hit tonight.
1-1, that's high. 2-1, and you got to start wondering about Emerson Miller, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, she's been excellent since she's come into the game, but now her pitch count getting a little higher. She's pitched all of, 22 innings this season. As that's a line drive, it's just foul.
Barely.
I don't know how far it bounced. In my view, it bounced behind Coach Berman. I thought maybe it was some chalk I saw, but immediately the home plate umpire said foul ball. So
there's some light dirt over there, so maybe that was it. I wasn't even sure if it went off of Groen's glove over there at third base. She was reaching for it.
2-2. Chopper, tough play. Who's going to make it? It's going to be the pitcher. Miller airmails it into the right field. It is backed up nicely by Colby Wicks out there in right. That is a huge play by her to back that play up. But a wild throw by the pitcher, Emerson Miller. That's just a tough play. At the very least, it will be an error that moves the runner from second to third. We'll see if they even there's a chance they give her an infield hit for the dribbler, but the runner going from second to third will be an error in your book. And they've had an opportunity on multiple chances to try to finish the game. The defense has gotten tight out there for North Butler.
Yeah, that's happened over and over in this game. That's how Clarksville 3 times until now has been able to tie this game up after North Butler's taken a lead and seemingly been on the cusp of an upset 7-2, and they just keep coming back in this thing.
It is an infield single, and they're going to call an error on the pitcher, Miller, on the advance from the runner, Bolin, at second to go over to third base. So the tying run is at third with just 1 out. Big meeting there from Austin Guerrero and his defense on the infield. And we got a new batter, Cabry Lovren, a freshman. Did get 61 at-bats this season. Does have a couple of doubles. Did drive in 14 runs. She's hitting in the spot that Gia Hoodger, the designated player, was in. And so she will hit here. Hoodger was replaced by a pinch runner twice, so she cannot re-enter. So now in the 8th spot, it is Lovren here. But the other Lovren. The one Lovren's been pitching and hits the home run here this inning, and now the younger of the Lovrens a chance. 1-0 is the count to her. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1-1. This is a solid bat to be having kind of deep on your bench with 61 at-bats on the season. So this is not kind of a random pitch hitter. This is somebody who can really swing it, and we know that. We'll see if we get the kind of action over here to see if we can draw a throw from first. They have not tried to run yet. 1-1. Not running. Swing and a miss high. 1-2.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm surprised we haven't.
This is the first time we've had runners on the corners and no action from the runner at first base.
Yeah, because if she went, I don't think North Butler would
They
even
wouldn't
challenge.
throw. They wouldn't throw, no.
You could get that winning run over to second base.
We'll see if something else is on here with the 2-strike count. It is 1-2. The pitch. Foul tipped. How about that from your freshman? Sticking with it, keeping the head down on it, and fighting it off to see another one.
Happy to swing away and try to win this one on our own.
11-10. It is North Butler by 1, but the tying run just 60 feet away at third base for Clarksville. 1-2. Popped foul out of play, right side. And, with 5 fields going on simultaneously for these games, you don't have, like, the congregation of just waiting for one game to finish for, multiple classes. But certainly people are wandering over to see what the heck is going on with this one. 1-2. This is a ground ball picked up, looking home. They're going to throw home. The runner got caught coming home. They're going to throw back to third. She's safe. So Miller throws home, shook the catcher, runs her back to third base, but doesn't throw it fast enough to where the third baseman, Grown, can get the tag down. So it's going to go down as a fielder's choice, but no outs recorded, and it's bases loaded, and the winning run now at second with just 1 out for Eve Jordan.
Well,
that changes some things there.
I like the play there by the pitcher to go home for the out, but yeah, if you're the catcher there, got to get rid of it a little bit sooner.
Jordan hits it high and deep, right center field. It's down. The tying run scores. Here comes the winning run for Clarksville. The return throw won't be made. Clarksville has won. 12-11. The 9-hitter Eve Jordan and 2-run double into right center field ends the game for Clarksville. The Zombie Indians make the game winner happen in the 15th.
Oh, boy. That's a game. 2 years in a row now, I got to say it. Clarksville with a walk-off hit in extra innings to advance to the second round of the tournament. Back from the dead 4 times in a single game.
I honestly have never seen the resilience of a team, but at the same time, North Butler has to put it back together. They had 4 chances defensively to end this game, the 7th, the 8th, the 14th, and 15th, and could not get it done. They have to recover and bounce back because they will have a game.
Yep.
that matters for a chance to stay alive tomorrow against whoever loses our next game here between Remsen, St. Mary's, and St. Edmund. Any final thoughts, Owen Sebring, about what we've seen here tonight?
You've heard enough from me out of a 15-inning game. I don't know if there's any final thoughts you want to pass along to me. I'll just add a note for Clarksville. 6-2 now all-time in the state quarterfinals. Impressive win for them. I mean, I just can't say enough about both teams and the resilience that we saw out here. Coaching masterpiece by both coaches. Katie Berman and Austin Guerrero were great out there. Guerrero, particularly in his first appearance as a coach here at the state tournament, did so well, so aggressive against the defending state champions. But Clarksville just kept coming back. Sydney Lovren, incredible in the circle for over 200 pitches tonight in 15 innings, and now they're going to go on and be playing again here in another 12, 13 hours, I think.
Yeah, so we'll see how they do coming back on that, but we can tell you this is going to go down in the record books as one of the great games all time in Iowa girls state softball history. So it is 12-11. Number 2 Clarksville finds a way to defeat